Legends speak of a world where beasts and humans coexist. In this beast-taming realm, beasts and humans live side by side. Here, if you possess the rarest and most powerful beast, you possess everything, since they can summon storms and obliterate the world in the blink of an eye. And the absolute ruler of this world is none other than a young man named Tu Luong. At the mere mention of Tu Luong's name, everyone immediately pictures exactly who he is. His bonded beast is the legendary Lunar Deity Flash Butterfly, a rare, mythical beast. Rumored to exist only in legends, it can bend time, reverse causality, and grant eternal youth. But what is even more striking are his eyes. A brilliant crescent moon glows within his pupils, reflecting the affection, favor, and deep devotion of the lunar goddess. He is the Moon King, adored and worshipped by countless people across the world. Meanwhile, right outside the ancient Moonlight Beastmaster Academy, high up in the sky, a magnificent dragon soars. It looks incredibly powerful. But inside, we see a young teenage boy staring at a screen, frantically typing away on his keyboard while talking to himself. He thinks to himself, ruling the world just by relying on a mythical beast and killer looks, basking in the adoration of millions of believers. What could possibly be cooler than that? As he stares intensely at the screen, a look of deep concern and hesitation washes over his face. He thinks again, wait, actually, there is something even more insane than that. And as this realization hits him, his finger hovering over the screen begins to tremble. On the monitor, a profile picture and basic details are displayed. Staring at it, the image of that person flashes in his mind. Panic sets in, and pointing at his own face, he screams, "The Moon King, Tu Luong, is me." Realizing this, he slumps back in his chair with a heavy sigh. Yes, this young man is indeed Tu Luong. Just a few hours ago, an ordinary guy from 21st century Earth was isekai'd into this beast-taming world, inheriting the memories of this body's original owner. As it turns out, the invincible Moon King died, for the dumbest reason he literally rolled out of bed while sleeping and died. Flashbacks of that ridiculous moment play out. If being transmigrated with a head start is considered lucky, then this. Well, he stops mid-sentence. With a gloomy expression, Tu Luong mutters to himself, "I need to check my stats." Immediately, the system interface boots up and pops up on the screen. The notification reads, 1 Star Beastmaster Tu Luong, Companion Beast, Low-tier Moonlight Flash Butterfly, Contracted Beasts, none. Reading this, Tu Luong's eyes widen in sheer outrage. He points forward and yells, "What do you mean, low tier? Isn't the Moon King's god-tier beast supposed to be the legendary Lunar Deity Flash Butterfly?" Despondent, he collapses face down onto the desk, his mind racing. This has got to be a joke. This is a complete scam. More memories flood his mind. Awakened his beast at 14, became the head of the freshmen at Moonlight Beastmaster Academy, and was crowned the Moon King at 15. By 16, the Twin Moon sect was founded, and millions of believers worshipped him as their leader. Then, on the eve of his 17th year, right before starting school, he received a war declaration from the Azure Moon Emperor. The final showdown is set for 3 years from now. Terrified by the thought, he reassures himself. But wait, the original owner wasn't actually lying. He genuinely believed he was strong. He visualizes the original owner, who was absolutely convinced that his Flash Butterfly was a divine beast in disguise, only revealing its true form in moments of life and death despair. In his memories, the original owner looked incredibly calm and elegant. Tu Luong sighs, recalling the Moon King's famous catchphrase, "As long as you believe, it will come." Back then, the crowd went wild, screaming, "The Moon King is so handsome." He didn't show an ounce of fear, even when facing the 8-star Beastmaster, the Azure Moon Emperor. The image of the original owner facing off against the Azure Moon Emperor was full of majestic confidence. At this point, Tu Luong covers his face in sheer frustration and sighs, "Oh, give me a break. If I hadn't seen my own beast index, I might have actually believed that nonsense." Resigned to his fate, he closes his eyes and comforts himself. Whatever. First things first, I should check out my beast. With that, he calls out, "Flash Butterfly." Instantly, a tiny, glowing butterfly flutters into view. Tu Luong's eyes light up as he stares at it intently. "It is so cute," he thinks to himself. As he continues to watch, the Flash Butterfly flutters around happily, completely oblivious. But then, in an instant, Tu Luong's face goes blank, and his eyes fill with disappointment. He completely slumps, thinking to himself, "What the hell am I going to do? Forget about facing the Blue Moon Emperor in 3 years. I can't even beat the elites at this academy." Without a cheat system, trying to catch up to the Emperor in 3 years is a complete joke. Just thinking about it brought tears streaming down his face. But then, he snapped out of it. Wait a minute. Speaking of cheats, I think I actually have one. He searched through his memories, finding something buried deep within the original owner's mind. Something that came out of nowhere. Strangely, the original owner absolutely detested it. Its name was... At that moment, Tu Luong focused his mind and remembered. He cried out, "The Book of the Moon." And just like that, it began to materialize in his hand. Holding the book, Tu Luong flipped open the pages, staring intently at the text. He muttered, "An encyclopedia?" The page he opened was labeled, "Low-grade beasts," showing pictures and names of various creatures. His eyes widened in shock as it clicked in his mind. So that's how it works. If I touch these beasts in real life, I can unlock their entries in this book. Once I unlock enough entries, it's like a gacha pull in a game, and I get to summon a random, ultra-rare pet. Turning to the next page, Tu Luong saw a section titled, High-Grade Beasts. His eyes locked onto the entry for the moon goddess Glimmering Butterfly. Suddenly, he realized why the original owner hated this book so much. It completely shattered his delusion of actually owning the moon goddess Glimmering Butterfly. Even after reading this, Tu Luong's face remained grim. He snapped the book shut and let out a bitter laugh. So that was it. No wonder. But then, he paused. He closed his eyes to think, and when he opened them, a spark of pure excitement and determination lit up his face. But this is the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. There are moonlight beasts everywhere. Finding them will be a piece of cake. But first, I need to save up enough for a 10 pull. If I'm lucky, I might just summon the moon goddess Glimmering Butterfly. With that goal in mind, Tu Luong threw on his coat, opened the door, and headed out. That 3-year deadline is still a ways off, he thought. Right now, I need to fly under the radar and get strong, fast. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the academy's elite dorms, water dripped softly into a large pond. "Come here, little Mian Mian, be a good bunny, and eat some grass," a gentle voice called out, holding a blade of grass. Tukan stood nearby, watching Bak Niet Ni with a frown. Displeased, she asked, "Bak Niet Ni, why do you keep feeding these low-grade pests? What if they actually start clinging to you?" Bak Niet Ni smiled warmly and replied, "Don't worry, Tukan. I'd never form a contract with a low-grade beast. I'm just playing around." But Tukan lost her patience. She stepped closer and raised her voice. "How is that harmless? You're an elite student. If you're covered in the foul scent of these weaklings, powerful beasts will stay far away from you." Hearing those harsh words, Bak Nguyet Ni's face fell. Ignoring her sadness, Tukan's expression quickly shifted into a bright smile as she bragged, "The Moon King never associates with ordinary beasts. Forget about mid to high tier garbage. He wouldn't even look at a super tier beast." Suddenly, the rabbit stopped eating, raised its head, and blinked. Tukan kept rambling. "The moon goddess Glimmering Butterfly definitely detests the stench of those weaklings." But Bak Niet Ni's attention was drawn to the rabbit, which seemed to be staring at someone. The little bunny hopped over, stopping right at a young man's feet. Both Tukan and Bak Niet Ni froze. Gasping in shock, they both cried out, "Tu Luong." The young man, who was walking away, paused and turned back to face them. Seeing his face, Bak Nguyet Ni blushed furiously, while Tukan stood there, completely dumbfounded. In their minds, a single thought echoed, those piercing crescent moon eyes. Just one glance from him was enough to leave them utterly spellbound. With flushed cheeks, they stared at him, completely unable to find their words. Utterly captivated, those words kept echoing in their minds. Meanwhile, Tu Luong stared back, waiting for a response that never came. He thought to himself, "Is this about humans and beasts?" Then, he remembered something and shook his head. "No, the Moon King is supposed to be aloof. It's best if I get out of here right now." He turned on his heel and walked away, leaving both girls staring blankly at his retreating back. Moments later, Tu Luong arrived and stood outside the moon pavilion. Tu Luong looked up at the moon hanging from the domed ceiling and gasped in awe. "So, this is the moon gallery." Tu Luong couldn't help but look around in curiosity for a moment before quickly moving on. But deep down, he was thinking, based on the number of low-tier beasts in this museum, if I can unlock all of them, I could do a massive multi-pull all at once. As his footsteps echoed down the corridor, Tu Luong paced forward, but suddenly, he froze. A look of surprise crossed his face as he noticed tiny specks of light floating in the air right in front of him. Out of pure curiosity, he reached out and gently touched them, and the tiny specks of light instantly dissolved. They began to drift and merge together. Right then, a notification popped up. New beast unlocked. The number of unlocked entries in his beast codex increased. Right before Tu Luong's eyes, tiny beasts began to emerge from the glowing specks. One after another, the specks transformed, and within moments, Tu Luong was surrounded by all kinds of different beasts. His eyes widened in sheer excitement and wonder as he stared at them, thinking to himself, so the Book of the Moon can even show detailed skill and combat stats? Talk about the ultimate cheat. He couldn't hide his excitement. As Tu Luong started walking again, the pack of beasts floated right along with him. But after a short walk, a fox-like beast suddenly froze, sensing something, and stared ahead in surprise. Tu Luong kept moving, completely surrounded by a swirling, breathtaking spiral of glowing beasts. Then, Tu Luong stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes widened in shock as he stared straight ahead. Strangely, the other beasts were no longer following him. In front of him stood a tightly shut door. He couldn't help but think, this place is so quiet, even the low-tier beasts are too terrified to come near. Looks like this must be the territory of a mid-tier beast. With that thought, Tu Luong stepped forward, pushed the door open, and walked right inside. He was instantly captivated, standing dazed as he took in his surroundings. Within seconds, something caught his eye. "What is this?" he muttered, his eyes wide with wonder. Nearby, a pair of eyes was tightly shut, lost in a deep slumber. Resting peacefully under the quiet moonlit dome was a pure white deer with stunning purple antlers, completely fast asleep. Tu Luong stood frozen, completely mesmerized. Even from a distance, he could only imagine how breathtaking this creature would look, standing up. "It's a deer," he whispered. Suddenly, an information panel popped up in front of him, detailing the white-spotted deer. The white-spotted deer, a mid-tier moonlight beast. The description noted that it was easily one of the most gorgeous creatures among all mid-tier beasts. Although extremely rare in the beast world, they possessed a gentle and docile nature. They loved eating grass and especially enjoyed bathing under the moonlight. Because they were incredibly picky about their mates, their population had dwindled to near extinction. Only the Moon Temple still maintained a proper breeding ground for these genuine white deer. Reading this, he looked a bit skeptical. Seriously? It's just a deer. Is all this hype really necessary? Right then, two other visitors walked up to admire the sleeping deer as well. One of them gasped, "Whoa, isn't admission to the Moon Gallery free? How can they afford to spend so much money raising a mid-tier beast here? I've never seen any other beast get this kind of royal treatment." Hearing this, Tu Luong quickly turned his head to see who was talking, just as the other guy chimed in. "Oh, maybe it's because of its looks? Look at how gorgeous this deer is. Doesn't it just make you think? Hear me out?" Hearing this, the white deer suddenly opened its eyes and glared down at the two of them, though the guy talking had absolutely no idea. He kept rambling on like some self-proclaimed expert. I mean, for some rich folks, this creature might be right up their alley. His friend listened intently as the guy continued. "I don't mean they'd actually date it, but you know what I mean." But before he could even finish his sentence, splash! A sudden torrent of water doused him out of nowhere. The water poured down from above, instantly shocking his friend, as both of them stood there, completely dumbfounded. They quickly looked up, only to find the white-spotted deer glaring down at them with absolute rage. Panicking, the two bolted, shouting as they ran, "Oh crap, can this thing actually understand what we're saying?" The other guy glanced back and yelled, "Maybe. They say some mid-tier beasts are highly intelligent, almost like humans. Either way, let's get the hell out of here." Having watched the whole scene unfold from the side, Tu Luong couldn't help but feel intrigued. That little deer really is stunning. Honestly, I can't even blame them for thinking, I would. But in the end, he had no idea what to do next. There are so many of these hybrid breeds, but into Luong's eyes, this deer looked incredibly proud and elegant. Right then, the deer glanced over at him, and they locked eyes, face to face. For some reason, the deer suddenly looked a bit startled, widening its eyes to stare at him. As for Tu Luong, he felt like he could sense something, thinking to himself how mysterious those eyes were. Step by step, the deer started walking toward him. Just like that, the white-spotted deer approached him. Watching it, He felt a wave of shock, quietly observing. Just like that, they both kept staring into each other's eyes. Quickly, Tu Luong reached out, wanting to open his illustrated guide. Instantly, the book popped out, appearing right in front of him, giving both him and the deer a little fright. He eagerly read the information written inside. New beast unlocked. Illustrated guide registry increased. Supreme cloud-stepping moonlight chaser. Reading this, he screamed in his head, "What? How is this even possible?" By now, Tu Luong was sweating bullets, thinking, this isn't some mid-tier deer, it's a supreme-tier beast. It has the power to destroy an entire city and wipe a whole nation off the map. A supreme-tier beast is a true sovereign, ruling over all other magical beasts. Just its passive pressure alone can shock weaker creatures to death. And if it goes on a rampage, hundreds of miles of land would be reduced to ashes. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Tu Luong pictured the terrifying scene. So why is this walking nuclear bomb living in an academy? He couldn't help but wonder about it. But then a chilling thought crossed his mind. The entire school could be blown to pieces at any moment. Panicking for a split second, Tu Luong quickly forced himself to calm down. Wait, get a grip. First, if this supreme beast is allowed to roam here safely, it must have a gentle nature. The school probably knows it won't randomly hurt anyone. Right then, an image of the deer breathing fire and chasing people flashed through his head. He thought to himself, otherwise, those two students from earlier wouldn't have gotten off with just being spit on and let go so easily. Then again, I can't rule out the possibility of it playing dumb to hide its true power. Just as he thought this, his attention was drawn to another info board. It read, White-spotted deer, mid-tier beast, moonlight element. Reading this made him think of another cliché. So it's just like those overpowered main characters in web novels. They clearly have godlike strength, but choose to hide it and play weak, just to face-slap people and bait them into a trap. Sighing, he thought to himself, unlike me, who is actually weak, pathetic, and helpless, relying entirely on my scary face to intimidate others. Just then, Tu Luong, who noticed the deer was standing right beside him, staring intently at its own information board. Suddenly, it turned its head toward him again, and they locked eyes, face to face. A moment later, the deer turned back to the board, leaving Tu Luong utterly speechless and lost in thought. So, even you know your official description is total nonsense, huh? Suddenly, Tu Luong's face filled with shock. He widened his eyes, thinking, hey, wait a minute. He noticed that the deer seemed to be getting angry. Its stance looked like it was preparing to attack. Tu Luong panicked, thinking, is it gonna strike? Did I stay here too long and make it suspicious? Did it see through my disguise? Immediately, Tu Luong calmly turned away and said out loud, oh wow, this mid-tier white deer is so gorgeous I couldn't help but stare. He let out a loud laugh, but only heaven knew how terrified he actually was on the inside, shaking in his boots. He reassured himself, no matter why this beast is here, I am not getting dragged into its mess. Tu Luong turned and walked away without looking back, whistling as he muttered, gotta keep praising it so it doesn't suspect anything. Suddenly, slam, he shut the door behind him and immediately bolted, saying, time to get the hell out of here. Meanwhile, the deer inside was still staring at the closed door, its eyes filled with suspicion as it thought, that guy just now. From the white deer's perspective, Tu Luong's departure seemed incredibly calm and poised. It wondered, the pattern in his eyes. Who on earth is he? Walking back to its resting spot, it began searching for something with its front hooves. Very quickly, it pulled out a smartphone. It unlocked the screen and immediately started searching for information. Lying down on its bed, it scrolled through the screen. Suddenly, its eyes widened in absolute shock. He is. By now, night had fallen. Over at the Beastmaster Academy's dormitory, that was way too close. Tu Luong sighed, in exhaustion. Walking toward his room with a defeated look on his face, he scratched his head and muttered to himself, seriously, who could be so wicked? This is like letting a Tyrannosaurus Rex loose. In a regular zoo, in his head, he added, and honestly, even though she looks harmless, she could probably crush several Tyrannosaurus Rexes with a single leg. While his mind was racing, an image of Su Liang thought back to how that majestic deer looked earlier, a wave of unease washing over him. He placed a hand over his heart and muttered to himself, if I ever ran into that cloud-stepping moon deer in the wild, I'd be dead meat for sure. After all, a supreme grade beast like that can only be matched by another creature of the exact same rank. As he lost himself in thought, his hand, which was resting on his heart, tightened around his shirt. He swallowed hard. My companion beast is just a weak, cute little thing. If I didn't have my golden finger… Wait, speaking of my golden finger. Back at the Moon Pavilion, did that illustration book do more than just display the beast types? Could it also show the other skills the beasts have? Just then, he recalled the entry inside the book, describing that low-grade moon shadow rat. Its combat skill was sneak attack. Does this mean I can find out every single skill of any beast I touch? Realizing this, a grin spread across Su Liang's face. Bursting with excitement, he threw himself into a dramatic pose, covering half his face with one hand, and boasted dramatically, "Everything about you is already in the palm of my hand." In other words, he could totally bluff like this now. He pulled out the Book of the Moon, creeping around sneakily as he muttered under his breath, "First, let's find a small beast around the academy to test this theory." Sneaking a few steps forward, Su Liang kept looking over his shoulder. Suddenly, he spotted a tiny rabbit with its back turned to him, staring blankly out at the lake. His eyes lit up. "Hey, isn't that the Moonlight rabbit I saw earlier today?" The little rabbit looked terrified, trembling in a corner. Su Liang approached it, dropping to one knee to inspect it up close. He murmured, "How strange. According to the lore of this world, moonlight beasts usually get a massive stat boost under the night sky, making their combat power soar. So why isn't this little guy reacting to the moonlight at all?" Su Liang stared at it, deeply puzzled. Suddenly, the rabbit turned around, locking its wide, watery eyes right onto him. Startled, his heart skipped a beat. "Don't tell me. It's secretly a powerhouse in disguise?" Su Liang scrambled back to his feet, his face pale and full of panic. His mind raced. Just look at its calm, majestic posture. What if this is some ancient boss stronger than a supreme-grade beast, and I just casually touched it? Trying his best to keep his cool, Su Liang slowly crept back toward the rabbit, keeping his eyes glued to it. His hand trembled as he reached out. To calm his nerves, he whistled and mumbled a nursery rhyme. "Little white bunny, so fluffy and white, ears standing upright. Slice the artery, cut the vein, lying so still, what a cute sight." He gulped. "Perfect. I'll just use the Book of the Moon's encyclopedia function to unmask you and see what kind of legendary entity you really are." His fingers hovered centimeters away from the tiny rabbit, and a second later, he finally made contact. The rabbit sat perfectly still, letting him gently pet its head. Instantly, the Book of the Moon materialized and flipped open before his eyes, displaying the text, "Moonlight Rabbit. Constitution, waning moon. Due to an innate physical frailty and genetic defects, it is unable to absorb moonlight to strengthen itself on ordinary nights. However, only on the night of a full moon, when the lunar energy peaks, can it unleash its true power to fight." Reading this, Su Liang's jaw dropped. What? This thing is literally weaker than a regular low-grade beast. Dejected, he let out a long, heavy sigh. Of course, a legendary encounter was never in the cards for someone like me. Suddenly, the clatter of a dropped phone and a bag of pet food echoed nearby. A pair of legs was standing there, though who knew how long they'd been watching. The phone screen still showed an unfinished search query. Startled by the noise, Su Liang whipped his head around. Hidden behind a wall, a young girl remained out of sight, watching him intently. She watched as Su Liang scooped up the rabbit and walked away. It was Bach Niet Ni, her eyes wide with sheer disbelief. She mumbled under her breath, "The Moon King is actually petting a low-grade rabbit?" After a brief pause, she gasped, "Did I just accidentally discover the Moon King's deepest secret?" Meanwhile, the dormitory lights were turning off one by one. Bach Niet Ni quietly walked into her room. Su Jing, who was wearing a face mask, looked up and said, "You're finally back." When Nguyen Ni didn't answer, Su Jing asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Nguyen Ni looked utterly lost as she stammered, Do you think it's possible, just hypothetically, that the Moon King actually has a soft spot for cute little animals?" Su Jing stared at her blankly, completely speechless. When she finally snapped out of it, she squinted and giggled. "Have you studied yourself into a coma? Do you need me to call in sick for you tomorrow?" Realizing Su Jing wasn't buying it, Nguyen Ni quickly laughed it off. "I was just joking around." She quickly dashed into her room and shut the door behind her, pacing nervously back and forth. She walked back to her bed, her mind filled with deep thoughts. It turned out even the peerless Moon King had a side like that. Right after that thought crossed her mind, Bai Yuer took off her headscarf and her dress. Once again, an image of Su Liang popped into her head, his face so gentle as he held a little bunny in his arms. She thought to herself, he actually has such a sweet side to him. If he keeps this up, does that mean I'm the only one who gets to know about it? Just thinking about it made Yuer feel a sudden wave of shyness wash over her. A blush spread across her face, completely impossible to hide, along with a little excitement. Outside, the night was growing deeper. Meanwhile, over at the boys' dorms, despite having just witnessed the complete collapse of the Moon King's majestic image, Su Liang spoke up. His hand was on the doorknob, turning it open, while his mind was still a bit in a daze. But thinking about it, it was actually pretty cute. Maybe girls who love reading those overbearing CEO novels would totally fall for this style. While that was what was going on in his head, he kept a completely indifferent expression on his face. As he opened the door and stepped into his room, he muttered, well, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Tossing and turning all night was exhausting, and now I just want to get some good sleep. Before he could even finish his sentence, Su Liang's eyes widened in sheer shock at what he saw. Right in front of him, the window was wide open, and the wind was howling in. Standing right there was a strange girl, her face half hidden in the shadows, making it hard to see her clearly, but on her head were two horns. His brain immediately started racing as he asked himself, who is that? Right now, Su Liang was completely panicking, his mind frantically wondering, wait, this is definitely not a human body. Could she be a humanoid beast? He kept watching her, a look of apprehension on his face as he thought, the main thing is this suffocating pressure. It's even stronger than the cloud-stepping moon chaser. This terrifying aura is way beyond anything I know. As he observed the person in front of him, his mind ran a million analyses. Even though he maintained a cold, detached expression on the outside, heaven only knew how utterly terrified he was on the inside, frozen to the spot. Whoosh! In an instant, the figure rushed right up to him and dropped to one knee with a loud thud. Only then did she speak, saying, "Greetings, Moon King." "Greetings, Lord Moon God." Su Liang stood there frozen, completely dumbfounded by the situation. In his head, he began to recall, wait, I think I know her. In the memory of this body's original owner, she is one of the 4 moon generals of the Twin Moon sect. Right then, a diagram of the 4 moon generals flashed through Su Liang's mind. Though his face still wore a blank stare, he kept his eyes locked on her without saying a word, desperately trying to figure out who this intruder actually was. The room remained dead silent, with neither of them uttering a sound. A moment passed, and the silence stretched on, with only Su Liang standing still and the other person kneeling on the floor. At that moment, the kneeler couldn't help but think, as expected of the Moon King, the strongest beast tamer in the world and a living legend, even when he's completely silent, his presence is still so sacred and awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, Su Liang looked cool and collected on the outside, but inside, he was screaming, "Help! I seriously can't remember her name. Oh well, forget it." Instantly, he gave a soft cough, looked down at her, and asked, "What is it?" Having waited for what felt like ages, the girl finally heard him speak, and let out a sigh of relief. She raised her head and said, "Lord Sect Leader, according to our survey of the believers in the central region, the remnants of the Black Moon sect have recently been highly active on the central continent. In particular, they are establishing deep technical contact with the beast tamers of the Moon God Palace." Hearing this sudden news, Su Liang was slightly taken aback, his mind racing. What on earth is the Black Moon sect? Why don't I have any memory of them at all? Just then, seeing Su Liang turn his back on her, the girl called out in surprise, "Lord, Sect Leader? Wait. Stop. Don't say another word. I'm about to remember." Su Liang suddenly reacted intensely, raising his hand to stop her from speaking further. Seeing his reaction, she looked utterly confused and muttered, okay." In reality, he was secretly looking up information on the Black Moon sect using his phone. On his screen, the search results showed, the Black Moon sect was a moonlight force once stationed in the north. They built shrines to legendary gods and possessed a miracle that once turned the moon pitch black for several days. 3 years ago, right after the Twin Moon sect emerged, a direct conflict broke out, and they were instantly annihilated on the night of the full moon. After reading this, A satisfied look appeared on Su Liang's face, and he said, "All right, I remember now." But immediately after, paused, thinking to himself, so it wasn't my memory's fault. It's just that this sect was so weak, even the original owner didn't bother to remember them. Hearing him speak, the girl continued, "My lord, the Black Moon sect itself is naturally nothing to worry about. But if the Moon God Palace gets involved, the nature of the situation will completely change." Hearing these words, Su Liang suddenly froze. The name Moon God Palace echoed in his mind. Right then, he recalled that, unlike other factions, the Moon God Palace relied on legendary beasts to unite the world for thousands of years, making them the absolute overlords of the central continent. As a panoramic view of the Moon God Palace unfolded before his eyes, however, this dominion has slowly crumbled over time, not to mention being shaken to its core by the Twin Moon sect for the past 3 years. As he said this, he pictured the Moon God Palace back then. Just then, the girl spoke up again. The 4 Moon Generals plan to act together. Even if the Moon God Palace faces them head-on, they can still retreat safely, but doing so would leave you with fewer bodyguards. That is why, regarding this operation, my master sent me to seek the sect leader's counsel. Hearing the girl out, Tu Luang remained silent, taking his time to respond. He then shifted his stance, sat down on his throne, and finally spoke. "It is fine, go." Then, he immediately turned around, resting one hand on his chin, looking down at the girl with an indifferent gaze. "As long as I remain beneath the moonlight." Hearing this, the girl quickly raised her head, instantly stunned by his overwhelming aura. Overjoyed, she stood up right away and replied, "Yes, my lord." Internally, she thought, "To think I would actually get to hear those words with my own ears in this lifetime." Her face instantly filled with determination as she swore to herself, "As long as the Moon King is watched over by the Moon God Flash Butterfly, no one in this world can touch a single hair on his head. You are the most brilliant moonlight." Her mind flashed back to Tu Luang's powerful aura and his deadly, commanding eyes. Soon, the girl took her leave. Only Tu Luang remained, sitting with his legs crossed on the throne. After a moment, the room returned to its usual silence, and he stayed completely still. But suddenly, Tu Luang grabbed his head with both hands, his face turning pale with sheer terror, as he screamed internally, "I cannot stand these cringy lines anymore. I almost slapped myself." He then recalled the original owner of this body. Honestly, the original owner used to say some of the most ridiculous, inexplicable things, yet his followers would always mistake them for profound wisdom, even when they made absolutely no sense. Remembering those scenes, he pictured the original owner sitting high on the pedestal, grandly proclaiming, "The moonlight is watching over me." Meanwhile, the crowd below cheered wildly, screaming, "I can feel the breath of the moon god." The original owner, looking utterly smug, stood up to hype them up further, shouting, "As long as I remain beneath the moonlight." Then, covering his face dramatically, "The moon will rise, the moon will set, the moon is round, the moon is bright." As he spoke, the original owner poured his heart and soul into his expressions and theatrical gestures. Those cringy lines were actually direct quotes from the Moon King's classic words of wisdom. Remembering this, Tu Luang's face twisted into an expression of utter helplessness. "And there is still the Moon God Palace," he thought. He let out a deep sigh. "I have only been here for 1 day, so why is everything getting this complicated?" Even though, to the actual Moon King, the current Moon God Palace is nothing to worry about. Looking tired and completely drained, he leaned back against his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, completely motionless as he kept thinking. But the real issue is that the Moon King is supposed to possess the Moon God Flash Butterfly. Just now, I pretended to be totally fine, but my bodyguard is actually gone. At this point, his helplessness turned into a desire to just give up on everything. He could neither cry nor complain. His body felt completely numb, and a terrifying thought crossed his mind. If any real danger comes my way, the world's strongest Moon King is going to get absolutely crushed. Wait, hold on a second. Remembering something, Tu Luang snapped out of it. If I remember correctly, my cheat system has a card collection and gacha feature. Today at the Moon Pavilion, I encountered so many beasts, so I must have earned at least 1 draw. With that thought, he quickly summoned the Book of the Moon. Immediately, a system panel appeared and began to process. Seeing this, Tu Luang's eyes widened in surprise, and he shouted in pure excitement, "I knew it! It is finally time to roll." A moment later, the system panel displayed the information. The Gacha system offers a chance to pull any high-quality Moonlight beast. Once contracted, they will be automatically sent to the beast space. If you are unsatisfied, you can choose to release them in exchange for a fixed amount of compensation. Reading this, Tu Luong hesitated slightly and muttered, "In other words, if I pull a beast I do not like, I can just cancel the contract to get some experience points instead." Staring intently at the screen, he thought, "Never mind all that for now. Survival is my top priority. If I can just hit the jackpot and pull a supreme tier beast in a single try, I will have absolutely nothing to fear." Tu Luong immediately started doing a silly good luck dance, chanting prayers like a madman before his pull. "Great masters of the occult, please, this free-to-play player worked so hard for this, please bless me." Right after finishing his prayer, Tu Luong pointed his finger directly at the Book of the Moon and screamed, "Supreme Beast, come to Papa." Click. He tapped the screen. Instantly, a blinding burst of light erupted, catching him completely off guard. The flash was so intense that his eyes could not adapt, forcing him to shield them with his arm as he squinted. The Book of the Moon began flipping through its pages rapidly, making a loud rustling sound. The pages of the book rustle rapidly, before suddenly coming to a halt. In an instant, a system notification pops up to announce that a brand new beast has been successfully unlocked. The count of illuminated entries in his encyclopedia has officially increased. Right now, the Book of Moon is still emitting a blinding radiance, making it impossible for him to see what is inside. Slowly, the intense light begins to fade, and as his eyes finally adjust, he can't help but ask, "What kind of beast did I pull this time?" The status window immediately displayed the newly unlocked beast, confirming that the latest glowing entry in his encyclopedia is the Lucid Moon Shadow. It is a high-level Moonlight beast, featuring the combat skill Moonlit Invisibility. Instantly, a creature resembling a pangolin appears before him, but as Su Liang's eyes land on it, a look of disappointment flickers across his face. He mutters, "Is this a high-level support beast? Or is it one of those extremely rare beasts with dual combat skills? Well, looks like my luck is actually pretty decent." Saying that, he reaches out his hand, wanting to touch the beast. He thinks to himself, "If I were just an ordinary Beastmaster apprentice, I would be absolutely thrilled to get such a rare, high-level beast right now." But staring at the creature sitting in front of him, he can't help but sigh. After all, to the Moon King of the Twin Moon sect, Su Liang, a mere lucid moon shadow is not going to change his current situation at all. Though he is troubled inside, a wry smile appears on his face. "The crisis I am facing right now is far too massive to be solved by some high-level beasts." With that, the hand he had just raised suddenly drops back down. It seems Su Liang has made up his mind to sever the bond, choosing not to claim the beast he just rolled. The system screen flashes again, stating, "Contract termination confirmed. The Lucid Moon Shadow has been returned, and beast power has been granted as compensation." Once the notification clears, the system begins converting the beast's power into compensation points for him. He watches intently as the screen updates. Su Liang's level is steadily climbing. Staring at the book in sheer surprise, he mutters, "The system is surprisingly generous with its compensation. On top of that, I am actually about to reach 2-star Beastmaster rank." Once the process is complete, he puts away the Book of Moon, but his mind remains troubled. He sighs, "Even so, I still can't bring myself to be happy." He lets out another long sigh and thinks, to think the original owner of this body had countless opportunities to form contracts with the supreme beasts of the Twin Moon sect. But because he possessed the legendary Lunar Flash Butterfly, he didn't care about anything else and completely brushed those chances aside. Lost in his thoughts, he slowly changes into his pajamas, still wondering, how did I even end up in this ridiculous situation? But then, a sudden realization hits him, snapping him out of his daze. Sure, a high-level beast might not solve his core problems, but no matter how he looks at it, it is still way better than a useless flash butterfly with 0 combat power. At the very least, it would have helped him handle unexpected emergencies. By now, Su Liang is sitting on the edge of his bed, his mind racing with regret. He keeps questioning himself, why did I choose to send it back? Looking down at his hands, he recalls the moment he rejected the beast. Could it be? Is my personality still being influenced by the original owner? As soon as the thought crosses his mind, he quickly shakes his head to dismiss it. No, there are definitely some key differences. At least I don't buy into the lie that the Lunar Flash Butterfly is actually real. With a soft thud, Su Liang flops backward onto his bed, letting out a heavy groan. Next time I pull a high-level beast, I should definitely bind it first. Tomorrow, I'll head back to the Moon Pavilion to farm some more experience points. There are still so many beasts I haven't collected yet. Resting his head on his hands, he stares at the ceiling, lost in thought. Suddenly, he remembers that white deer. You know, that little white deer might actually be the cloud-stepping moon chaser. If I bring her some delicious treats, do you think I could trick her into signing a contract with me? Slowly, his eyelids grow heavy, his eyes flutter shut, and he drifts off into a deep sleep. Before he knows it, morning has arrived. Meanwhile, the little white deer is still fast asleep, her eyes tightly closed. After a while, she slowly flutters her eyes open, looking a bit dazed, but suddenly, her eyes snap wide open in sheer shock. Wait, what's going on? She thinks, panicked. She scrambles to her feet, looking around frantically. What is happening? Where is my family? Why has everything been destroyed? Suddenly, a voice cuts through her panic. Just wait a little longer. The messenger from the Luna Palace will be here to pick you up soon. Once you arrive at the Luna Palace, you'll have a much better life there than here. Looking over, she sees a kind-hearted woman gently brushing her fur while speaking. An emissary from the Luna Palace is on their way to collect you. Don't go playing tricks anymore, and make sure to listen to your new caretaker. As she speaks, the woman softly wipes away a tear from the corner of her eye, offering a warm smile. The little deer is completely stunned, her mind racing. What do you mean by that? Am I being sold? I'm getting sold? Meanwhile, a massive crowd has gathered outside the gates of the Luna Palace, whispering excitedly. Look over there. It's the Beastmasters of the Luna Palace. Another bystander chimed in. Aren't they the absolute overlords of the central continent? What are they doing all the way out here? Could they be here for the Moon King himself? Just then, two figures step forward, a powerful Beastmaster and an emissary from the Luna Palace. The emissary scans the area before finally speaking. So, I heard the Moon King came all the way here to train. I actually expected some legendary treasure, but it turns out it is just a bunch of little kids. What a joke. Hearing this, her fellow Beastmaster quickly chimed in, saying, Little sister, don't start trouble. We only came here for the white deer this time, and we absolutely cannot cause any problems, especially with the Moon King and the Twin Moon sect. Hearing that, she glanced back at the envoy and replied, I get it, okay? I don't want any trouble either. We just need to take this white deer and leave, right? Just then, a girl wearing glasses suddenly appeared. Welcome, distinguished envoys. From afar. I am Thanha, the manager of the Moon Pavilion. Smiling, she stepped forward and introduced herself. Upon hearing her words, the two members of the Moon God Palace quickly placed their hands over their chests in salute and said, The moon will never set, for the night is eternal. Seeing this, Thanha smiled on the outside, but her thoughts were entirely different. Still acting so defiant, even though the Moon God Palace does not rule over everyone anymore. Thanha maintained her smile as she led the way, calling back to the two guests, honored envoys. Let's cut to the chase. Let me lead you to see the white deer. As soon as she finished, one of the envoys, behind her, replied coldly, There is no need for that. Haven't we already seen its pictures online? Then, she added with absolute seriousness, We will pay 10 times the price. Bring it out and hand it over to us immediately. Stop wasting time. Hearing this, Thanha froze, a look of pure shock washing over her face. Her mind reeled. What? 10 times the price? Instantly, her mind began calculating a different angle. Because white deer were incredibly selective when choosing masters, they were on the brink of extinction. So even though they were only mid-tier beasts, their price tags could match high-tier ones. Not to mention, the beauty of this particular white deer was unmatched in the entire academy. Their desperate rush to offer such a fortune proved how desperately they wanted it. Why don't I take advantage of this? With that thought, she immediately turned around, quickly scheming in her head. Seeing Thanha hesitate, the envoy demanded, Well, what's the holdup? Hearing this, Thanha put on an act. You two might not know this, but this white deer is a direct descendant of our academy's first founders, Beast. Adjusting her glasses with a gentle push, she continued, Because of that, we have always raised it, with the utmost luxury, treating it like a supreme tier beast. She paused for dramatic effect, showing a look of worry. Honestly, 10 times, The price of a normal white deer wouldn't even cover a fraction of the rare resources and treasures we have poured into it over the years. The moment Thanha finished speaking, the red-haired girl burst out laughing, completely mocking her. A descendant of an emperor-tier beast? Come on, isn't it still just a mid-tier beast at the end of the day? She clutched her stomach, laughing hysterically, treating it like a supreme-tier beast. In a backwater dump like this, I doubt you people have ever even seen a real supreme-tier beast. Suddenly, a stern voice cut through. Shut up! The sudden snap instantly cut off the red-haired girl's laughter. Her eyes widened in shock as she squeaked, "Big sister!" With a deadpan expression, the green-haired girl looked at Thanha and asked, "Is 20 times the price enough?" Now, it wasn't just Thanha who was stunned, even the red-haired sister gasped in disbelief. She quickly hurried over to the green-haired girl, leaning in to whisper anxiously, "Sis, what are you saying? 20 times is an insane amount. It is way over our budget." Hearing her sister's concern, she remained silent as thoughts raced through her mind. Her own beast, Yuechi Than, was an extremely rare high-tier species with the unique ability to ward off calamity and predict danger. As she pondered, she glanced out of the corner of her eye at her sister. But ever since we got here, Yuechi Than has been in a state of extreme agitation, as if some terrible disaster is looming. Right then, the wind began to howl. Even though this wasn't the territory of the Moon God Palace, if they could just grab the white deer and get out of here quickly, paying 20 times the price would be completely worth it. She was just about to weigh her options and make a final decision, but, for some reason, a sudden, piercing chill ran down her spine. A terrifying sensation was creeping up, completely enveloping her. Her mind went numb. This overwhelming, suffocating pressure is enough to crush us all. Trembling, she slowly turned her head to look behind her. Someone had arrived, but who? Her eyes stretched wide, her pupils shaking with sheer terror. There, she saw a majestic, freezing cold face staring straight back at her, radiating pure dominance. It was the Moon King. He was slowly walking toward the two of them. The moment she saw the Moon King, her entire body began to shake uncontrollably, as if she had lost all motor function. She thought in a panic, how could the Moon King show up at a place like the Moon Pavilion? She could only watch his every move, her eyes glued to his intimidating figure as she silently cried out, "What do we do now?" And she wasn't the only one terrified out of her mind. Right now, even my younger sister standing next to me is shaking uncontrollably. This is bad. Her mind has been completely suppressed by the Moon King. Looking over at her sister, she desperately calls out in her head, "Sister, can you hear my heart beating?" But the red-haired girl is completely frozen in sheer terror, not responding or moving an inch. "Lower your head, don't look at him." This is the desperate plea of her senior sister, the blue-haired girl, calling out to her mind. Right then, it seems the red-haired girl finally responds, instantly turning her head toward her sister. Soon, she can hear her sister's voice echoing in her mind, saying, "Sister, snap out of it. Lower your head, don't look." But those words can't seem to penetrate her clouded mind. A moment later, all the strength drains from her body, as if her life force has been sucked dry, and she slowly slumps against her sister, gasping for breath. I just locked eyes with the Moon King." The red-haired girl gasps, her face completely flushed, when suddenly, a dark shadow looms over them from above. Right then, the gloomy, oppressive gaze of Tu Luong brings a suffocating weight to the air, leaving the two sisters from the Moon Goddess Palace absolutely terrified, able only to keep their heads bowed low, not daring to look up. Tu Luong stands there like a divine being, looking down at them from on high. Standing there, his presence is so incredibly overbearing, treating everything in this world like a speck of dust. "I can't even raise my head," she thinks, filled with absolute terror and dread, only daring to whisper it in her heart, unable to make a sound. By now, Tu Luong has stepped right in front of her, and her mind can only focus on one terrifying thought. It feels as if a true god resides inside his body, and his suffocating aura is simply unimaginable. Yet, in contrast to their overwhelming fear and dread, Tu Luong is actually just feeling extremely curious. His outward expression is cold, but his inner thoughts are completely different. These two are from the Moon Goddess Palace. What on earth are they doing here? I'm so curious. However, since his current identity is in direct opposition to the Moon Goddess Palace, he can't just strike up a casual conversation with these two messengers. Meanwhile, the two sisters are panicking, their minds racing with different fears. Why does the Moon King keep staring at us? While the other thinks, is he in a bad mood and wants to take our lives? As for Luong, he's internally panicking. What should I do? Someone help me. Can someone please tell me what's going on? This is so painful. While both sides are locked in tense silence, not knowing what to do, Thanha flies in out of nowhere, cheerfully calling out, Lord King, I am Thanha, the manager of Moonlight Inn. It is an absolute honor to witness your Grand Majesty in person. Her face is filled with expressive emotion while he just stands there, silent and unresponsive. Seeing him not reply, she continues, Actually, I just joined the Twin Moon sect 3 months ago. Luong's expression remains completely unchanged, but inside, he is secretly rejoicing. Having someone step up and feed me information is absolutely perfect. Seeing that he isn't rejecting her, Thanha speaks up again. They are messengers from the moon. Goddess Palace here to purchase a mid-tier magical beast, the white deer you saw yesterday, she explains, gesturing to the two girls sitting on the ground. Because its appearance is so flawless, even the Moon Goddess Palace couldn't resist buying it at an astronomical price. Hearing this, his expression suddenly shifts, and he thinks in surprise, is it the cloud-treading moon chaser? In an instant, Luong is completely frozen, thinking, so it's being treated so luxuriously just because of its ancestral lineage. It turns out that besides me, absolutely no one knows the true identity of the cloud-treading moon chaser. But immediately, Luong's face darkens. I can't let Moonlight Inn just hand over this supreme beast to the Moon Goddess Palace. Having made up his mind, he immediately turns and walks away, taking slow steps as he heads inside. Seeing him leave, the two girls instinctively let out a massive sigh of relief, thinking, thank heavens, the Moon King is finally leaving. Does this mean he's letting us go? But just when they think they're safe, a single sentence strikes them with absolute shock. Go back. This is not a place you should be. Luong says as he walks away, adding, the moon is about to set. Watching from the side, Thanha is utterly confused, wondering to herself, wait, it's broad daylight. Where did a moon suddenly come from? But a split second later, Thanha freezes in place. Meanwhile, the two messengers immediately understand the true meaning, thinking, wait, what did he just say? The moon is about to set. At this moment, the onlookers who gathered to watch the drama are all left utterly bewildered. If an ordinary person said those words, it would probably just be brushed off as a meaningless sigh. Another bystander whispers, but the one who just uttered those words is the man known as the strongest Moon King in the world. Fear flashes in her deep blue eyes. If that's the case, the meaning behind those words could signal an unprecedented disaster for the Moon Goddess Palace. Immediately, the red-haired girl, dropping to one knee in a solemn bow, she declared, the moon will never set. But as she spoke, she suddenly began to stammer. That was because someone, seeing her act so casually, stepped forward and shouted a warning. Damn it, how dare she reply? To the Moon King? Just as that person finished speaking, she suddenly realized her mistake when she felt a sharp, warning glare from Luong. The icy pressure from his gaze instantly made her entire body tremble uncontrollably, and she collapsed right onto the ground. Seeing her younger sister in such a state, the blue-haired girl rushed over to support her, calling her name repeatedly. She thought, we'll have to set the white deer aside for now. This situation has gone far beyond anything we can handle. As she helped her sister up, the blue-haired girl kept her eyes glued to the back of Luong, helping her sister stand as they prepared to leave. But deep down, she thought, we must return to the Moon Goddess Palace immediately to report the Moon King's words to consort She. Her eyes were filled with worry and sheer terror. A catastrophe is coming. Meanwhile, Thanha, having just witnessed the scene, thought to himself, what do they mean? The moon never sets because the night is eternal? Oh, please, hasn't your dim moonlight set a long time ago? As Luong walked forward, Thanha remained lost in his thoughts, thinking, the moon really has eternally fallen asleep in the eyes of the Moon King, Luong. Suddenly, an image of Luong appeared, looking completely detached from the world. But once inside, Luong clutched his chest and let out a massive sigh of relief, saying, that was too close. Luckily, that little messenger stuttered, or else I wouldn't have known how to respond. He then thought to himself, even though I don't know, if I blew my cover, since I went this far, the Moon Goddess Palace should stop thinking about that white deer, right? Lost in thought, Luong kept walking forward. Inside, high-pitched screeching noises were echoing constantly as the staff packed up the deer's belongings. It turned out those screeching sounds came from the deer, meaning, "No, I don't want to. I won't let you guys take my things." The deer was biting and pulling on the caretaker's clothes. Seeing this, one of them asked, "What is wrong with this little guy today?" The person next to him replied, "I have no idea either. Our baby is usually so well behaved." At this moment, tears welled up in the caretaker's eyes, and she said, "Oh, you just can't bear to leave your mommy, can you, sweetheart?" Before long, she rushed over and hugged the deer tightly, crying, "Oh, don't worry, my baby. Even when you go to the moon goddess palace, mommy will visit you all the time." But even as she hugged it, the deer kept screeching, as if saying, "No, please don't." After that, the caretaker suddenly ran over to its sleeping cushion. She was about to lift the cushion, saying, "So be a good baby, and mommy will pack up for you." Hearing this, the deer gasped in panic. The caretaker's eyes widened in shock as she lifted the cushion, revealing a pile of hidden items. Confused, she muttered, "Do beasts actually like stuff like this?" She then picked up a pink smartphone and asked, "Wait, isn't this the phone someone lost earlier?" As she held the phone, inspecting it, the deer went into a full-blown panic. Its mind screamed, "No, my search history will be exposed." Seeing her about to unlock the phone, the deer gathered all its strength and resolved, "To protect my search history, I would rather turn into a demon." It slowly crept up on her. Suddenly, with a loud shriek, the phone flew out of her hand and tumbled through the air. It was slowly falling to the ground. Thud! Out of nowhere, a hand caught the phone. Seeing this, the deer was stunned. "Who is that?" "It's Tu Luong." He had caught the phone. "The Moon King. Tu Luong." The deer whispered his name in its mind. It screamed, "Why did it have to be him?" Meanwhile, Tu Luong looked down at the screen, let out a deep sigh, and narrowed his eyes. The staff, who were busy packing, froze and turned to look at him, while the deer hid. Displayed on the screen was a novel titled The Domineering Emperor's Pet, Chapter 106. "Woman, you have successfully caught my interest." The emperor's lips curled into a wild, wicked smirk as he pinned the cute, petite beast person against the wall. Reading this, Tu Luong couldn't help but wonder, should I also say, "Woman, you have successfully caught my interest"? Inside the room, some were carrying boxes, others were cleaning, the deer was hiding, and Tu Luong stood blocking the doorway. The deer's face was completely red from embarrassment. After reading the screen, Tu Luong was left utterly speechless. He sighed, lowered the phone, and announced, "Our deal with the Moon Goddess Palace is off for today. Everyone, please pack up and leave. The Twin Moon sect will send representatives soon to negotiate buying the Moon Tavern." Saying this, he quickly turned and walked away, leaving everyone in the room utterly dumbfounded, shouting, "What?" As for buying the Moonlight Tavern, a smirk played on Tu Luong's face. Without turning around, he just gave a side-eye and kept quiet. He thought to himself, "I actually came here today to talk about the buyout." After all, using the Moonlight Tavern as a cover would let him easily collect and interact with tons of moonlight beasts. But the moment he arrived, he walked right into the Supreme Beast's absolute embarrassment. Right now, the deer was hiding in a corner, looking ready to cry from pure shame. For my own safety, I think a tactical retreat is the best move. With that thought, he turned around, shut the door tight, and made his exit. The others were left utterly dazed. Before they could even process what was happening, he was already gone. They turned to look at each other, completely clueless. Just then, the deer's caretaker spoke up, asking, "Did the Moon King really declare that the deal is off? Did he meet the envoy from the Moon Goddess Palace? What on earth just happened? I need to know." Someone else chimed in, "I heard they unilaterally terminated the deal." Another person added, "Oh my god, that's so badass, classic Moon King." But someone else asked anxiously, "Wait, is this a declaration of war against the Moon Goddess Palace? We'll still be protected by the Moon sect, right?" Hearing this, the caretaker continued, "Honestly, I'm way more curious about that phone. What could possibly make the majestic Moon King make a face like that? What on earth did he see?" Hearing this, the deer's face darkened, and she suddenly dashed right past her, scaring the woman into a loud shriek. In a flash, the deer snatched the phone in her mouth, kicked the door wide open, and bolted out, completely ignoring the caretaker, yelling, "Hey, don't run off." Once the deer was gone, the woman stood frozen, muttering to herself, "What is wrong with that girl today? Is she going through a rebellious phase? By then, night had fallen, and the deer was using every ounce of her strength to chase after Tu Luong, that Moon King. Sure enough, right in front of her, she spotted Tu Luong, in a hurry. As she hot-tailed it after him, she thought, not only did he see through my real identity, but he also saw my search history in my browser. Her face flushed bright red at the thought, and she gritted her teeth in fury, thinking, I absolutely cannot let him leave the Moonlight Tavern. Otherwise, I'll have to move to another planet out of sheer embarrassment. Stop right there. Tu Luong was sprinting away when a voice suddenly halted him. The deer bounded right in front of him and demanded angrily, Moon King, did you see everything? Tu Luong paused, a bit stunned as a thought popped into his head. Wait, this voice. She's actually a girl? No wonder she reads those kinds of web novels. The deer barked angrily. If you dare utter a single word of this secret, I will never forgive you. Tu Luong just stood there in silence, staring at her without saying a word. Seeing his silence, the deer thought to herself, did I actually manage to intimidate him? But while she assumed, she had Tu Luong shaking in his boots. A teasing smirk suddenly crossed his face. He said, my condolences. Sometimes, dying of embarrassment is just a way of saying goodbye to your past self. Hearing this, the deer was so incredibly triggered, she practically spit blood in frustration. Tu Luong then added, my dear, you have successfully caught my attention. The moment the deer heard that, she wanted to die of shame. Screaming, she yelled, shut up, stop talking. She puffed her cheeks and glared at him. Fuming, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're the Moon King. If I find out you told anyone about my identity or repeated that line, I will literally charge out of the Moonlight Tavern, sprint all the way to your home country, and smash my head open right at your feet, just to splatter my blood all over you. Hearing this wild threat, Tu Luong was caught off guard and stared at her, wide-eyed. A sudden realization hit him. Oh, right, if you call a beast's true name, within a certain range, their soul will immediately sense it. Mulling this over, he put his hand to his chin and murmured, so this is the unique sixth sense of a supreme beast. Hearing this, the deer looked at him in utter confusion, her eyes wide and blank. Tu Luong locked eyes with her and said, so in other words, as long as I call your name, you'll immediately come to my side if you're nearby. Confused by Tu Luong's bizarre statement, the deer snapped back in annoyance. Well, obviously, but she quickly fell silent as a sudden realization hit her. Wait, hold on. What is he talking about? And what did I just agree to? But before she could even process it, Tu Luong took a slow step forward and said, then let's make a deal. If I call you and you don't show up, I'll expose your little secret to the entire world. Tu Luong gave her a warm, seemingly friendly smile as he spoke. The deer's face flushed red as she stammered, huh? Wait, what? But before she could give a proper answer, Tu Luong gave a polite little bow, smiled, and turned to leave. Walking away, he called back, keep that in mind, I'm off. Still standing there dazed, the deer quickly called out, hey, wait up. Hearing her voice, Tu Luong tilted his head to glance back. She looked incredibly embarrassed, but still muttered a warning. Just make sure you're careful during the full moon. Hearing that, he slowly turned his head. He gave a simple reply, yeah, and just walked away. As for that deer, for some reason, she stood there frozen, completely motionless. Her eyes were a bit dazed, and those words from earlier started echoing in her head. As long as I call, if you're nearby, you must come to my side immediately. She felt so dizzy she could almost faint. In her mind, she couldn't help but think, didn't that sound exactly like a confession? It was basically like a classic scene from those overbearing CEO romance novels. The deer stared at the fading figure of Tu Luong. Meanwhile, Tu Luong had already walked outside. Wait, did I seriously just threaten a supreme-grade beast and get away with it? As he thought back, his chest started pounding, and a wave of fear washed over him. But then, he remembered how shy the deer looked back then. He originally just found her reaction amusing and wanted to tease her a little, but instead, those words just slipped out of his mouth. After all, according to the lore, once a beastmaster signs a contract with a beast, they share a life and death bond. So, calling it a confession or a marriage proposal wasn't even a stretch. If I had actually pissed her off, I probably wouldn't have made it out alive. While thinking about this, he couldn't help but picture himself actually proposing to that deer. Instantly, a faint smile appeared on Tu Luong's face as he thought, well, I guess she really does care about losing. face. But what did she mean earlier when she said, "Watch out for the full moon"? Recalling those words, he looked up and glanced at the dark sky filled with countless sparkling stars. He thought to himself, besides, as the Moon King, why does everything feel so off to me? Immediately, Tu Luong summoned the Book of the Moon. In his mind, he wondered, could something terrible happen on the full moon 3 days from now? Meanwhile, his system interface was slowly booting up, displaying the loading screen. While waiting, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Right now, I don't have any guards around me. If there's any danger, just to be safe, I should probably strengthen my lineup a bit. As he thought, he kept his eyes on the system panel. By now, the moon had risen high above the moon goddess palace. Inside the great hall, under the faint light, 10 people were gathered. The 10 imperial consorts of the moon goddess palace. Their true identities as the top 10 beastmasters of the palace remained a mystery, but rumors said they were all breathtakingly beautiful women. With the moon about to set, a messenger and a beastmaster knelt on one knee below. Did the Moon King really say that? A voice asked. Hearing this, a green-haired girl lowered her head and replied, "Every single word is true. I swear there is absolutely no lie in what I said. The Moon King's words have actually served as a warning to us." The one speaking was the fourth consort. Immediately, she turned to the people gathered around the table and continued, "With the recent change in season, the timing of the full moon will also vary. Make sure you don't forget to calibrate your measurement tools." But as soon as she finished speaking, those present at today's meeting voiced their disagreement at once. Someone chimed in, "Calibrate it to what?" Others, upon hearing this, also began whispering and murmuring in confusion. Seeing this, the fourth consort slammed her hand on the table and snapped, "What are you all doing? Am I wrong?" Just then, a voice slowly rose. "This is bad. A powerhouse like the Moon King would never lower himself to associate with low-level beasts, and his sudden appearance at the Moon Pavilion makes no sense at all. Therefore, I suspect that there must be something inside the Moon Pavilion drawing the Moon King's interest. It is highly likely to be an Emperor-tier beast." The moment these words were spoken, the red-haired and green-haired girls immediately reacted, looking up in shock. Upon hearing the term Emperor-tier, everyone in the room fell into complete panic and disbelief. Another person spoke up with doubt. An Emperor-tier? But what if the Moon King can actually control an Emperor-tier creature? Hearing the question, a man immediately answered, "Exactly. That means the deity dwelling inside the Moon King's body is highly likely to awaken very soon, and if it does, our Moon Goddess Palace might stand absolutely no chance of resisting him." As he spoke, the image of Tu Luong, with a towering god looming behind him, flashed through his mind. After listening and observing for a while, the fourth consort remained completely silent. Then, a voice called out her name, "Fourth consort, are you ultimately willing to support us?" This message came from a holographic system screen hovering in front of her. Hearing the voice on the other end, "Ask." The fourth consort quickly replied, "If the Moon King has already contracted with an Emperor-tier beast, do you really think you still have a chance of winning?" On the other side, the members of the Black Moon cult grew irritated upon hearing her words and snapped, "What? Did you say Emperor-tier?" She suddenly fell silent, refusing to say another word. After a moment of silence from the other side, the fourth consort called out, "Hey, are you still there?" As expected, they're terrified. "Let me handle her." A new voice spoke up. She flinched instinctively. The voice then continued, "Rest assured, fourth consort. In this world, the Moon King isn't the only one watched over by the moonlight. Right now, a mysterious man, wearing a sinister smile, speaks up. Lately, ever since the Moon King secured the lunar crown, he has deployed followers of the Twin Moon sect to scour the land for moonlight beasts and ship them straight to the Beast Tamer Academy. Outside the academy gates, shipping crates of all shapes and sizes are piling up. This sudden move of his has thrown the entire northern territory into utter panic, leaving all other factions terrified and on high alert, losing sleep night after night. Yet, some rumor that the Moon King gets his power by devouring innocent little beasts alive to fuel his energy. While that might just be a wild rumor spreading from mouth to mouth, others whisper that it's a sign the god sleeping inside him is finally about to awaken. With so many crazy theories flying around, the Northern Territory is descending into absolute chaos, leaving everyone on edge. Meanwhile, Su Liang, the Moon King himself, The guy at the very center of this storm is still just relaxing in his dormitory room. Outside his window, bursts of vibrant, multicolored lights are flashing nonstop. Suddenly, a notification pops up. A new beast has been unlocked, and his collection progress has increased. The profiles of various beasts flash across the screen as a bunch of new cards are drawn. Turns out, Su Liang has been cooped up in his room, completely hooked on pulling gacha cards. But right now, his face is a picture of disappointment, scratching his head as he mumbles, "Man, last time I got a high-level beast on my very first try. Why is there only one high-level card in 5 consecutive pulls this time?" Staring at the system screen, he sighs. Even with the help of the Twin Moon sect, these past 2 or 3 days have been a real grind. Saving up enough for 5 pulls was no joke. As he speaks, his fingers naturally swipe through the digital cards, thinking to himself, I can't just contract some low or mid-tier beasts. Aside from unlocking them for power, points, they're pretty much useless. Right then, Su Liang stops on one card and thinks, this high-level beast, the card says Lake Moon. Inspecting it closely, he thinks, I did say I would contract whatever high-tier beast I drew, but this Lake Moon seems to be a support type. I don't think it can do much. He pulls out his phone and starts scrolling through a search engine. Besides, the original owner of this body has no memory of this name. Is it some super obscure, useless beast? Let's search for it. The search screen instantly pops up a message. Sorry, no results found for Lake Moon. He stares at the screen in disbelief. Huh? How is that even possible? Even the Global Beast Encyclopedia has absolutely nothing on it? Wait, hold on. Since I've already unlocked it, can't I just look it up directly in the Book of the Moon? With that thought, Su Liang raises his hand and summons the glowing Book of the Moon. He flips through the pages, hunting for any mention of the Lake Moon, until his eyes suddenly widen in astonishment. Found it. Lake Moon, a high-level moonlight beast, is a mutant species that existed 13,000 years ago. It was logged by the Book of the Moon, but went extinct due to its inability to reproduce and weak ancestral bloodline, leaving it completely forgotten by history. Combat skills, none. Its natural ability is the power to absorb all nearby vibrations and fluctuations, but once it hits its limit, it self-destructs. When a contracted beast dies, it eventually revives after some time. This unique rule is the main reason why once fragile humans manage to survive alongside beasts. As Su Liang finishes reading, his hands holding the Book of the Moon begin to tremble. He mumbles, 13,000 years ago? Slamming the book shut, his face goes pale as he gasps, wait, this predates the history of the Moon God Palace itself. No wonder there isn't a single shred of information about the Lake Moon online. It's because this creature doesn't even belong to this era. He clutches his head in sheer disbelief, trying to process this mind-boggling revelation. But then, he freezes as a sudden thought hits him. Wait, it's not a creature of this era? He stands there, completely dazed. At first, I didn't want to contract a high-level beast, mainly because I was terrified of getting caught. After all, it doesn't fit my public persona as the world's strongest beast tamer. Su Liang glances back down at the Book of the Moon. But wait, what if it's a high-level beast that literally nobody knows exists? Since all records of the Lake Moon are lost, nobody on Earth can trace its true identity. His eyes scan the page again. Plus, its unique skill is perfect for handling sudden crises, and its form is incredibly stealthy. Even though it has 0 combat power, it's actually the perfect fit for me. It strikes completely out of nowhere, and its form is almost impossible to detect. Even though it has 0 combat power, it's a perfect match for me. With my situation already at this point, it looks like it's going to be pretty hard for you to choose whether to sign this contract or not. Tu Luang immediately shut his eyes and began to think. Instantly, a system screen popped up, prompting him to sign the contract. With his eyes tightly closed and arms wide open, Tu Luang shouted at the top of his lungs, Ho Trung Nuyet, sign the contract. In an instant, the beast space within, Tu Luang's consciousness gradually began to take shape. Inside his beast space, the glimmer butterfly, which had been fast asleep, suddenly snapped its eyes open. But just then, another creature appeared, scaring the living daylights out of it. In the blink of an eye, the space underwent a sudden transformation, instantly changing into a completely different place. Now, the glimmer butterfly was floating all by itself right in the middle of a river. Tu Luang opened his eyes. At that very second, he seemed to realize something. That's right, he was actually standing right on top of Ho Trung Nguyet's body. He couldn't help but mutter, "Is this really Ho Trung Nguyet? This ancient mysterious aura is on a whole different level, compared to other high-tier beasts." As he thought this, he gently placed a hand on his chest. It was now his second beast. "I hope you can lend me a hand." With that thought, the determination in his eyes grew stronger. After all, the night of the full moon was fast approaching. Outside the window, the moon hung massive, round, and brilliant in the sky. Meanwhile, in another location, a figure stood on a rooftop, grumbling, "Damn it. Of all places, I had to get randomly assigned to guard this area." A man in dark sunglasses muttered in irritation. "According to the intel leaked from the moon goddess palace, the emperor has appeared. On this full moon night, the Moon King is bound to make a move." Upon hearing this, the other man quickly blurted out, "What? Did you say the emperor? You are one of the strongest in our Black Moon cult, and you've done an excellent job acting as our mole inside the academy. Just be careful this time." Having received his orders, he responded, "Understood." Now, recalling that conversation as he stood high up, scanning the area, he thought to himself, "This is the closest zone to the Moon King. If he senses even a shred of hostility, facing him for even a second means I am a dead man." Just the thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. "Glimmer Butterfly, return!" Tu Luong yelled out in a panic. Then, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. "That's weird. Why didn't I notice this during the past few full moons? Ho Trung Nguyet is still asleep, and there doesn't seem to be anything unusual." He recalled the moment he summoned Ho Trung Nguyet. It's highly likely that an incredibly powerful beast has appeared inside the academy, and it's scaring all the lower-tier beasts. With that thought, Tu Luong stood up and prepared to head out, saying, all right, stop making a fuss. I'll take you outside to look around." As he walked out with the Glimmer Butterfly, he thought, even though the academy is under a strict curfew on full moon nights, that's not going to stop me. If this abnormal event is happening right here inside the academy, then it must be connected to me in some way. He reached for the doorknob and opened it, thinking, if there's danger, an open space is much safer than being trapped in a closed dorm. Plus, it won't drag other students into this. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, absolute chaos had broken out. People were panicking and shouting, "Moon Shadow Rat, come back right now." And someone else yelled, "Where did your Moonie run off to? We can't leave the dorm on a full moon night." Tu Luong stepped out with a look of utter confusion, thinking, what on earth is going on here? In an instant, suspicion flashed across his face. So, Nguyet Van Trui. Nguyet's prediction was actually spot on. It seems like a strange beast is approaching. Is it coming for me? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a violent tremor shook the entire area. Inside the dorm, students clutched their heads in terror. Some fell flat on the floor, and in no time, everyone was screaming in panic. As the violent shaking subsided, Tu Luong walked over to the window in confusion, staring up at the sky. He thought, what is causing all this commotion? Outside the dorm, something major was definitely going down. A massive explosion boomed, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Wait, this doesn't look like it's aimed at me, he realized, scanning the scene outside. Outside, the man who had been keeping watch from the rooftop was now gasping for breath, collapsed on the ground. Through the thick, swirling clouds of dust in the distance, the colossal silhouette of a massive beast was slowly taking shape. "You've got to be kidding me," a voice cried out. The man on the ground stared in disbelief and gasped. It clearly looks like a low-tier moonlight rabbit. But with that overwhelming, crushing pressure, what the hell are you? Underneath the brilliant full moon, the rabbit suddenly whipped its head around, glaring directly in his direction. The man flinched as its gaze locked onto him, clicking his tongue in frustration. Out of nowhere, a stray rock had tumbled down right next to him, making a sharp sound that drew the rabbit's attention. In a split second, it instantly whipped around with a deafening roar, slowly creeping closer. At this very moment, the man's expression shifted into a sinister look, as if he was dead set on taking it down. Suddenly, the rabbit swung its massive paws to strike, triggering yet another earth-shattering explosion that was followed by the terrified screams of humans and various other beasts. Tu Luong was thinking to himself, those low-level monsters must have been scared out of their wits by that massive roar and scattered. What on earth is going on outside right now? In the courtyard, low growls continued to echo without end. Meanwhile, the beasts inside the hallway were running wild, fleeing in absolute panic. These moving creatures eventually stopped and stood right in front of the closed door of the white deer. It seemed like the white deer was sending out a call to the beasts gathered outside, because a loud shout suddenly rang out, instantly silencing the frantic monsters and calming them right down. Right then, the shadow of the white deer appeared on the wall, complaining, "Ugh, what is all this racket in the middle of the night? It is driving me crazy." Standing still with the radiant moon glowing brightly behind it, the deer commanded, "All of you, go back to sleep." As soon as those words left its mouth, the beasts outside bowed to the ground in absolute obedience. Suddenly, a beast tamer appeared out of nowhere, stunned to see these monsters gathered here, and shouted, "Huh? They stopped running wild? Come on, my precious babies, let us go back to your nests like good little creatures." But then, he paused, as if realizing something, and thought, "Wait, that is strange. Isn't this the white deer's room? Why did the frantic beast suddenly calm down right here?" With that thought, he peered suspiciously toward the tightly shut door. Meanwhile, inside the room, the deer let out an embarrassed sigh, burying its face in its pillow, thinking, "Seriously, what is his deal? We made a promise that if I called him and he didn't show up, I would tell everyone his secret." Its mind was flooded with memories and images of that encounter with Tu Luong. Remembering it, it quickly shook its head in denial. Wait, he is the Moon King, on par with Emperor Kang Yue, so why would he ever need to call me? Realizing this, a sudden thought struck the deer. But then again, maybe his power hasn't actually reached its peak yet. It subconsciously tapped its chest with a hoof, lost in thought. That must be why he really needs my power to help him through these dangerous times. With that resolved, it quickly flopped onto the bed, feeling a mix of frustration and shyness. Acting like a lovesick teenager, its eyes drifted dreamily as it wondered, surely he won't actually call out my name tonight, right? Meanwhile, outside the dormitory, thick white smoke continued to spread. The giant rabbit, looking completely out of its mind with glazed-over eyes, was rampaging wildly, carving deep, jagged cracks into the ground. Suddenly, as if catching a faint sound, it stopped its rampage and turned its head. Watching all of this, a hint of apprehension flickered across the man's face, and he muttered slowly, "That power is absolutely incredible, way beyond my imagination." Riding atop his moonfish beast, the man looked back at the rabbit and said, "But causing this much destruction inside the academy, it doesn't seem like the double moon sect. Besides, if the Moon King finds out, there will be absolutely no escape for me." Meanwhile, the rabbit stood completely still, looking around as if searching for something. The man sighed and said, "Looks like it is just a crazed moonlit beast. A false alarm." He immediately steered his two moonfish beasts to block the rabbit's path and shouted, "Hey, don't you know this is the Moon King's territory? If you disturb him, none of us will survive to see tomorrow." Though it was unclear whether the rabbit understood a word he said, the man kept talking, "Even if you are a mighty warrior." Meanwhile, behind the rabbit's back, it was using its origin power to gather the shattered debris on the ground, forming a miniature vortex. Oblivious to this, the man riding above kept rambling, "I strongly advise you to retreat immediately." Before he could finish his sentence, the rabbit snapped. Letting out a furious roar, it readied its ear to unleash an attack, hurling it straight at the man and his two moonfish beasts. Caught off guard by the rabbit's sudden move, the man gritted his teeth and screamed. In the blink of an eye, the rabbit's devastating attack was about to hit the three of them. Boom! A massive explosion shook the area. From a distance, a thick plume of dust and smoke could be seen rising into the sky, while the rabbit stood motionless, staring intently at the impact zone. Right then, the two moonfish beasts were covered in smoke, seemingly mortally wounded by the rabbit's devastating blast. But suddenly, the bluefish showed signs of life. In no time, it recovered and glared back at the rabbit with wide eyes. The man re-emerged, shouting, "Well done, Lin Dungiet." It seemed those two fish didn't have a single scratch on them from that blast, and they instantly. The man paused, looking down from above with mounting suspicion. Although this kid's strength was absolutely terrifying, he seemed incredibly sluggish, with absolutely none of the intelligence of a high-level beast, let alone a supreme beast. Otherwise, Lin Dungyet wouldn't have been able to stop that last attack. It turned out that when the rabbit struck earlier, those two fish had shielded the man. The moment that thought crossed his mind, an amused look appeared on the man's face. Stroking his chin, he muttered, Fascinating. Since we didn't alert Nguyen Vuong, let's see what kind of creature you really are. Instantly, the man leapt down from the back of the moonfish, landing firmly on the ground as he shouted, Lin Du Niet, your limits are lifted. I permit you to absorb the moonlight. The moment those words left his mouth, the silhouettes of the two moonfish began to glow intensely, eagerly absorbing the light of the moon. They were two separate fish just a moment ago, but now they merged into one, forming a massive, pitch-black fish that let out a continuous, terrifying roar. Perhaps because they had absorbed too much light just now, it began to take a toll on the man. He suddenly collapsed onto his knees, clutching his chest as he screamed, Lin Du Nguyet, stop absorbing it! Gasping for breath, the man thought to himself, this is almost my limit. Other than the Black Moon Emperor and the Moon Goddess, Pallas, no one can absorb moonlight indefinitely without exploding to death. A look of sheer anxiety washed over his face as he continued to think. As for Nguyen Vuong, he is completely beyond common sense. But with my current abilities, it should still be enough to deal with him. Right then, the towering shadow of the rabbit loomed directly in front of him. Seeing this, the man smirked and declared, ever since I became an instructor, I've never unleashed my full power. But today is an exception. You aren't the only beast that goes wild on a full moon. Speaking with overwhelming confidence, he immediately thrust his hand forward, commanding the massive black moonfish to charge straight at the white rabbit. Boom! Another massive explosion went off, instantly shaking everyone nearby. Someone yelled out, everyone, hurry up and follow us. Evacuate immediately. At that moment, two academy instructors looked on with deep worry, one of them saying, could an enemy force be attacking the academy? The other replied, no way. With Nguyen Vuong here, it's probably just some beast that went out of control after absorbing too much moonlight. That's highly possible. After all, beasts under a full moon are extremely dangerous. Some have even attacked instructors before. Before the speaker could even finish their sentence, whoosh! A figure suddenly dashed past them. The instructor immediately gasped, reacting quickly as she turned around to look. Wait, student, don't run around blindly. Because the person had zipped past the two instructors so fast, she couldn't make out their face and assumed they were a student, shouting after them. But very quickly, she realized it was actually Nguyen Vuong, the very person who had just zoomed past them. Hearing the noise behind him, Nguyen Vuong turned around. With an expressionless face, he gestured and said, the moon is about to rise. With that, he immediately turned and walked away, thinking to himself, even though we can handle the beasts now, and Ho Trung Niet is addressing the crisis, for some reason, I still feel this nagging sense of insecurity, especially on a full moon like tonight. Pressing a hand against his chest to calm himself, he thought, if I were to put it in the words of the original host, this feeling is probably, his eyes filled with absolute determination, the moonlight is watching over me. Shaking off his doubts, he stood tall with a commanding presence and walked forward. Meanwhile, the man stood on the ground, guiding Lin Du Niet forward. He quickly spoke up. That last attack from Lin Du Niet was brutal. Now it's time to. But then, for some reason, the black moonfish suddenly let out a sharp, panicked cry, which instantly threw him into a panic as well. He called out in worry, Lin Du Niet. For now, what stood before him was the massive, enraged silhouette of the rabbit looming through the thick smoke and dust. Frozen in shock, he thought to himself, I relied on Lin Du Niet's power to secure a position in the Black Moon sect. How is it possible that we can't even defeat a single beast gone wild under the moonlight? As he remained lost in his thoughts, the rabbit gradually emerged. As the dust began to settle, it revealed a pair of lifeless, completely uncontrollable eyes staring right down at him. Terror washed over the man's face as he cried out in a panic. You damn monster! From a distance, two heads peeked out, watching the rabbit's every move. In a trembling voice, one of them said, that's terrifying. It turned out to be Toucan and Bach Niet Ni, who were standing off to the side, observing the scene. At this point, Bach Niet Ni spoke up with fear in her eyes, fighting a beast that's on a completely different level. Isn't this suicide? I know it's terrifying, but I still had to come see the chaos. Then, her demeanor shifted as she sheepishly added, besides, the dormitory ceiling got completely blown off. Of course, I wanted to witness an event of this scale with my own eyes. Hearing Bach Nguyen Ni's words, Toucan immediately He furiously swings his fist right at Nguyetni's head and barks, "You've gone too far." Getting smacked, Bak Nguyetni screams, "Ouch! That hurts." Instantly, a massive bump swells up on Nguyetni's head. Tearing up, she whines, "But doesn't that beast look kind of familiar?" Just as she turns her gaze toward that giant rabbit. Hearing her say the rabbit looks familiar, Tucan also gets suspicious, saying, "It looks like a high-level cotton rabbit, but its body size is seriously messed up." While the two of them are still discussing it, a sudden, blood-curdling shriek rings out nearby. Fuming with rage, the white rabbit uses its ears to wrap tightly around Lin Dungyuet. Trapped in a death grip, the moonfish struggles wildly, screaming in agony. And in a split second, the rabbit slams the moonfish violently into the ground. The impact is deafening, triggering a massive and relentless earthquake. Lin Dungyuet is now in absolute agony. Seeing this happen right before his eyes, the man screams out Lin Dungyuet's name in panic. Watching his beast take such heavy damage, he desperately thinks, has its regeneration speed failed to keep up with the damage? Instantly, he raises his hand and barks an order. "A mere beast. Dare suppress my Lin Dungyuet? I'm holding nothing back. Lin Dungyuet, use Moon Swallow." Fish snaps out of it the moment it hears the command, opening its mouth to take a massive breath. Next, it springs up and charges at the rabbit, unleashing its inner energy to swallow it whole. The Moon Swallow skill works like this. Once the Procede Janso, Ixo, target is hit, they will be ripped to shreds by a massive, invisible force blasted out by Lin Dungyuet until they die. Boom. Just like that, the fish's attack strikes directly where the rabbit is standing. Immediately, the rabbit's body begins to warp and wobble, as if it is completely at the mercy of the skill. Seeing the rabbit struggling in sheer agony, the man sneers and gloats. No one has ever survived this invisible strike. Moon Swallow is absolute. Having said that, he bursts into a manic laugh, but his laughter abruptly cuts short. Reflected in his trembling eyes is the silhouette of the rabbit. It is screaming in a mad, hysterical frenzy, seemingly consumed by pure rage, making him gasp in terror. What on earth is this? A combat skill? At this moment, the rabbit seems to suck in all the surrounding air into its stomach. Watching this, his mind races. A common beast actually possesses a combat skill? This is bad. Meanwhile, over here, too, Khan and Bak Nguyetni watch the scene unfold, completely dumbfounded. Nguyetni can only let out an awestruck, "Whoa." Sensing danger, Tucan spins around to shield Nguyetni, glaring as he barks, "Hey, Silver Fox, what do you think you're doing?" Tucan's eyes flare with anger as he snaps, "Shut up and stay still." So, this is the Moon Silver Fox, Tucan's beast. For some bizarre reason, the fox goes completely out of control, and in a flash, it leaps right onto Tucan's head. Back on the battlefield, the rabbit's rage intensifies as its body swells up like it is about to explode. Right at that split second, it opens its mouth and lets out a deafening roar. Boom! A shocking explosion erupts, looking from afar as if it's tearing the entire area to pieces. Then comes a devastating blast, with blinding flames erupting everywhere. Yet, the rabbit remains standing firm right there, completely motionless. Meanwhile, the battered Lin Dungyuet fish is blown away, floating helplessly in the air before slowly crashing down. A heavy silence falls, leaving only the rabbit standing under the glowing moon. Suddenly, the rabbit snaps its head back, as if it has sensed something. Over here, Tucan and Bak Nguyetni slowly push themselves up from the aftermath of that massive shockwave. Looking around, Tucan mutters under his breath, "It's a miracle we survived." At this moment, they see not just the rabbit, but a white tiger as well. It stands directly before the rabbit, growling, and showing its razor-sharp claws. Tucan gasps, "So, you summoned the moon rabbit too?" The rabbit, meanwhile, begins, stepping closer to the tiger, sizing it up. Bak Nguyetni immediately jumps in to hold back the white tiger, which is desperately trying to charge, shouting, all right, don't provoke it." Suddenly, the rabbit twitches its ears and freezes in place. Seeing this, the tiger lets out a fierce growl. Tucan immediately lunges to shield Nguyetni, crying out, "We're doomed," but the rabbit stops dead in its tracks. Sensing that the danger has passed, Tucan opens his eyes, totally baffled, as he asks, why did it suddenly freeze? Suddenly, sensing something else, Tucan glances at the person standing right next to him, thinking, wait a minute. The rabbit is staring straight at Nguyen without blinking. Tucan's mind races, thinking, I swear this little guy is reading Bach Nguyen's expressions. Thud. A sharp noise echoes nearby, catching their attention. They look over and see the rabbit stretching its ears forward, slamming them onto the ground. Then, it starts digging around as if looking for something. Instantly, a terrified scream rings out. Using its ears, the rabbit wraps around a man's leg and drags him out. Shocked, Tucan exclaims, it's that guide from earlier. He's actually still breathing. Now, trapped in the rabbit's ear grip, the man glares at the rabbit and spits. You monster, you're definitely no high-level beast, but if you think you're going to, we can still escape with our lives. But the moment the giant rabbit hears this, its face contorts in absolute fury. Before the man can even finish warning them that the Moon King is on his way, the beast grabs him and slams him hard onto the ground with a loud thud. The enraged rabbit raises its massive foot, ready to stomp the life right out of him. Terrified by the brutal sight, Bach Nguyen panics and cries out, he's going to die. What do we do? Should I have Tu Bach buy us some time? Hearing this, Tucan flinches, quickly turning to her as he screams at Nguyen. Are you crazy? You know Tu Bach stands absolutely no chance against that monster. Tu Bach is a high-level beast. If it dies in battle, its loyalty will plummet once it's resurrected. Despite the warning, Bach Nguyen turns to him and argues back. But are we just going to stand here and watch him die? Losing some loyalty is better than being a coward and leaving him to die. Her words leave Tucan completely speechless, and he can only mumble, well, fine. With a heavy sigh, he adds, all right, give it a shot. Just do your best and don't push yourself too hard. With that, they both step forward, one after the other. Nguyen leads the way, her entire body shaking as she stammers, oh okay, here goes nothing. Suddenly, Bach Nguyen gasps in shock as a hand reaches out from the side, blocking her path. Her eyes sparkle with pure awe as she whispers, the Moon King. To Luong, standing tall and majestic under the moonlight, To Luong commands, step back. This isn't a battle you two can handle. With those words, Tu Luong and Flickering Butterfly step forward, leaving them with a final warning. The moonlight is about to gather. As Tu Luong advances toward the rabbit, an oppressive aura flares around him, accompanied by a blindingly bright glow. Watching from behind, Tucan and Bach Nguyen shield their eyes from the intense radiance, crying out, it's too bright. Is someone of this caliber even human? Hearing movement behind it, the rabbit whips its head around, locking eyes with the approaching Tu Luong. With a calm expression, Tu Luong mutters, which means there's only one logical explanation. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. Flashback to 10 minutes before Tu Luong stepped up, he had actually been standing behind Tucan and Nguyen, quietly observing and eavesdropping. He had thought to himself, even though they're acting on pure impulse, I've made it all the way here with this weirdly unshakable confidence. But realistically, we can't win this fight. His face darkens as he looks at the massive rabbit, then at Tucan and Bach Nguyen's beasts. He realizes, even the high-level beasts of 4-star instructors were wiped out instantly. What hope do my Lake Moon and Flashing Butterfly have? We wouldn't even be able to scratch this thing. Despite his grim thoughts, his hand moves quickly to summon the Book of the Moon. To use the Book of the Moon to identify its tier, I need direct physical contact, but doing that right now is suicide. What should I do? Am I really going to just give up like this? Doubt starts to creep into his mind, but then a realization hits him. Wait a second. Why hasn't that monster attacked those two yet? Looking closely, Tu Luong notes that even though the white rabbit is right in front of them, they are just standing there, frozen. A complete loss of control and rational thinking cannot coexist. A high-level beast wouldn't exhibit such contradictory behavior. Watching the rabbit closely, he deduces this fact, which means there's only one final possibility. Tu Luong's interest is piqued as he uncovers the truth. Meanwhile, the severely injured man lying on the ground looks up at him and whispers to himself, the Moon King is standing right next to me. Am I actually about to witness his legendary beast with my own eyes? As the man gets incredibly hyped by the thought, the white tiger sneaks up behind him, sniffing around. He continues to daydream. The news about the Moon King's beast is going to shake the entire world, and I'm the only one here to witness it. But before he can finish his thought, his entire body is suddenly hoisted off the ground. Great job to you, Bach. Bach, Nuyet. Ni cheers with an excited and relieved smile. Beside her, Tucan adds anxiously, we need to seize this, an opportunity, and get the hell out of here. Carried on the back of the white tiger, the man panics and yells, Hey, what do you think you're doing? Don't take me away. But before he can protest further, the white tiger bolts, leaving only his desperate cries behind. Let me stay, don't save me. Meanwhile, Tuluang calmly walks up to the white rabbit and says, Beasts that lose their minds under a full moon can't possibly maintain any sanity, but you aren't actually berserk at all. You're just acting on raw instinct. The rabbit remains perfectly still, quietly listening to his words. A smirk appears on Tuluang's face as he closes his eyes and continues, Only low-level beasts rely purely on instinct. So, the truth is blindingly obvious now. With that, Tuluang reaches out his hand in a gesture of goodwill, smiling warmly at the rabbit as he asks, You've been looking for me this whole time, haven't you? Meanwhile, nearby, Tucan and Bak Niet Ni, standing to the side, Yuer watched with a look of utter confusion and asked, What on earth is the Moon King doing? Suddenly, Yuer gasped in shock along with Sujing. Look, right before everyone's eyes, that white rabbit let out a massive roar. Then, it immediately tried to slam both of its giant ears down on Su Liang. Meanwhile, Su Liang just stood there, completely still. Sensing the extreme danger of the situation, Bai Yuer screamed, The Moon King isn't even summoning a beast to fight back. He's going to get crushed to a pulp. Meanwhile, just as the rabbit's ears were about to strike him, Su Liang suddenly closed his eyes. At that exact moment, sweat trickled down his face, and in an instant, he slipped deep into his subconscious. The droplet of sweat hit the water's surface, creating a tiny ripple. Out in the real world, the rabbit's ears were inches from hitting him. But he remained completely calm and unmoving. Whoosh! A ripple instantly spread beneath Su Liang's feet, and the moon in the lake materialized, cradling Su Liang from behind. The moon in the lake slowly opened her eyes. The three onlookers, Su Jing, Yuer, and that other man were all utterly stunned. Their faces frozen in absolute shock at this sight. The man controlling the wandering moon whale was the most shocked of all. Staring wide-eyed, he muttered, That's an unidentified ancient mystery. Yes, this was exactly what the Dark Moon cult's internal intelligence had warned about. In his eyes, he saw the rabbit on one side, and that unknown entity on the other. Blood vessels bulged, nearly consuming his entire pupils. Inside his head, a voice kept echoing, An emperor has been born. After a moment of feeling nothing, Su Liang opened his eyes to see what had happened. Immediately, a surge of excitement washed over his face. He thought, I did it. My gamble paid off. The moon in the lake had successfully blocked the attack. But then, a hint of worry crept into his mind. But that strike was incredibly powerful. If it attacks a second time, even the moon in the lake won't be able to hold it off. Fortunately, there's no need to fight anymore, because Su Liang could now see the Moonlight Rabbit's card information. I knew it was you, he murmured. Images of that little bunny flashed through his mind. Recalling that moment, he thought, It didn't attack because it felt a sense of familiarity. My guess was right on the money. He reached out and gently stroked the rabbit's fur, whispering, Ah, so that's why. Your waning moon constitution can only absorb infinite lunar energy on a full moon. That's why you crave the moonlight so much. Looking into its lifeless eyes, he continued, You forced yourself to evolve just to defeat high-level beasts. Hearing Su Liang's words, a faint flicker of emotion stirred in the rabbit's eyes. Suddenly, someone else approached. What's going on here? Are we too late? Just then, members of the Dark Moon cult showed up, looking at the scene and questioning them. The man lying on the ground weakly rasped, You didn't arrive too late. It's just that your presence here is utterly pointless. Hearing this, one of the newcomers asked in confusion, What do you mean by that? He strained to speak. We've angered the Moon King. Every single one of us is going to die. At those words, the cultists gasped in absolute terror. The Moon King! Up above, Su Liang turned his head to look over, and seeing the large crowd, he thought, Backup has arrived. I can't afford to drag this out. He turned back to the white rabbit and asked, So, did you come here for me? Upon hearing his question, the rabbit stomped its foot and immediately bowed low, prostrating itself on the ground, right before Su Liang. The newcomers gasped in disbelief at the sight. What on earth? Su Liang, however, calmly kept speaking. To the rabbit, your relentless pursuit of the light. I have witnessed your resolve. I shall grant you the moonlight that you have always yearned for. Leaning in closer, Su Liang lowered his head and whispered, we shall meet again where we first crossed paths. The rabbit seemed to understand every word. It stood up immediately, turned around, and walked away. It departed just like that, leaving everyone staring in utter bewilderment. One of them asked, why is it leaving? Aren't we going after it? Another snapped back, are you crazy? The Moon King hasn't even made a move. Who are you to take action? The dying man on the ground suddenly scrambled to his feet and yelled, what? We're just letting it go like this? He thought to himself in frustration, damn it. I almost got killed back there, and we didn't even get a clear look at that Emperor-tier beast. He rushed towards Su Liang, shouting, Lord Moon King, that beast dared to attack you. How could you just let it go? Su Liang slowly turned his head, his expression cool and detached, but his eyes looked incredibly strange. He spoke, did you actually consider that an attack? The man froze instantly, his eyes wide with shock. He thought, what? What is this? Those eyes, the crescent moon in them has changed. A moon had appeared inside Su Liang's pupils, leaving him completely stunned. It transformed into a perfect full moon, unlike anything I've ever seen. As darkness closed in, a voice seemed to echo endlessly, calling his name, Hey Jing, what did you see? Hearing the voice, his entire body stiffened. The voice continued to demand, Hey Jing, what did you see? As the voice rang in his ears, He Jing slowly turned his head back and stammered, Hey Jing is listening. Answer me. Right then, vivid memories started flashing through his mind. The hysterical white rabbit, Ling Yuyue, severely injured, and every single moment of the brutal battle against Su Liang's moon in the lake beast. Most of all, that full moon reflecting in Su Liang's eyes back then. That image in his gaze completely haunted He Jing's mind. Suddenly, the words slipped from his mouth. Emperor. In an instant, his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably, his face went pale, and his hollow eyes filled with pure terror. Clutching his head with both hands, he fell to his knees and screamed, Emperor! Yes, it's the Emperor. I saw it. The Moon King is terrifying. He kept screaming, his face contorted in unimaginable horror. But then, all of a sudden, he went dead silent. That mysterious voice spoke again, saying, we will stop here for today. Pushing any further will only break you, He Jing. Just last night, the Star Slasher Crescent appeared in the Northern Territory. Right then, a blurry dark figure materialized in front of him. Hearing this, He Jing flinched slightly, but remained silent. The vice cult leader of the third branch of the Dark Moon sect has already arrived in the Northern Territory. This time, you will continue acting as our inside agent. The moment those words fell, He Jing felt like he lost his balance and started free-falling. He let out a terrified shriek, but that voice calmly continued, keep a close eye on all of the Moon King's movements. Report any unusual behavior immediately. Suddenly, He Jing gasped for air and sat bolt upright, screaming as if waking from a trance. Oh, wait, this is the Academy's infirmary. Was it just a nightmare? Calmly catching his breath, he muttered to himself, before sinking back into deep thought. Wait, no, that was no nightmare. That was the beast of a high-ranking executive, the Covenant of Moon and Dream. He reached up to touch in his head and realized those were orders from the higher-ups. The Star Slasher Crescent has appeared in the north, and a vice cult leader has already gone there. But who is going to deal with the Moon King's Emperor? Just then, the memory of Su Liang flashed through his mind. No way. Could it be? Panic quickly washed over his face. He whipped his head toward the window, his mind racing with a chilling thought. Is it them? Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Su Liang was letting out a slow sigh, rubbing his eyes as he gradually blinked awake. Suddenly, a sharp, terrifying scream echoes through the air. The very next second, he opens his eyes to find a little white rabbit staring right back at him, its crystal-clear eyes wide with curiosity. Su Liang bolts upright, completely panicked as he stares blankly at the white rabbit, sitting right on his bed. But a moment later, his panic turns into pure confusion. At that moment, a realization hits him. With an awkward expression, he lets out a heavy sigh. Oh right, I remember now. I already signed a contract with this little guy. Right in front of him, the tiny white rabbit is bouncing around with sheer joy. His mind wanders back to last night. Su Liang was walking while lost in thought, thinking, I told it to meet me where we first met. It should be able to understand that, right? Suddenly, Su Liang's eyes widen in disbelief. There it was, the little white rabbit, happily hopping around and chasing a butterfly. He couldn't help but gasp. You really are here. Right after that, his mind flashed back to the battle from that day. That day, he was thinking, at the end of the day, playing the part of an earth-shattering big boss in front of everyone is one thing. But if this beast finds out the Moon King is actually a total weakling and flies into a rage right then and there, I am completely done for. Slightly embarrassed, he coughed awkwardly. So, to play it safe, it is definitely best to sign the contract somewhere quiet with absolutely no one around. Taking a deep breath, he made his move and declared dramatically, Now, Moonlight Rabbit, sign a contract with me. But the moment the words left his mouth, a dead, incredibly awkward silence fell over the place. For a split second, panic washed over Su Liang's face. Honestly, I look absolutely nothing like the legendary Moon King right now. Even though it looks like a low-tier Moonlight Rabbit, it can apparently crush high-level beasts during a full moon. He quietly analyzed and observed the cards in his hand, and a satisfied smile quickly spread across his face. He let out a soft sigh of relief. I wonder what its limit is. Could it actually evolve to an even higher level? But then, a hint of doubt crept back in. As he was lost in these thoughts, his expression suddenly shifted. He felt something soft repeatedly nudging the toe of his shoe. Looking down, he saw the little white rabbit clinging tightly to his shoe, looking up at him with big, glistening eyes. Sighing in defeat, Su Liang shook his head. Oh, forget it, he thought to himself. I should head over to the Moon Pavilion and find Dap Van True Nguyen to double-check some details about this Moonlight Rabbit. He quickly got dressed and opened the door, only to freeze. Wait, what on earth is going on here? All he could see was a group of girls running around in a frantic rush. He watched them, thinking, this feels different from yesterday. Did a wild, supreme-grade Moonlight Beast actually show up in the Northern Territory? Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, And it is not even far from the academy. Are you planning to head over there and try to sign a contract with it too? The other person eagerly replied, Might as well give it a shot. Who knows? I might just get lucky. Hearing this, Su Liang gasped in shock. A supreme-grade beast? He quickly whipped out his phone to search, asking urgently, Which one is it? A wild, supreme-grade beast would not just wander out of nowhere for no reason. In the next second, the search results popped up on his screen. Northern Territory, White Rabbit, a supreme beast has descended. Staring at the headline, Su Liang's eyes went wide. This really is a supreme-grade beast. The Chanting arrived in the Northern Territory early this morning. The surrounding area for hundreds of miles has been completely sealed off by Moonlight forces, and the crowd of spectators has already surpassed hundreds of thousands. Right then, an image of the Chanting flashed on his screen. It was currently the only supreme-grade wild weapon in the Moonlight element. Because it never found a beastmaster it deemed worthy, it fell into a deep slumber. Not even the Kang Yue Great Emperor or the 10-pillar consorts of the Moon God Palace could wake it up. As his mind raced, he connected the dots. But yesterday, the Chanting headed straight for the Northern Territory the moment it woke up. While Su Liang was completely lost in thought, two figures were lurking in the shadows behind him, keeping a close eye on him. At this rate, there is not a single faction that would not have their eyes on such an entity. Soon, another shadow slipped past the window outside, yet he remained completely oblivious. It was as if someone out there was watching and calling out the name of the Moon King, Su Liang. Putting his phone away, he thought, So, that is how it is. Almost every major faction believes the Chanting came here specifically for me. Behind him, the two stealthy onlookers suddenly flinched in surprise. As Su Liang casually walked away, his calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the frantic crowd rushing past him in the opposite direction. Those watching him must be thinking, the Moon King actually does not care about the Chanting A small smirk played on his lips. Honestly, I would love to have it. But, his face suddenly darkened. Am I really supposed to tame the Chanting right in front of hundreds of thousands of watching eyes? If I don't even have the actual strength to control it, wouldn't I just get vaporized on the spot? Picturing his potential doom, he shuddered. Yeah, it is definitely better to play it safe and not risk my life. With that, he decided to completely put it out of his mind. Standing in front of the Moon Pavilion, a smile returned to his face. Besides, There is a much more beautiful and adorable beast right around here. Inside, a majestic white deer with a gloomy, slightly depressed expression was resting in silent contemplation. Hearing the door creak open, the deer startled and quickly turned its head to look. "Hey there, long time no see," Su Liang said with a warm smile, waving his hand as he slowly walked over. But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder why he was always overthinking everything. Dap Van True, Nguyet's eyes widened in surprise as she gasped, "My lord, what are you doing here?" Dap Van True, Nguyet smiled at the Moon King and stepped closer. "Silent Star Nguyet has finally emerged. Aren't you going to go check it out?" The Moon King looked back at her with anticipation. "Oh, so even a chronic net surfer like you knows about that?" Dap Van True Nguyet huffed proudly. I sensed its arrival long before the internet even existed." She shot him a quick side-eye. Squinting one eye, she teased, "If you don't go, someone else might tame it. Won't you regret that?" The Moon King casually waved his finger. "They still don't understand." Dap Van True. Nguyet stared at him in confusion, listening closely to his words. Only those with true vision can see that no beast is truly harmless. Suddenly, the Moon King remembered something. "Ah, that's right." The Moon King held out a white treat with a crescent moon design inside. "Here, this is a thank you gift for you." Dap Van True. Nguyet looked as clueless as a lost deer. A thank you gift for what? Meanwhile, the Moon King thought to himself, "After all, it was thanks to your warning that I managed to tame the Moonlight Rabbit. But, yeah, better not say that out loud." Looking at it with intense curiosity, Dap Van True Nguyet asked, "Wait, is this custom food made specifically for supreme-tier beasts? Isn't this insanely expensive?" Little did Dap Van True Nguyet know, a certain deer was actually being raised, just like a mid-tier beast. The Moon King smiled and shrugged. It's no big deal. If you like it, I'll bring you some more tomorrow." But in his mind he was thinking, after all, I still have several thousand of these in my beast space, all offered up by the Twin Moon sect. Dap Van True Nguyet took the gift, staring at it intently. Seeing Dap Van True Nguyet carefully place the treat into a small box like a treasured possession, the Moon King asked, "What's wrong? Saving it for later?" Dap Van True Nguyet quickly shook her head. "No, of course not. Snacks are meant to be eaten while watching movies or reading web novels." The Moon King was left completely speechless. "Oh, I see." He turned to leave. "Well, I should head back. If I stay too long, someone might discover your true identity." Suddenly, the Moon King paused. "Wait. There's obviously a much easier way for us to get in touch." Pulling out his phone, he said, "Right, let's add each other as friends." Dap Van True Nguyet acted a little coy, but still agreed. "Huh? Oh, all right." The Moon King's phone pinged with a notification. On the screen, a picture of the moon god Flash Butterfly popped up. The Moon King stared at the screen, quite surprised by Dap Van True Nguyet's profile picture, the Covenant of the Moon and Clouds, the founder of the Beast Taming Academy from hundreds of years ago. Could this legendary, emperor-tier beast be her ancestor? The Moon King glanced at Dap Van True Nguyet, deep in thought. Could Dap Van True Nguyet transform into a form like that too? Seeing his look, Dap Van True Nguyet asked, her face a picture of pure innocence. "What's wrong?" The Moon King snapped out of it. "Ah." He quickly waved his hand and started walking away. "No, it's nothing. I'm heading out now. See you tomorrow." He scolded himself in his mind. What on earth am I even thinking about? Dap Van True Nguyet waved her hoof in farewell, still looking bewildered. But then, a sudden blush crept onto her cheeks. Wait, Silent Star Nguyet has literally just emerged, yet he didn't care at all and ran all the way here just to find me? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. Ah, I get it now. This must be what they call playing hard to get. Dap Van True Nguyet immediately pictured the Moon King with two devilish horns on his head, wearing a devious smirk. She assumed, he's definitely trying to trick me into joining the Twin Moon sect. Feeling incredibly smug, she declared, "Humph, you devious Moon King, I've already seen right through your little scheme." Back in her room, Dap Van True Nguyet struck a dramatic pose, looking like a superhero ready to vanquish evil and uphold justice. But the next second, she collapsed backward onto the mattress, her cheeks flushing bright red again. Wait, did he say he was coming back tomorrow? 3 days passed. The Moon King showed zero interest in Silent Star Nguyet, and the Twin Moon sect remained completely quiet. Bright sunlight washed over the massive citadel. Meanwhile, The situation in the Northern Territory was rapidly spiraling into chaos. A massive crowd had gathered, lining up to register for something. Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on a table, shouting in frustration, "Stop shoving! You're only here to broaden your horizons. Do you genuinely believe you can tame Silent Star Yengu yet?" The one speaking was Chang Ruyu, the vice principal of Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. Those who sign up will be guaranteed basic safety. As for those who don't, you will be entirely on your own. Moonlight Beast Taming Academy, Vice Principal Chang Ruyu. Ruyue sat with her chin resting in her hand, looking thoroughly bored as she pointed at a form, guiding a student on how to fill it out. She muttered to herself, "Why on earth do I have to stay here and babysit these low-level students?" Just then, she noticed someone approaching. Huh? It was Heijing, walking over with one of his arms heavily bandaged. Ruyue asked, "Instructor Heijing, shouldn't you be resting and letting your wounds heal? What are you doing out here?" Heijing offered a warm smile. "Let me take over. I had a healer tend to my beast, so I'm completely fine now." Ryu raised an eyebrow at him. "Is that so?" Ryue stood up and agreed. "Well, if you say so, I'll leave this in your hands." But inside, she scoffed happily. "Ha, another clueless dreamer." A young girl quickly walked over to check on Heijing. "Instructor, Heijing, are you really all right? Do you feel any pain?" Heijing simply smiled to reassure her. It's fine, I'm okay." Heijing sat down in his chair and started guiding the registering students. Heijing thought to himself, that prominent figure has finally arrived. Watching the crowd line up to sign in, he thought, even though I've never met them, they will surely let me know who they are in some way. Could this be that esteemed guest? Heijing called out, "Next, fill in your name, student ID, and star rating here." A hooded figure dressed in a black cloak stepped forward, reaching out to take the pen from the desk. A glowing sigil marked the back of their hand. Heijing stared in disbelief, his eyes widening at the slightly gloomy and eerie woman standing before him. As she walked away, Heijing composed himself and called for the next person. His mind was still reeling, it really was her. Before them lay a picturesque scene of crystal-clear waters and vibrant greenery. Someone gasped in awe. "Is this the legendary beast once known as the Star Destroyer?" Another person remarked, "What an absolute, overwhelming aura." At the heart of Nine Eyes Hall, a young woman from the Yellow Springs Water Creek sect murmured to herself that today's encounter truly lived up to its terrifying legend. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind her. "Are you finally clear on this?" The girl glanced back to see a representative from the Northern Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. The Moonlight Academy representative continued, "Any non-Moonlight beast entering the barrier will trigger a violent backlash. Any beastmaster rash enough to charge in is practically signing their own death warrant." A member of the Northern Spirit Moon sect stepped forward with a smirk. "Someone below the Moonlight level actually thinks they can tame the sunken star crescent moon?" Another Northern representative from the Moon Garden sect chimed in. "Talk about daydreaming." The girl from the Yellow Springs Water Creek sect just spared them a cold glance. With a subtle smile, the Yellow Springs Water Creek sect girl turned to leave, saying, "Fine, I get it. I'll order all my sect disciples to pull back. But I'm staying right here." She tilted her head, her voice dripping with provocation. "I want to watch and see which brainless fools are going to throw their lives away." As she confidently strutted away, the remaining masters clenched their fists in sheer irritation. Ugh, what an insufferable woman. The Spirit Moon sect member gritted his teeth, too terrified to act, yet she wants to stand by and watch us fail. The Moon Garden representative agreed. If it weren't for the immense power of the Yellow Springs Hall and our fear of offending them, we wouldn't have let her make such a scene in the first place. The Moonlight Academy elder stepped up to stop them, shaking his head and urging them to let it go. "Time is of the essence right now. We must choose the candidates to enter the barrier immediately." He explained that first, to prevent any magical rejection, all summoned beasts must belong to Moonlight Attribute Beastmasters. Then, he raised his next point. Second, the presence of any supreme tier beast will instantly trigger a hostile reaction from the sunken star crescent moon. As the two girls exchanged glances, the Moonlight Academy elder nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. Only beasts below the supreme tier can safely enter." The Moon Garden representative stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Is that why the Moon King hasn't shown up?" The Moonlight Academy elder began to walk, perhaps. But in any case, a voice suddenly cut him off. "We've arrived." All three turned their sharp gazes toward the newcomers. Ru Yue was leading a group of students forward, a heavy thought weighing on her mind. I fear these students are going to suffer devastating casualties. Ru Yue glanced over at the Yellow Springs Water Creek sect girl, who was leaning casually against a tree, her arms crossed over her chest. The girl smirked and met Ru Yue's gaze. Ru Yue turned back to the young students she had brought along. All right, students, we are about to enter the territory of the sunken star crescent moon. Pay close attention, because I'm going to outline the rules you must follow, Ru Yue explained. First of all, while the sunken star crescent moon is asleep, it is absolutely indestructible. An image of a massive spear materialized. Second, the moment it wakes up, it will unleash a chaotic slash that instantly vaporizes and disintegrates everything in the surrounding area. Eerie eyes opened slowly upon the body of the spear. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Moon King lay on his bed, one hand propping up his head while his other hand scrolled through his phone. Even though it possesses sentience and life, it is completely impossible to communicate with. A message popped up from Cloud-Chasing Moon, reading, "Back then, even the Blue Moon Emperor and the Moon Deity Palace returned empty-handed. No matter who goes this time, it's going to be useless." The Moon King rolled onto his side, grumbling, "So its only hobbies are sleeping and beating people up? Are all supreme-tier beasts this insufferably arrogant?" A dream contract interface flickered on his phone screen. Seeing it was 10:30 in the morning, the Moon King typed out a reply. "Is there really no time when it's actually sane?" Cloud-Chasing Moon immediately sent back 2 messages. "That's right, though it might not be entirely by choice. Besides, it only came to the northern region because it sensed a chance to evolve." "Are you sure you're not going, my lord?" The Moon King locked his phone screen. As it went black, he thought to himself, "How incredibly naive. Taming the sunken star crescent moon." He tossed his phone onto the bed and stared at the ceiling, thinking, "What does any of this have to do with me?" His face contorted with annoyance at the absurd situation. The legendary Moon King, tragically slain by a rampaging supreme-tier beast. Now that is a level of comedy that would go down in history. He could already picture the viral headlines. The great Moon King foolishly walks straight into his own demise. Number 2, the legendary Lunar Flash Butterfly is a total hoax. And number 3, the double moon cult becomes the laughingstock of the world. The Moon King stared blankly at the ceiling and let out a heavy sigh before suddenly sitting bolt upright. Wait a second. He snatched his phone back up, a sudden realization hitting him. Actually, what if? Meanwhile, near Ru Yue, the group of students was being ushered forward. That mysterious cloaked girl from earlier was actually Serpens. She tilted her head, searching the crowd. To her surprise, the Moon King was nowhere to be found. Serpens thought to herself, if it were him, he'd definitely have a way to tame Tram Tin Yen Guyet. Staring at the glowing blue barrier, Serpens began plotting. Once she secured Tram Tin Yen Guyet, she would slaughter every single beastmaster present. Her gaze grew razor sharp. She couldn't allow any information to leak out. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. She pulled it out, frowning. A notification. Now, of all times? Serpens' eyes widened in sheer shock. What? The screen was displaying the Moon King's real-time location. She couldn't believe it. The Moon King actually turned on his GPS tracking. What was even more unexpected was that he was heading straight for the Hidden Moon Mountains. Staring at her phone with growing anxiety, she muttered, "Why? Why does it have to be right now?" Suddenly, Ruoyu appeared and snapped at her. "What are you doing staring at your phone at a time like this?" Serpens glared back, thoroughly annoyed. "Keep slacking off and you'll end up dead right here." Serpens remained silent, just staring coldly at Ruoyu. Then, she lowered her head and apologized. "I am terribly sorry." Ruoyue scoffed harshly. "If you can't focus, you might as well go home." As Ruoyue walked away, Serpens sneered. "Ha, a little blonde girl actually dares to lecture me." Serpens' eyes darkened as she imagined her serpent wrapping around Ruoyu and crushing the life out of her. "Once I tame Tram Tin Yen Guyet, I'll make sure to torture you until you beg for death." Meanwhile, Ruoyu stood before the students, holding up a small, mysterious stone. "For this operation, each of you will be given a secret teleportation stone." Ruoyue explained its function. "The moment you crush it, you will instantly be teleported out of there." Her expression grew deathly serious. "If you notice Tram Tin Yen Guyet starting to open its eyes, crush it immediately. Otherwise, you will absolutely die in there." As the students took their stones, anxiety rippled through them. Meanwhile, Serpens thought, "The Moon King will be here soon. In the background, members of the Shuishi sect stood leaning against the wall, listening to the entire conversation. A contemptuous smirk played on the Shuichi sect members' lips. Humph. Do you fools seriously think 1 or 2-star beastmasters can actually tame Trom Tinyen Nguyet? He thought, watching the students file inside. Even an 8-star beastmaster like Emperor Kang Yue couldn't pull it off. He sized up the passing crowd. He scanned the area. There were barely 3 or 4 people who had even reached 3 stars. It looks like things didn't magically get stronger just because the Moon King joined. How utterly boring. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto Serpens. Wait, what? Hold on. Serpens looked incredibly strange. Suddenly, she glanced back over her shoulder with an exceptionally dangerous look in her eyes. Her dark, bottomless gaze looked like it could swallow someone whole. It was so terrifying that the Shuichi sect member froze in place for several seconds. Serpens just threw a silent, lingering glance behind her. She stared for a long moment before turning to walk away. The Shuichi sect member quickly ducked behind the wall to avoid being spotted. With panic written all over his face, he gasped. What in the world was that? He recalled Serpens' eerie aura. Just what rank is that beastmaster? I can't believe a monster like that is hiding inside Lingyu Academy. As the portal opened, the other students began stepping through, one by one. Serpens stood there, plotting. The Moon King will arrive at the Hidden Moon Mountains very soon. Before he does, I must figure out how Trom Tinyen Nguyet's new mechanisms work. Once the person in front of her passed, Serpens stepped up and cast a silent spell. Libra Meridian, block the gateway. When the Moon King steps in, his imperial seal will be locked. With that, she crossed the threshold and disappeared inside. The remaining instructors watched the students enter. The Shuichi sect member walked up and said, Vice Principal Kang Ruoyu, why are there only a few 1- and 2-star beastmasters here? Even the famous Moon King didn't bother to show up. Ruoyu watched him prattle on. Perhaps he knows Trom Tinyen Nguyet cannot be tamed. The Shuichi sect member smirked. If you knew that, why send people in? Surely, your goal isn't just to let these kids get a glimpse of a supreme class beast, right? Annoyed, Ruoyu thought. You don't even have the right elemental compatibility. Did you rush all the way here just to mock us? Or do you actually think you can tame a supreme class beast of a completely different element? He was left speechless, his anger boiling over. The tension between Ruoyu and the Shuichi sect member grew thick and heavy. He thought to himself, what's going on? It seems she has absolutely no idea about that black-haired woman. He began to say, your academy really has, but a sudden, loud noise cut him off, startling everyone. With his cloak billowing dramatically in the wind, the Moon King himself, Su Liang, had arrived. The Shuichi sect member stared in disbelief. How is he here? He thought. Ruoyu stepped forward and asked respectfully, My Lord Moon King, are you here to tame Trom Tinyen Nguyet? At that moment, members of both the Yanyu and Lingyue sects wondered the same thing. But what if the Moon King's Emperor-class beast agitates the Starfall Crescent Moon? Ruoyu smiles to herself. What blind fools. If Lord Moon King has personally come here, then that means, seeing the Moon King's cold demeanor, Ruoyu is absolutely certain he has the confidence to subdue the Starfall Crescent Moon, even without summoning his Emperor-class beast. But little does Ruoyu know, the Moon King's actual thoughts are incredibly simple. As long as I can touch the Starfall Crescent Moon's body, I can unlock its entry in the Book of the Moon. Standing before the barrier, the Moon King thinks that once he does, he can understand how the Starfall Crescent Moon works and why it woke up. He might even be able to tame it. The Moon King speaks. There is no need for you to show yourselves. Just follow my orders. The others bow in obedience. Understood. The Moon King steps forward, but suddenly senses something, and a look of surprise crosses his face. A book opens before his eyes. The book flips to a page that reads, Silent Libra, a pure supreme class beast, combat skills, 0. It is an extremely rare pure attribute supreme beast. It has no offensive capabilities and possesses a vast array of restrictive crowd control skills. Because of this, it must rely on stronger beasts to survive. Essentially, only other supreme beasts can launch attacks here. Furthermore, once a beastmaster enters the Silent Libra's domain, they cannot summon any Emperor-class beasts. Most notably, it can completely conceal its presence from those who are stronger than it. Even Emperor-class beasts can't track it down. The Moon King wonders, a supreme-class beast? The Moon King is about to take a step forward, but suddenly pulls his foot back. The onlookers are confused. What's happening? Why did the Moon King stop? The Moon King pulls out his phone, leaving the onlookers completely baffled and curious. Ruoyu approaches him. Lord Moon King? The Moon King tilts his head and smirks. So, those pests from the Black Moon cult managed to sneak in this easily? Everyone gasps in shock. The Black Moon cult. The Moon King turns around and says, "From now on, the Twin Moon sect will secure this area. No one else is permitted to enter." The Moon King smiles. "I'll handle the rest myself." The crowd stands frozen in shock. The Black Moon cult. The members of the Shuichi sect are also utterly stunned. It turns out that terrifying woman was a beastmaster from the Black Moon cult. Someone from the Moon Spirit sect speaks up. Weren't they driven out of the northern region by the Twin Moon sect? Could they have returned because of the Starfall Crescent Moon? A member of the Yuanyo sect replies, "Like the Moon King said, they're nothing but pests." But what about the students? Ruoyu reasons. They have teleportation stones, so it shouldn't be a major issue. But the Moon King is thinking to himself, the Silent Libra is specifically designed to counter Emperor-class beasts. Does the Black Moon cult really think I have one? In other words, once I go inside, I'll likely have to face more than just a single Supreme-class beast. Staring at the barrier, the Moon King walks closer. This is going to be the most dangerous situation I've ever faced in my life. As he takes another step forward, he thinks, if this were the old me when I first transmigrated here, I wouldn't have had the guts to step inside. A look of anticipation fills his eyes. But now, things are different. With that, the Moon King steps completely through the barrier. The onlookers can't help but marvel. As expected of Lord Moon King, his presence is absolutely overwhelming. Heijing watches with a look of concern. Lord Moon King actually went in. He raises his voice from behind. The remnants of the Black Moon cult are inside. We should go in and help him. With an air of sheer determination, Heijing adds, after all, the Moon King is still our student. Ruoyu is swayed by his words. He has a point. A representative from the Moonlight Beastmaster Academy asks, then what should we do? Should we all go in together? Heijing quickly waves his hands. No, no, no. If everyone unleashes their power, it will surely agitate the Starfall Crescent Moon. Heijing marches straight toward the barrier. My beast was just revived and is still in a weakened state. I can head in alone without causing a disturbance. It won't be an issue at all. The members of the Yuanyu and Moon Spirit sects exchange highly skeptical looks. Given his state, can he actually be trusted? Ruoyue feels a deep sense of suspicion. Why is this guy acting so strangely today? He's not even a member of the Twin Moon sect. Watching Heijing approach the barrier, Ruoyu can't stop questioning his motives. Why on earth is he so worried about the Moon King's safety? Heijing reaches out his arm, only to be instantly blasted away. The crowd gasps in astonishment. What just happened? As a cloud of dust settles, Heijing lies on the ground, coughing. What in the world? Heijing looks up in shock as a figure appears and mocks him. You idiot, you've got one hell of an imagination, don't you? The one who just attacked him is none other than Lady Serpens. She stands there, looking incredibly majestic. Even if your beast were in its prime, thinking you could agitate the Starfall Crescent Moon is nothing but a pipe dream. Heijing notices a butterfly pattern on Lady Serpens' thigh. A butterfly? Heijing instantly recognizes her as one of the 12 under the moon from the Twin Moon sect, specifically, the 7th seat. Lady Serpens? This is bad news. With an oppressive, heavy aura, Lady Serpens demands, furthermore, did you lot not hear our sect master's command? Standing right in front of everyone, Lady Serpent declared that from now on, this area was under the control of the Twin Moon sect. With a serious expression, Lady Serpent made it clear that absolutely no one was allowed to enter. Looking at Lady Serpent's imposing presence, Hakkin thought to himself, she doesn't seem to have noticed the Silent Libra, and she has no intention of entering. There's still a chance to turn things around. Inside the Starfall Crescent barrier, Lady Serpent had already made her way in. Blue smoke filled the entire space. Lady Serpent calculated that 17 minutes had already passed, yet she still hadn't found the Starfall Crescent. Looking around, she saw absolutely no one. The others who had entered with her were completely gone. Lady Serpent smirked. Low-level beasts trapped within a Supreme-class domain stand absolutely no chance of escaping. Lady Serpent thought back to those trembling academy students when they first walked in. Those scared little brats probably crushed their teleportation stones to flee in terror. She chuckled, thinking it was just as well now, no one would be around to disturb her. As the blue smoke stretched across the entire area, Lady Serpent suddenly sensed something. She whipped her head around, staring into the misty air. Convinced this was the presence of an incredibly powerful beast, Lady Serpent rushed forward, flying toward it at high speed. A familiar silhouette came into her view. Sure enough, she was right, the Starfall Crescent had finally appeared. I finally found you, Starfall Crescent. Stunned by the aura of the Starfall Crescent, Lady Serpent couldn't help but praise it in awe. As expected of the supreme weapon, your brilliance is absolutely unmatched. Pulling back her hood, her eyes gleamed with excitement. It was completely worth it. Just to maintain my elemental purity, I didn't even form a contract with the Silent Libra. Lady Serpent stepped forward. Come with me. Tell me what it is you desire. You rejected Emperor Kung Yue and the Holy Maiden of the Moon God Palace because they were born with imperial blood. The images of those two prominent figures flashed through Lady Serpent's mind as she stared at the Starfall Crescent, standing proud and radiant. Lady Serpent continued to coax it. You are a proud and arrogant weapon, but you refuse to tolerate even the slightest disrespect. Although I might not equal them, I am still an outstanding beastmaster in my own right. Lady Serpent reached out her hand, intending to touch the Starfall Crescent. I will never mistreat you. Overwhelmed with excitement, she cried, Starfall Crescent, become my missing piece. Her hand was just inches away from touching it when the Starfall Crescent suddenly flashed. In disbelief, Lady Serpent gasped, What? The Starfall Crescent seemed to be shielded by an invisible barrier. Confused, she muttered, How is this even possible? Sweat poured down Lady Serpent's face. Was I rejected? Frantic. She clawed at her hair, thinking, Could the judgment of the sacred mountain be wrong? Staring at the Starfall Crescent, she shook her head. No, that's impossible. He was the one who said I was the most suitable person to tame the Starfall Crescent. Where on earth did things go wrong? Because she was so lost in thought, Lady Serpent failed to notice a group of people standing right behind her. They called out, Hey, you, woman from the Moonlight Beastmaster Academy. Lady Serpent glanced over at them. A young man from the group stepped forward, his eyes burning with rage. You're the one who defeated more than 2 of our Lingyu sect disciples. We're going to avenge our fellow disciples, he recalled the scene from earlier. Junior brother, the young man had cried, propping up his injured companion. How did this happen? What happened to you? Gasping for breath, the junior brother whimpered. We were attacked, covered in wounds, he added. It was a woman from the Beastmaster Academy, with black hair and snake-like eyes. Now, the young man was driven solely by revenge. Everyone, let's take down this woman first, and then we'll claim the Starfall Crescent. Lady Serpent's face darkened, but she soon put her hand to her forehead and burst into laughter. Startled by her creepy demeanor, the young man stammered, what are you laughing at? Lady Serpent scoffed. Things were already annoying enough, and now a bunch of clueless brats show up, looking to die. Her eyes turned deadly. You really think trash like you can lay your hands on the Starfall Crescent? Her eyes glowed with a terrifying intensity as she commanded, Come forth, my children. A surge of pure power erupted as crescent moon shapes materialized. Lady Serpent's moon beasts emerged, looking incredibly fierce. The young man and his companions panicked. They're all high rank. She summoned 3 of them at once. That's not a level an academy student should be able to reach. Sensing the overwhelming pressure from the beasts, the young man felt a chill run down his spine. Moreover, with an aura that terrifying, who knows how many brutal slaughters they've survived. Lady Serpent smirked. Don't just stare at me. You guys have high-rank beasts too, don't you? Why don't you hurry up and summon them? She then ordered her moon beasts to attack. Now, all of you, die. In an instant, blood splattered across the area, a crimson streak dripping down Lady Serpent's face. Lady Serpent's moon beasts tore into the enemy's beasts, spraying blood that stained her face. Standing before the Starfall Crescent, she called out, Starfall Crescent, did you see that? Chaos erupted as the enemy beasts were brutally slaughtered, while Lady Serpent's eyes remained fixed on the Starfall Crescent. Do you recognize my strength now? Yet, the Starfall Crescent stood completely still, cold and unresponsive. Lady Serpent grimaced in fury, her trembling fists clenching tightly as she hissed, Damn it! Suddenly, a voice echoed. The Moon King, a remnant of the Black Moon cult, has finally shown himself. Seeing you so desperate, even I can't help but laugh. Serpent Seat remained dead, calm. So, you've arrived. Staring at the Moon King before him, Serpent Seat spoke up. Moon King. Serpent Seat glared at him. You're just a 1-star beast tamer. Why on earth did you come alone without any guards? Serpent Seat sneered in his mind. Did you honestly think that having an emperor-level beast means you can get whatever you want? Meanwhile, the Moon King's face darkened. Serpent Seat laughed inwardly. These brain-dead fools really believe they own an emperor. The Moon King smirked, thinking, no wonder they used the silent Libra. They must be absolutely sure that I can't summon my beast right now. With my emperor-level beast disabled, they think I'm completely helpless. The Moon King spoke up. Oh, Serpent Seat. Looking incredibly mysterious, he continued, if you think an emperor-level beast is enough to rule the world, you are dead wrong. Serpent Seat flinched, slightly shaken by the Moon King's next words. Whether the silent Libra is here or not, the outcome remains exactly the same. The look in the Moon King's eyes at that moment was downright chilling. So, before the Twin Moon cult seals off this entire place, you'd better crush your teleportation stone and run for your life. Serpent Seat's legs shook, barely able to keep him standing. What? Sweat poured down his trembling face as his mind raced. The silent Libra. How did he find out so fast? So he already knew his emperor beast was sealed, yet he still came here all by himself? The Moon King casually walked right past Serpent Seat. Serpent Seat could only watch his back as he moved closer and closer to the star-sinking crescent. Serpent Seat felt an overwhelming urge to flee. He watched the Moon King approach the star-sinking crescent, torn by hesitation. Should I run? Or should I attack? Inside, the Moon King was desperately pleading, please, just stand still like that and let me touch the star-sinking crescent. As the Moon King stepped closer, he looked up at the star-sinking crescent standing majestically before him. To think this is the beast that once sliced the stars from the sky, he reached his hand out. Suddenly, Serpent Seat screamed, "Don't you dare! Keep your hands off the star-sinking crescent." Serpent Seat commanded his moonbeast to launch a fierce attack. Serpent Seat's moonbeast lunged forward with pure malice. It didn't hold back for a second, swinging its arms to hurl a barrage of shurikens. The crescent moon-shaped shurikens flew straight toward the Moon King. But suddenly, a ring of water materialized right behind him. The water ring formed a protective barrier, shielding the Moon King. Serpent Seat gasped in shock. What? As he watched his beast's attack fail completely. The Moon King was completely unscathed. Serpent Seat couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? He thought in sheer panic. Whether it's lightning or blades, nothing can even make him flinch. Staring at the Moon King's effortless composure, Serpent Seat was utterly dumbfounded. He hadn't even summoned a single beast, but Serpent Seat had absolutely no idea that, on the inside, the Moon King's heart was about to jump right out of his chest. The Moon King clutched his chest, letting out a silent sigh of relief. Whew, that scared the crap out of me. It looked terrifying, but thank God it was all show. The Moon King realized, even though I can't fight back, the bluffing power of the moon in the lake is absolutely insane. Furious and trembling, Serpent Seat gritted his teeth and roared, "Moon King!" He threw his arms wide and bellowed, "Drop the act!" With his hands shaking violently, he pointed at him. "You don't have an emperor-level beast with you." He then slammed his palms together. "You're nothing but a fraud putting on a cheap show." Sweat continued to pour profusely down Serpent Seat's face. Unleashing his full power, a massive magic circle erupted beneath his feet. Serpent Seat roared, "Rise, Great Moon Demon King." A colossal dark shadow loomed over the area, sending the remaining students into a screaming panic. Even the Moon King was caught off guard. The Moon King realized, the Silent Libra's silence skill must have completely masked its presence. That's definitely how it managed to slip past the star-sinking crescent's radar. Staring up at the towering body of the Great Moon Demon King, the Moon King thought, he actually summoned another Overlord-level beast. The Great Moon Demon King opened its massive maw, casting a terrifyingly giant shadow. The gigantic Great Moon Demon King towered behind Serpent Seat. Serpent Seat sneered triumphantly. "How does it feel, facing my proudest creation? Has it finally scared you out of your wits?" The Great Moon Demon King glared down at the Moon King, but the Moon King's face remained deadpan. He didn't show even a flicker of fear. Serpent Seat was completely taken aback. How on earth can he look so utterly unfazed? Staring at the Moon King, standing calmly before the Great Moon Demon King, he thought, don't tell me, he doesn't even care about an Overlord-level beast? But in reality, the Moon King was just remembering a random social media post he had scrolled past once. It said that when facing a giant beast, you have to look as fierce as possible. That way, at least you can die with some dignity. Furious, Serpent Seat pointed a trembling finger at the Moon King. "Are you seriously still refusing to summon your beast?" The Great Moon Demon King lunged forward. Just a casual swipe of its tail was more than enough to shatter the solid ground into a million pieces. As the great Moon Demon King raised its dripping tail, the Moon King trembled inwardly. Whoa, as expected of an overlord-level beast. Even its tantrums are on a whole different level. Serpent Seat roared, "Kill him," and the great Moon Demon King charged like a force of nature. The Moon King closed his eyes tight. Whatever happens, I have to rely on the moon in the lake now. He felt as if he were standing on the water's surface. The great Moon Demon King launches a ferocious attack. A sinister power erupts, shrouding the entire area in a thick cloud of black smoke. As the black smoke begins to clear, only a defensive ring is left surrounding the Moon King. He opens his eyes with a smile, but on the inside, he is breathing a massive sigh of relief, thanking the heavens. The Moon King thinks to himself, the Moonlight Beast can only perform at half its level during the day. This time, it couldn't even deal 30% of its usual damage. By his calculations, if he wants to break through Lake Moon's shield, he is going to have to try much harder. Looking down at the collapsed Serpent's Seat before him, the Moon King figures that won't take too much effort. Serpent's Seat stares in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Could this really be the legendary beast? Just then, the Moon King speaks. No need to rush, Black Moon Cult remnants. Once I deal with the sinking star glaive, you'll be next. With that, the Moon King steps forward. Serpent's Seat realizes, so the Moon King has been ignoring her all this time just to avoid triggering the sinking star glaive. Watching the Moon King's figure draw closer in her vision, Serpent's Seat screams internally. The Moon King is about to touch the sinking star glaive. She wonders, can that ridiculously defiant, invisible shield of his actually block a blade capable of slashing stars from the sky? Serpent's Seat cries out, "Silent Libra, cancel the skill." Instantly, the great Moon Demon King manifests once again. The sinking star glaive raises the same barrier as before. Seeing the sinking star glaive about to awaken, panic grips the Moon King. Oh crap, this is bad. If the barrier is dropped, the aura of the sovereign will be exposed. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and grabs the sinking star glaive. The sinking star glaive is pulled from the ground, raising its staff high into the air. The sinking star glaive has opened its eyes and awakened. The sinking star glaive spear begins to move. The weapon trembles even more violently. The sinking star glaive has fully gripped the spear. Both of its eyes fly open. The sinking star glaive is wide awake. A massive explosion erupts, leaving the students in utter confusion. What on earth is happening? Students scatter in sheer panic, screaming, "It's the sinking star glaive. It has awakened. Run for your lives." The Moon King quickly deploys a defensive barrier. Right in front of him is the terrifying, overwhelming power of the sinking star glaive. The Moon King thinks, the great Moon Demon King only hit with less than 30% of its power. Surely Lake Moon's remaining barrier can block this, right? But the Moon King senses something is off. Wait, what? The whirlpool retracts as Lake Moon cowers in fear, hiding right behind his back. He panics, thinking, no way. The chance of blocking this isn't even 1%. The Moon King stands there, completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? Is there really such a massive gap between sovereign-level entities? Gritting his teeth, the Moon King wonders, how is that serpent's woman planning to survive this? He looks over to see the great Moon Demon King curling its body to form a protective shield for Serpent's Seat. Meanwhile, the Moon King can only watch in stunned silence. He stares at the sinking star glaive as it floats into the air with its spear, ready to strike. The Moon King thinks, if there really is no way to stop this, he falls silent. Then, he desperately screams, "Cloud-treading moon chaser, help me!" Just a few minutes earlier outside, the fleeing students rush to report. "Elder, did you hear? Everyone is saying a woman from the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy attacked us." The boy who had just been beaten quickly backs up the story. How could anyone from the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy do such a thing? The Lingyu sect member rubs his forehead and says, "Calm down, everyone. That wasn't someone from the Beast Taming Academy. That was a high-ranking cultist of the Black Moon cult." The Lingyu sect member sighs to himself. Honestly, when normal students encounter a high-ranking cultist, just surviving is a miracle. He looks over at Lady Serpens, standing guard, and thinks, so, why is that woman so incredibly calm? Seeing Lady Serpens standing there with her eyes closed, the Lingyu sect member wonders, is she not worried about the Moon King's safety at all? Suddenly, Lady Serpens snaps her eyes open, looking absolutely terrified. She yells at the top of her lungs, "The sinking star glaive has been agitated." The others are shocked. The sinking star glaive is about to awaken. Lady Serpens screams to the crowd. Everyone here, fall back immediately. As a powerful energy wave surges out, the students scramble to escape. Lady Serpens thinks, but what was that fleeting aura just now? Could it be our cult leader's emperor beast? Meanwhile, inside, the Moon King is shielded by a barrier of rushing water, barely protecting him from the sinking star glaive's devastating slash. Standing completely still, the Moon King wonders, I clearly called out its name, why is there absolutely no response? Watching the sinking star glaive raise its spear for another strike, the Moon King guesses, could this barrier, combined with Silent Libra's combat skill, be blocking all sound? There are less than 3 days left before the sinking star glaive breaks through. The Moon King smiles to himself. Times have changed. He pulls out his phone, and a keyboard pops up on the screen. It's a text from Yun Yumeng's covenant received at 10:30, reading, exactly, though it wasn't voluntary. She came to the northern region this time because she recognized a chance to evolve. Are you seriously not going? The Moon King hurriedly types emergency and quickly hits send. With eyes full of cold determination, the sinking star glaive readies its spear, preparing to strike. The spear is only inches away from striking the Moon King, but instead of dodging, the Moon King simply extends his arm, preparing to unleash a devastating counterattack. The gap between them vanishes in an instant. The Moon King thrusts his hand forward, and a blinding light begins to glow from his palm. Boom! A massive blast of light erupts, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. As bodies are sent flying through the air, Lord Ophiuchus quickly deploys a magical barrier to shield the terrified students. Lord Ophiuchus can't help but wonder, was that insane attack actually a Space Emperor-level technique? But looking at the battlefield now, nothing is left but a thick cloud of black smoke. Ru Yue asks in sheer panic, Is Lord Moon King still in there? Meanwhile, Lord Ophiuchus knows that if his senses aren't playing tricks on him, the situation in that smoke is 1,000,000 times more complicated than it looks. Inside the blast zone, dense smoke swirls everywhere as the ground itself has been completely pulverized into dust. Suddenly, a violent cough echoes from the dust. Lord Ophiuchus crawls out from behind the massive body of the Great Moon Demon King, gagging, Ugh, cough. That almost killed me. As he drags himself out, he realizes he can no longer sense the Silent Libra. It must have been completely overpowered by the force of the star-sinking crescent glaive. Looking up, he sees the star-sinking crescent glaive floating silently in midair, its destructive energy finally settling down. With his face covered in soot, he suddenly stops. Wait a second. Where is the Moon King? He frantically looks around the ruins. He was standing right next to the star-sinking crescent glaive when it blew up. So how is there absolutely no sign of him left? A wild thought crosses his mind. Did that weapon decapitate him and turn him to dust? Did he get vaporized? He looks at his trembling hands in disbelief. But wait, my plot is what triggered the star-sinking crescent glaive in the first place, so technically, his eyes light up, and he covers his mouth in sheer ecstasy. I did it. I actually defeated the Moon King. He buries his face in his hands, cackling like a madman. I can't believe it. That arrogant Moon King actually got his head sliced clean off. He replays the glorious moment in his head. He recalls how the Moon King was just casually staring at his phone. Lord Ophiuchus sneers with utter contempt. That absolute moron was playing on his phone until the very end. Oh, this is too hilarious. He bursts into a triumphant laugh. The legendary, all-powerful Moon King, defeated by me. He turns his eyes back to the battlefield. And now, that star-sinking crescent glaive belongs to me. He steps forward to claim his prize. But suddenly, his eyes widen in shock. What? The divine weapon is waking up again? He panics. What could possibly trigger the star-sinking crescent glaive a second time? It definitely wasn't him. His Great Moon Demon King is far too exhausted right now to cause such a reaction. Just then, a strange rustling sound echoes from the clearing smoke. As the mist parts, a familiar silhouette stands tall. It's the Moon King. Lord Ophiuchus's jaw drops. No way. This is impossible. He stares at the Moon King in utter horror. Not only does the man look completely unharmed, but there isn't even a single speck of dust on his clothes. Suddenly, a massive, glowing hoof of a lunar beast steps out of the smoke. Lord Ophiuchus's heart stops. What on earth is that? He looks at the colossal shadow looming through the haze. The sheer size of this creature is terrifying. Is that a lesser Emperor-tier beast? He stands frozen, paralyzed with fear. If it were a sovereign-tier beast, it would make sense for it to be this massive. But if it's an Emperor-tier beast, Why didn't the northern domain experience any seismic tremors upon its arrival? His face pales as sheer dread washes over him. What the hell is that monster? Trembling, he quickly pulls out a space teleportation stone. His entire body shakes uncontrollably as he grips the magic stone. No, wait, I can't just run away right now. Forcing himself to calm down, he swallows his fear. Even if I die here today, I have to see what kind of mythical beast this guy is hiding. As his lunar beast remains cloaked in the thick fog, the Moon King thinks to himself, this might be my one and only chance to pull this off. Finally, a majestic, radiant horn pierces through the mist, and the beast's full form is revealed. It's the sovereign-tier cloud-treading moon chaser. The overwhelming aura of the cloud-treading moon chaser is so suffocating that Lord Ophiuchus collapses to the ground, gasping, How? How is this even possible? He looks up at the towering creature. This beast is easily 4 to 5 times larger than his own Great Moon Demon King. Staring at the cloud-treading moon chaser, Lord Ophiuchus analyzes its monstrous physique. In the Dark Moon cult, the Great Moon Demon King is known as one of the most terrifying entities in existence. Yet, only now does he realize that a sovereign-tier beast of this gargantuan size actually exists. Lost in disbelief, he tries to rationalize it. Wait, he only has a 1-star blessing. How on earth is he drawing out the full potential of a sovereign-tier beast? But looking at the Moon King's devastatingly powerful aura, Lord Ophiuchus realizes that this blessing limit was supposed to be the man's only weakness. The Moon King smirks, taking in the chaos. Now that is what I call a spectacular view. He glances back at the cloud-treading moon chaser standing behind him. Who would have thought that cute little fawn could transform into such a magnificent, divine beast? Even he is totally blown away. He stares at the beast, wondering, but wait, how did she even get here? It was like his gaze drifts up to the mysterious girl standing proudly atop the cloud-treading moon chaser. He wonders, and is that phantom behind her, her ancestor? Is that what she's going to look like when she grows up? The cloud-treading moon chaser looks down at the Moon King and asks, Hey, by the way, can you do something about that star-sinking crescent glaive? I really don't feel like getting sliced by that thing again. The Moon King hesitates, asking, Wait, stop it? How? The cloud-treading moon chaser replies, Well, since you're standing here so calmly, I assumed you already had a brilliant plan to handle it. The Moon King's eyes twitch. Wait, what? He quickly summons the Book of the Moon into his hand. That slash he took earlier actually counted as direct physical contact with the weapon's core, which means, he realizes, I should be able to view its detailed stats in the Book of the Moon right now. Flipping through the glowing pages, his eyes light up. Aha! Now that I've seen its details, we can absolutely take this thing down. If all else fails, I'll just have Dap Van True Inguyet carry me and make a run for it. As the pages flip open, the Moonlight Sovereign-tier beast, Tram Tin Yen Nguyet, is revealed. This legendary creature lost its scabbard when the moon shattered in ancient times. Because of that, it has searched for thousands of years. Falling into slumber and waking up countless times over the ages, it has never been able to return to its scabbard. It refuses to communicate with any living creature. Its original scabbard, the Moonlight Sovereign-tier Thuong Huyen Guyet Shuang Hoa, remains locked. The Moon King finally understands. So there actually is a sovereign-tier scabbard. If I can get information on that scabbard, negotiating with Tram Tin Yen Guyet shouldn't be too hard, right? But then the Moon King reconsiders. Even the ancient moon god Pallas had no way of finding it. Looking up at Tram Tin Yen Nguyet floating in the air, the Moon King wonders, does this mean Tram Tin Yen Nguyet is even older than the moon god Pallas? Watching her clutch her spear, the Moon King calculates. Maybe even the master of the Thuong Huyen Guyet Shuang Hoa doesn't know its true origin. Tram Tin Yen Nguyet opens her eyes once more. Zachi Toa flees in sheer panic. Oh no, she is waking up again. Zachi Toa scrambles back to the curled-up Dai Nguyet Ma Vuong, screaming, Dai Nguyet Ma Vuong, protect me. The Dai Nguyet Ma Vuong lets out a weak roar, clinging to its last sliver of health. Awakened, Tram Tin Yen Guyet looks up. Dap Van Truing Guyet casts a sharp glance toward her. What are you staring at? Tram Tin Yen Guyet unleashes an attack, but Dap Van Truing Guyet easily deflects it. The Moon King steps forward. High in the air, Tram Tin Yen Nguyet prepares to unleash another wave of destructive aura. Zachi Toa, cowering behind the Dai Nguyet Ma Vuong, wonders what on earth the Moon King is doing. She watches him take another step, realizing he has completely left the sovereign's protective barrier. The Moon King smiles confidently. Tram Tin Yen Guyet, submit to me. Standing right between the clashing forces of Tram Tin Yen Guyet and Dap Van Truyen Guyet, the Moon King reaches out his hand, a surge of power glowing in his palm. Tram Tin Yen Guyet grits her teeth, releasing a blinding beam of light. But the Moon King simply speaks, the Thuong Hu Yen Guyet, Shuang Hoa Scabbard. Tram Tin Yen Guyet freezes, completely taken aback by his words. Tram Tin Yen Guyet, you are looking for her, aren't you? Tram Tin Yen Guyet is stunned. The Moon King continues, I swear on the name of the Guyet then Tiem Diep, within 3 years, that scabbard will be brought right to you. The Moon King proposes his terms. In return, you must also grant me one request. Tram Tin Yen Guyet falls silent, lowering her gaze as if deep in thought. Tram Tin Yen Guyet closes her eyes, her figure slowly starting to fade away. The Moon King reaches his hand right through her energy barrier. Exa Chitoa gasps in shock. He went right through. How is that even possible? Could it be? A pool of water ripples beneath the Moon King's feet, and his power gently wraps around Tram Tin Yen Guyet. Tram Tin Yen Guyet and the Moon King's energy begin to merge into one. Moments later, she and that massive power flow back into the Moon King's body. Zachi Toa is completely dumbfounded. Tram Tin Yen Guyet actually accepted him. Dap Van Truyen Guyet watches closely, her eyes filled with surprise. Oh. Dap Van Truyen Guyet mutters, this time, the outside world is going to be shaken to its core. The Moon King smiles. Zachi Toa is still shaking in disbelief. This is impossible. Her mouth hangs wide open in total shock. Tens of thousands of beast tamers have tried and failed, because Tram Tin Yen Guyet possesses a completely indestructible attribute. However, once she signs a contract, she can be destroyed if the contract partner dies. So, for Tram Tin Yen Guyet to agree to a contract, it must be someone who makes her truly believe they can never be defeated, and that person is the Moon King. Zachi Toa drops her arms in defeat. So, you can only truly understand it once you see it with your own eyes? Zachi Toa screams out, if that's the case, I will risk my life to send this information back to the Black Moon cult. She shouts, Dai Nguyen Mavwong. The Dai Nguyen Mavwong lunges forward fiercely once more, aiming straight for the Moon King. The Moon King figures this woman has seen way too much. Unleashing a blast of light, he murmurs, although I don't usually make a habit of silencing witnesses. Dap Van Truyen Guyet unleashes her attack with a massive surge of power, completely overwhelming the Dai Nguyen Mavwong. In an instant, the Dai Nguyen Mavwong is blown into oblivion. As the light fades, the Moon King looks at the devastation before him, thinking, did I feed her too much random junk food before? Blood drips onto the cold ground as Zachi Toa collapses, heavily wounded. The Moon God Palace, Nguyet Luong Quan, White Deer, the Moon King. So that's how it is. Feeling Dap Van Truyen Guyet's overwhelming aura, Zachi Toa realizes this creature is no ordinary sovereign. She gasps in realization. This is the descendant of an emperor. Staring at Dap Van Truyen Guyet, she thinks. And what is more, her ancestor is. Zachi Toa quickly pulls out a teleportation stone. I can't die here. This news is far more important than Tram Tin Yen Guyet. Everyone must know. Zachi Toa grits her teeth. First, I will distract them. Then make my escape. She immediately summons another moon beast. Holding the teleportation stone tightly, she calculates her chances. This area isn't completely sealed off yet. He thought he stood a chance just by keeping his distance from the Moon King, but suddenly the stone in Serpent's hand vanished. Serpent gasped in shock. Wait, what? Cloud Treader glanced over and saw a low-level flash butterfly carrying the stone directly back into the Moon King's hands. The Moon King winked. In a high-stakes battlefield of supreme powerhouses, of course nobody would pay attention to a measly, low-level flash butterfly. Looking at the stunned Serpents, the Moon King asked, Don't you agree? Serpents could only let out a bitter smile. He whispered, It might be too late, but I finally understand why you're called the Moon King. Then, Serpents began gathering a massive surge of power in his mouth. As his body began to fade away, Serpents smiled. Moon King, it has been an absolute honor fighting you. And with that, he vanished into thin air. They cried out in shock, Lord Serpents, but gasped when they saw the Moon King walking out instead. Wait, Lord Cult Leader? The Moon King announced, Serpents is dead. Lift the blockade. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves as he coldly declared, "From this day forward, the sinking star crescent blade is under my protection." The news of the Moon King claiming the sinking star crescent blade sent shockwaves through every lunar faction in the southern region. Meanwhile, at the Kangyu holy sect, under the bright moon, peach blossoms were in full bloom. Emperor Kangyue was taking a bath when a servant suddenly rushed in, panting heavily. "Your Majesty, Emperor Kangyue, this is bad. The Moon King has claimed the sinking star crescent blade." Emperor Kangyue let the water scoop up in his hands and pool through his fingers, replying calmly, "No need to panic, I already knew." Standing up, the emperor continued, "The Moon King is beloved by the moonlight itself, and is the one who holds the Book of the Moon. This was bound to happen." The servant was still frustrated. "But your Majesty, so are you. You were born a 4-star beastmaster. Not only that, you command an emperor-tier beast, and possess eyes that can see right through all the moonlight in this world." Emperor Kangyue smiled. "Indeed. I am also very curious to see whose side the moonlight will truly choose in the end. As for the upcoming moon god ritual, tell everyone in our sect who qualified for it to withdraw." The servant stood there, completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, on the northern coast of the central area, waves crashed against the shore. Lin Chi-toa bowed respectfully and reported, "Lord Sacred Mountain, those two are on their way." Clad in a pitch-black robe, the leader of the Black Moon Sacred Mountain asked, "Lin Chi-toa, do you think I'll lose to the Moon King again this time?" Lin Chi-toa replied, "Even if I'm the only one left among your high-ranking followers, I've never doubted you for a second. You will definitely defeat the Moon King and restore the glory of our Black Moon cult." Suddenly, a voice echoed from beneath the water. "Leader of the Black Moon cult, I certainly hope your plan doesn't disappoint us." Mi Nguyet of the Nine Hells Star emerged, adding, "If we fall in this battle, our sect will have no choice but to submit to the Moon King." The representative from the Yellow Springs Palace of the Nine Hells Hall added, "Nobody can stand against the gods. You should know that better than anyone." The Black Moon Sacred Mountain leader assured them, "Rest assured, our plan will absolutely succeed." Stepping forward, he commanded, "Let's go. To the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. We will wait for the Moon God ritual to strike down the Moon King." Meanwhile, back in the hall of the Moon Pavilion, a sudden announcement echoed, "The Moon God ritual is about to begin." With a tense look in her eyes, Cloud Treader muttered, "Only when the moonlight is at its brightest will the Moon God descend to offer guidance." The last time a Moon God ritual happened was over 1,000 years ago. The Moon King pinched the bridge of his nose, looking utterly exhausted. "I know. The principal of the Beast Taming Academy contacted me ages ago." The Moon King looked through the files. "Once the Moon God ritual begins, all chosen lunar beastmasters will become sacrifices, forced to fight each other for the ultimate title of the Moon King. The rewards of winning are so massive they can boost a beastmaster's power to terrifying heights. It might even trigger another war among the emperors. This trial will not end until someone takes the throne or everyone else forfeits. So, this Moon God ritual won't actually end until you defeat Emperor Kangyue in 3 years." The Moon King stood there, completely flabbergasted, while Cloud Treader stood nearby, thoroughly amused by his misery. Reading the information, the Moon King's face grew increasingly annoyed. Not only that, but the sacrifices can also track each other's locations. And according to the principal's request, I have to protect 2 of her students who were chosen as sacrifices. The Moon King groaned, feeling half dead inside. Why on earth do I have to clean up my predecessor's mess? Just how many people did that guy scam using the Moon God's name anyway? Cloud Treader giggled beside him. "Oh, don't be so dramatic. Think about the massive rewards from these battles. Who knows, in 3 years, Emperor Kangyu might not even be worthy of carrying your shoes." She added, "Plus, there's an extremely rare chance to obtain the missing pages of the Book of the Moon." The Moon King raised an eyebrow. "Wait, really?" Cloud Treader looked surprised. "You didn't know? Legend has it that whoever gathers those missing pages can bypass the contract limits and form pacts with dozens of beasts at once." The Moon King pondered. "Just a few pages allow you to contract that many? But wait, don't I have the entire book?" Resting his chin on his hand, he thought, "If the Book of the Moon is right here with me, how could anyone else have the missing pages?" Meanwhile, Cloud Treader was yawning up a storm behind him. Exhausted, Cloud Treader nudged the Moon King. Stop overthinking. Hurry up and tell the breeder to let me roam around freely." Cloud Stepper Moonchaser suggested, "If I can go out to enjoy the moonlight, I can easily help you watch over those two little brats. Cloudstepper Moonchaser opened one eye, a question mark popping up over his head. The Moon King had been shoved so hard by Cloudstepper Moonchaser earlier that he crashed right through a wall. It was a painfully brutal sight. Clutching his phone in one hand, while rubbing his aching hip with the other, he struggled to walk. A headbutt from a Supreme Tier beast almost ruptured his kidney. His phone screen showed a text received at 7:01 p.m. The Moon King texted him a list of 100 ways to cook venison. In response, an ellipsis appeared on Cloudstepper Moonchaser's screen, followed by a giant exclamation mark. Wait, the profiles for those two students have already been sent? A message popped up, by Yuer, 16 years old, from the White Saint family in the West. She is the daughter of a human-tiger hybrid emperor. She possesses a Supreme Tier beast, but for some reason, it has fallen into a deep sleep. It is suspected that its level is too low to manifest. Reading the initial evaluation, the Moon King had thought she was a cat girl, but she turned out to be a tigress. The next person's profile, Biao, 16 years old, from the most prosperous human kingdom in the Northern Territories. She is the fourth princess of the Bu Empire. Since childhood, she has a record of summoning supreme beasts to battle her enemies. The Moon King figured that a princess and an emperor's daughter were bound to be a handful. He decided to just pass them along first. The Moon King forwarded the two profiles to Cloudstepper Moonchaser. Cloudstepper Moonchaser texted back, "The first one looks pretty interesting. Leave her to me." Under the night sky, Yuer was sighing. Sitting on the swing, Bayuer said, "I can't believe the sinking star crescent moon was tamed by the Moon King just like that. I wouldn't have believed it even in my wildest dreams." Su Jing, who was sitting next to her, stood up and said, "All right, let's get to the teaching area. Aren't there some important announcements being made later?" Watching from the bushes, Cloudstepper Moonchaser observed the two girls walking away. That was indeed the hybrid girl from the White Saint family. Cloudstepper thought to himself, her scent is easy to remember, but she doesn't seem to have a lot going on upstairs. A droplet of water fell onto Cloudstepper Moonchaser's nose. Oh, it's about to rain. Cloudstepper Moonchaser started walking away. He needed to head back first. His power would drop significantly in the rain, and he wanted to be prepared in case anything happened. Suddenly, Cloudstepper Moonchaser sensed something. A vortex manifested, tearing open the very fabric of space. The Supreme Tier Storm Tyrant emerged right in front of Yuer and Su Jing. "Found you, one of the 5 Supreme Tier targets," it growled. Terrified, Yuer and Su Jing clung to each other in fear. The Storm Tyrant spoke, "My child, I'll give you 10 seconds to summon all your beasts." Seeing the two girls trembling with fear, the Storm Tyrant sneered, "I have no interest in killing a Beastmaster with a cheap sneak attack." Noticing the 7 stars on the Storm Tyrant's arm, Cloudstepper Moonchaser thought, 7 stars? Is this guy a Beastmaster's contracted beast? Cloudstepper Moonchaser was stunned. A 7-star Beastmaster. That meant his master was an Emperor-tier powerhouse. The rain was pouring down. Biao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, muttering, "It's pouring. Yet we're still forced to gather at the teaching area. What's going on?" Biao spotted a glitter butterfly fluttering by. Huh? She figured it was just a low-tier glitter butterfly. Reaching out, Biao gently touched it. The servant holding her umbrella cautiously warned, "Princess, that's a low-tier beast. You shouldn't." But Biao didn't care. "What? Are you following the Moon King's weird philosophy? What's the harm in playing with it for a bit? For all we know, the Moon King is probably secretly playing around with some little beast right now." Suddenly, a voice spoke up, causing the two of them to turn around. "Are you talking about the Moon King?" Ling Zizuo smiled and said, "I absolutely love talking about the Moon King. Mind if I join in?" Ling Zizuo stepped forward through the pouring rain. One of Biao's servants demanded, "Who are you?" Biao, slightly startled, snapped, "Get lost, you ugly creep. Can't you see I'm on my way to the academy meeting?" Though fuming inside, Ling Zizuo kept a smile on her face. "Ha! I'd love to join too, you ugly little brat." Ling Zizuo stood alongside her contracted beast. "What a pity that I have to deal with a mere child who only has a young Supreme Tier beast. I feel so bad, I could almost cry." The servants gasped in shock upon seeing that Ling Zizuo's beast was a Supreme Tier evil-eyed antelope. Biao had never expected the Dark Moon cult to show up right here on the plaza of the Beastmaster Academy's teaching area. Despite the pouring rain, the students were still gathering. 2 figures standing on a high balcony observed, "Neither Bai Yuer nor Biao has shown up. Ru Yue felt an ominous sense of dread creeping into her heart. Ru Yue raised a megaphone and announced, "Dear students, please listen very carefully to what I am about to say." The students quieted down and listened. The moon god sacrifice is commencing once again, after more than 1,000 years. Ru Yue announced solemnly, "Once the moon god sacrifice begins, high-potential moonlight attribute beastmasters will be chosen as battle sacrifices to appease the gods. Each victory will yield unimaginable rewards, and the rules to determine the ultimate victor are..." A voice suddenly cut Ru Yue off. "Is that the sacrifices must slaughter each other until only one survivor remains." Ru Yue froze in shock. A bright light shone in the sky as the spirit of the star-lost moon materialized the true moon of this era. Ru Yue screamed, "Everyone, retreat immediately!" The spirit of the star-lost moon unleashed an attack, triggering a massive explosion. Dodging frantically through the air, Nu Nguyet gritted her teeth in frustration. "Damn it, that's a 7-star sovereign combat skill." As the smoke drifted through the pouring rain, Nu Nguyet thought anxiously, "But my sovereign-level Nguyet Ansa can only protect myself." She feared all the students had met a terrible end, but as Nu Nguyet looked down at the cracked ground, she realized they were still safe. Both Nu Nguyet and the people from the Moonlight Beastmaster Academy were utterly confused. What just happened? Meanwhile, the Tin Ming Nguyet spirit realized, "My attack was completely absorbed." It seemed the Tin Ming Nguyet spirit assumed the Moon King had intervened. Meanwhile, a figure clad in a white robe stood quietly among the crowd. Their hood was pulled low over their head. The Tin Ming Nguyet spirit muttered, "The Moon King is watching me." The Moon King thought, thanks to the battle at Mountain Nguyet and Hotrung, Nguyet's defensive skills have tripled. Hotrung Nguyet clung to the Moon King in terror, but this time, 40% of the shield was blasted away. If this had happened before, everyone here would have been blown to ashes. The Moon King smirked, "Heh, I almost forgot how long it's been since I last went wild." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning ripped across the sky, striking right toward the Tin Mi Nguyet spirit. What on earth is that? Space itself was torn wide open, as the guardian spirit Dan Nguyet Thien Nu emerged. Looking at the chest of the guardian spirit, Dan Nguyet Thien Nu, Nu Nguyet spotted 7 stars shining brightly. Nu Nguyet's heart sank. A 7-star sovereign level. A 7-star beastmaster means the opponent has at least one emperor-class beast. The guardian spirit Dan Nguyet Thien Nu bellowed, "What the hell do you think you're doing? What if all these people die? Is this really necessary?" The Tin Mi Nguyet spirit snapped back. "What do you know? How could the Moon King possibly care about the lives of these mere ants?" The guardian spirit Dan Nguyet Thien Nu cursed, "You idiot. This is Double Moon sect territory. Besides, our only mission was to block the 2 vice deans." Something suddenly clicked for Nu Nguyet. She asked, "Wait, is the guardian spirit Dan Nguyet Thien Nu actually from Tin Mi Nguyet?" Nu Nguyet continued, 5 years ago, I went to Tin Mi Nguyet to train as an exchange student, and I was lucky enough to witness that person's incredible skills, so why are you attacking us now?" Hearing this, the Tin Mi Nguyet spirit asked, So what should we do now?" The guardian spirit Dan Nguyet Thien Nu replied, "Fine. I'll give you 1 minute to teach these naive students a lesson." Watching the fleeing students, the guardian spirit Dan Nguyet Thien Nu added, "After that, we won't show any mercy." With steady footsteps, the Moon King approached while tapping on his phone. He appeared and muttered, "So, it's Tin Mi Nguyet?" The guardian spirit Dan Nguyet Thien Nu and the Tin Mi Nguyet spirit looked down. "You don't even dare to show your face, and not even an emperor-class beast dares to appear." The Moon King's eyes darkened menacingly. "You've crossed the line. Did you honestly think you could run wild here and escape with your lives?" Suddenly, Tram Tin Yen Nguyet appeared. Nu Nguyet and the people from the Moonlight Beastmaster Academy gasped in shock. The guardian spirit Dan Nguyet Thien Nu also stared at the arriving Tram Tin Yen Nguyet. Both spirits were completely stunned. A sovereign-level Tram Tin Yen Nguyet. Tram Tin Yen Nguyet's eyes glowed fiercely as she thrust her spear forward with devastating force. Nu Nguyet quickly realized something was terribly wrong. Wait a second. That stance. She's not distinguishing friend from foe at all. Watching Tram Tin Yen Nguyet charge, Nu Nguyet thought in panic. Does she plan on slaughtering everyone here? Up in the air, both the Tin Mi Nguyet spirit and the guardian spirit, Dan Nguyet Thien Nu, were sent flying by a single blow from Tram Tin Yen Nguyet, leaving a thick trail of smoke. Nu Nguyet coughed violently. Cough, cough. Nu Nguyet thought, I actually survived that. Looking at the massive crater in the ground, she realized, it seems the Moon King still cares about his own people's lives after all. Deep inside the crater, the Tingming Guyet spirit and the guardian spirit Dan Guyet Thien Nu lay defeated, utterly powerless to fight back. So, this is the power of Tram Tin Yen Guyet? Tram Tin Yen Guyet hovered in midair, gripping her spear with a cold, indifferent expression. The guardian spirit Dan Nu Guyet Thien Nu gritted her teeth in defiance. Even if we die in battle, we're nothing more than a welcoming gift for you guys. The Tinmeng Guyet spirit chimed in. Consider this a final warning. It will stand before you very soon. With that, both spirits unleashed their ultimate attacks together. Tram Tin Yen Guyet coldly countered, swinging her weapon forward with absolute precision. The Moon King grew anxious. After those two attacks, Ho Trungenyet's shield is down to only 4%. It's completely useless now. The guardian spirit, Dan Nuyet, Thien Nu, and the Tin Mi Nuyet spirit were stunned. The Moon King calculated rapidly. There are still 3 seconds left before Tram Tin Yen Nuyet draws her blade. If they don't stop, everyone here is going to turn to ashes. The Moon King desperately racked his brain. What do I do? Tram Tin Yen Guyet's eyes flashed as she slashed forward with her spear. The guardian spirit, Dan Nuyet Thien Nu, froze for a moment, then screamed at the top of her lungs. A massive beam of light exploded, forcing everyone to cover their heads to shield themselves from the terrifying gale. On the other side, someone felt the massive tremor and muttered, Could that be the Moon King's beast? Someone pointed up to the sky, shouting, Look everyone! What is that? Why are there 2 moons in the sky? Up above, a crescent moon and a full moon had appeared together. The Tinming Guyet spirit shrieked, Are you out of your mind? Why did you use that year creation ability? At the peak of the full moon, the astral moon spirit is absolutely furious. Sure, relying on the full moon's evolution saved your life, but did you even think about how disastrous the consequences would be? The moon guiding goddess burst into tears, crying out her apologies. Deep down, she thought she had everything under control, but the astral moon spirit scolded her mercilessly. You foolish woman! Who we are facing right now is the Moon King himself. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts under the full moon, catching both of them completely off guard. 4. The Moonlight Rabbit swells to a massive size, looking incredibly ferocious. The astral moon spirit freezes in terror. Is that the supreme tier Moonlit Jade Rabbit? But no matter how they look at it, something feels horribly wrong. Terrified, the moon-guiding goddess grabs the astral moon spirit's arm. To make matters worse, the star-sinking crescent has also started acting strange, its eyes burning with pure rage. The moon-guiding goddess gasps in panic. Are we going to have to fight both of them at the same time? The star-sinking crescent raises its spear, while the Moonlight Rabbit whips its massive ears forward. Suddenly, the star-sinking crescent lunges straight ahead. The moon-guiding goddess and the astral moon spirit are completely horrified. What? It is actually slaughtering its own ally? The star-sinking crescent's eyes gleam with murderous intent. Meanwhile, outside the royal estate of the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy, a mysterious black mist begins to materialize. Ling Chizuo looks down at the servants. Are you guys kidding me? She bends down with a cold smirk. I will give you exactly 1 minute to struggle. Ling Chizuo summons her evil-eyed antelope. The beast unleashes blinding beams of energy, blasting right into the enemy's moon beasts. The enemy moon beasts are blasted wide open, their bodies melting away like hot wax. The servants watch in horror as their beasts are obliterated. What? Desperate, Bijiao summons the green-scaled eagle, and the majestic bird emerges. Ling Chizuo laughs in delight. Well, you finally summoned your little supreme-tier pet. How exciting. But in the blink of an eye, even the green-scaled eagle is hit. Ling Chizuo mocks her with a grin. That green-scaled eagle isn't even a moonlight type. It doesn't match your attribute at all, which is why it is stuck in its unevolved state, isn't it? A servant's moonbeast scoops by Jiao onto its back. Princess, you need to run to the edge of the black mist. If you can break through, you might survive. Watching them, Ling Chizuo sighs in boredom. Seriously? Is this really the best you guys can do? Her moonbeast unleashes another barrage of power, piercing clean through the bodies of the loyal servants. The beast carrying Bijiao is also hit, crashing hard to the ground. Bijiao's eyes widen in sheer panic. Ling Chizuo and her beast step closer. Looks like this is the end. Desperate, Bijiao's hand presses against her pocket, and suddenly, her shining butterfly flutters up into the air. Ling Chizuo gasps in shock. A moon beast? Her voice cracks into a shriek as her legs begin to tremble. How? How is this possible? She collapses to her knees, burying her face in her hands. Why is there a shining butterfly here? This can't be happening. Her face is pale with absolute terror. Why does it have to be right now? The mere sight of the shining butterfly completely paralyzes Ling Chizuo. Watching this unfold, Bijou wonders, could this shining butterfly actually be here to save me? Bijou doesn't waste a second and bolts. Whatever the reason, I need to get out of here first and figure the rest out later. Ling Chizuo clutches her head, whimpering in fear. Forgive me, Lord Holy Mountain. I can't go through with this mission anymore. She and her moon beast tearfully hug each other in absolute terror. Because as members of the Dark Moon sect, the shining butterfly is their ultimate nightmare. Meanwhile, Yuer and Sujing are trembling, holding on to each other for dear life. Above them, the storm tyrant's chilling countdown echoes. 10, 9, 8, 7. He continues to count down. 6, 5, 4, 3. Hiding in the bushes, Cloud Treader thinks to herself, a 7-star supreme tier storm tyrant. Does that mean the Water Emperor is here too? If I pick a fight with the underling and end up provoking the big boss, I am toast. This is a massive mess. The storm tyrant continues. 2, 1, 0. The storm tyrant raises his arm. Such a pity. Don't blame me for what happens next. He unleashes a devastating attack, his power surging violently. Yuer and Sujing are trapped in freezing water. Suddenly, a cloud of mist erupts as a brilliant light counters his blast. The storm tyrant's eyes widen in surprise. What? Yuer and Sujing find themselves gently caught by a soft cloud. The storm tyrant is stunned. Clouds? This can't be the White Saint family's ability. Looks like our intel was wrong. Who are you? Yuer and Sujing are just as shocked by their sudden savior. A slender figure steps forward as Cloud Treader appears atop the cloud. Sujing's eyes go wide. Wait, a mid-tier white flower deer actually saved us from a supreme-tier entity? Cloud Treader sighs inwardly. Well, since I gave my word to the Moon King, I have to see this through to the bitter end. The Storm Tyrant barks. I am the Storm Tyrant, holding the prestigious third seat under the Eternal Emperor. Cloud Treader looks left and right, completely unfazed. Huh. So that guy Lung Duanqianqiu didn't come with you? The Storm Tyrant is absolutely floored. How dare she refer to the great emperor so disrespectfully? He snarls. According to the rules of the Twin Moon sect overlord, the emperor will not step onto the battlefield. Especially since this is merely a clash between supremes. Cloud Treader smiles, letting out a sigh of relief. Oh, is that so? Then we're good. She strikes a confident pose and mutters to herself. Honestly, I only pick on the weak and run from the strong. The Storm Tyrant clasps his hands together, furious. Don't push your luck. Torrential waters erupt as he unleashes his signature combat skill. Under the deep sea, as a colossal block of ice forms, Cloud Treader slowly fades away, completely vanishing into thin air. Mysterious energy currents bearing the numbers 6427b materialize, surging directly into the massive ice block. Cloud Treader Moon Chaser powerfully unleashed a massive wave of aura. The Storm Tyrant was caught completely off guard, thinking, wait, is this beast just like me, with no physical form? The Storm Tyrant continued his assault, muttering, if that's how it is, I have no choice but to use that move. A massive water vortex materialized in front of him, engulfing everything from above. Cloud Treader Moon Chaser looked on, its face full of confusion. The water vortex grew wilder and wilder, before suddenly bursting open and slowly dissolving into nothingness. A massive crater was left in the ground. The Storm Tyrant smirked in satisfaction, thinking, this time, they must have been blown to smithereens. The Storm Tyrant tilted his head in confusion, staring up at the sky. There were now 2 moons. What on earth is that Xingmi Yue guy doing? To actually take it upon themselves to alter the moon's shape. The Storm Tyrant turned to look. In a place filled with so many moonlight-type beasts, this has a massive impact on a water type like me. Fortunately, the enemy has already been taken care of. As the Storm Tyrant turned to head back, determined to demand an explanation, Cloud Treader Moon Chaser suddenly reappeared. I already told you, it said, causing the Storm Tyrant to freeze in his tracks. Cloud Treader Moon Chaser transformed into its human form and casually ran a hand through its hair. Let's just wait until whatever is happening up there is over, before we continue our fight. Seriously, I don't even need a full moon to easily crush you. I mean it. The The storm tyrant snapped in pure rage. What did you just say? What if I insist on fighting during a full moon? The storm tyrant's eyes shook with shock as he charged forward to attack. Cloud Treader Moonchaser's horn extended, instantly impaling the surrounding houses. The storm tyrant watched in utter disbelief, gasping, how is this even possible? With his jaw dropped and his eyes wide in shock, the storm tyrant thought, this power is far beyond the supreme level. Is this the bloodline of an emperor? Staring at Cloud Treader Moonchaser, the storm tyrant realized, to think there's actually a supreme tier beast here that its opponent can't even touch. Cloud Treader Moonchaser looked down with a cold, indifferent gaze. Look, I'm really not trying to use the full moon to bully you, okay? Do you hear me? Staring up at the sky, the storm tyrant muttered, Master, the next phase of the plan must be starting. With that, his body slowly began to fade away. With extreme caution, the storm tyrant dissolved into the falling rain as thick smoke billowed around. Bystanders stood there, witnessing the entire scene. Touching its face, Cloud Treader Moonchaser wondered, was that a bit too obvious? Suddenly, it sensed something. Staring into the dark night toward a mountain looming in the distance, Cloud Treader Moonchaser guessed that both the Mastermind and the Moon King were likely over there. Cloud Treader Moonchaser blankly wondered, what should I do now? Meanwhile, 3 minutes earlier at the academic square, the school building had collapsed. Debris and shattered rocks littered the devastated landscape. Elsewhere, the members of Xingmi Yue lay unconscious on the ground. Thick smoke enveloped the entire area. Up in the sky, a dark silhouette holding a massive blade tore through the howling wind. Tuyen and Jacqueline's hair stood on end, her cold eyes filled with an uncontrollable, menacing rage. Her lifeless, glowing purple eyes stared down at the ground below. Down on the ground, the figure of a rabbit slowly materialized, shielded by a layer of bubbles floating above. It was a low-level moonlight rabbit, possessing the waning moon constitution, now in its full moon form. Its combat skills included super speed, regeneration, and physical enhancement. Tuyen Ngok touched down right in front of the moonlight rabbit. Without uttering a single word, the two instantly clashed. Tuyen Ngok leapt into the air, raising her blade to strike. The moonlight rabbit countered with a swift swipe, forcing Tuyen Ngok to raise her weapon to block the blow. Tuyen Ngok eyes suddenly snapped back to normal, losing that hollow look. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the ground, sending rings of smoke billowing into the air. Deep in the forest, members of the underworld sect, Xingmi Yue and Thon Sun of the Black Moon, were on the move. Ku Nuyet spoke up, asking, Hey, Thon Sun, are you absolutely sure the double moon cult won't track us down on this path? Thon Sun let out a confident, smug laugh, replying, Ha! You underestimate me too much. He confidently continued, This is classified information sent directly to me by an inside mole. There's absolutely no way it's wrong. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed ahead. The moonlight rabbit caught Tuyen and Jacqueline's blade with both hands, halting it midair. The shocking sight unfolding right before their eyes plunged Thon Sun and his companions into stunned silence, their jaws dropping in pure disbelief. Damn it, the Moon King has found us. Thon Sun lowered his head, his face darkening as he fell into deep thought. Calm down. With things this chaotic, it might not be the Moon King. They kept their eyes glued to the moonlight rabbit. The rabbit suddenly looked up at the sky and stuffed one of its ears into its mouth. Out of nowhere, Luong gently landed right on the moonlight rabbit's ear. With his robes fluttering softly in the wind, the three of them stared up at Luong in absolute awe. Sensing their gazes, Luong slowly turned his head to look back. He was slightly surprised to see them, the Black Moon cult, Xingmi Yue, and even the Underworld sect. The representative from the Underworld sect stared at Luong in sheer panic, breaking into a cold sweat as her mind raced. With an innocent and anxious look, she pleaded with him, Respected Moon King, my mission is simply to protect Thon, son of the Black Moon. I have absolutely no intention of starting a war with you. Hearing his ally speak like that, Thon Sun flew into a rage and instantly threw down a challenge, shouting, Moon King, I came here to declare war on you. Upon hearing his declaration, the Underworld sect representative's face fell into utter despair, muttering, Forget it. Just destroy us all. Up above, Luong remained silent. He looked down, his gaze a mixture of complexity and emptiness. Declare war? Meanwhile, the Moonlight Rabbit and Tuyen Ngok remained frozen in their standoff. Thon Sun trembled as he gripped his staff, but he still boldly shouted his challenge to Luong. On the next full moon, once the moon god sacrifice begins, I will return with the emperor to end this once and for all, carrying the dying wishes of all our fallen believers. Beaten to the ground, the man clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in sheer anger, his mind drifting back to 3 years ago. Our Black Moon sect's headquarters was completely destroyed, and I even lost my eyes after facing some incredibly terrifying entities. Tu Luong stood right in the middle of the fallen Black Moon Holy Mountain members, surrounded by a dead silence. Back then, you were just like you are today. Tu Luong looked down in silent contemplation, staring at us with those same pitying eyes, as if we were nothing but worthless bugs. This is the true nature of the Moon King. His face suddenly fell, his eyes filled with utter shock and innocent confusion. He drifted into a silent void in his own mind. What on earth is this guy talking about? Why doesn't my predecessor have any memory of this? Did he forget everything? Tu Luong glanced to his right. Whatever the case, he needed to come up with an excuse first and figure the rest out later. Trom Tin Yen Guyet is also about to lose its patience. He then spoke to the 3 of them, his voice dripping with authority and cruelty. Though the struggles of mere bugs are quite pathetic, I suppose I can give you one chance. The 3 of them froze, their faces turning pale with anxiety. But to pay for daring to provoke me, Tu Luong's face darkened with a menacing shadow. I will order the Twin Moon sect to hunt you down relentlessly from this moment on. If you can make it out of the Holy Mountain alive. They trembled. The other 2 girls gasped in shock. Tu Luong continued, Then, I will grant your request. He then turned his back and walked away, leaving the 3 of them standing there completely frozen. Trom Tin Yen Guyet glowed with a sapphire light, lifting its blade high, as if preparing to strike someone down. With fierce eyes and hair standing on end, a massive explosion tore through the center of the forest under a crescent moon hanging in the dark sky. 10 minutes later, amidst the smoke, rubble, and utter devastation, a raspy cough broke the silence. Has the Moon King left yet? The warriors of the Holy Mountain, the Hoang Tuyen Path, and Kumuk were in tatters, exhausted, covered in scratches and caked in mud. Grabbing his collar, the Kunuk warrior muttered, The power of Trom Tin Yen Guyet was insane. If our emperor hadn't secretly intervened, we wouldn't have stood a chance at surviving. She suddenly leaped to her feet, flinging her cloak away. But doing that goes against the rules. Furthermore, the overlord of the Twin Moon sect might have already noticed it. We must split up now. Hearing this, the Hoang Tuyen Path members let out a heavy sigh. Now, they had to rack their brains to figure out how to evade the pursuit of the Twin Moon sect. She suddenly looked to the side, lost in deep thought. Not to mention Tram Tin Yen Guyet. Even Tempest Tyrant, a 7-star sovereign, didn't stand a single chance of escaping. Within the Moonlight Academy, there was still a mysterious, unknown power among the beast tamers. The academy stood majestically, nestled between towering mountains. Tu Luong strolled through the academy grounds, looking at the suffocating, heavy scene. This battle had completely ruined the academy. Suddenly, he stopped, rubbing his chin, as he wondered, but wait, could Tram Tin Yen Nguyet and Dap Van Tru Nguyet really defeat a 7-star sovereign that easily? After thinking for a long time, Tu Luong found himself in a state of mixed pride, helplessness, and sheer awkwardness. Even though we haven't signed a contract, somehow, I've managed to defeat a whole bunch of terrifying powerhouses. He couldn't help but find the whole thing bizarre. Suddenly, something flew straight at him, knocking him down before he could even react. Tu Luong lay there helplessly, letting Van Truong Yet pin him to the ground while frantically hitting him, while she cried out in fear, Listen to me, I just ran into that 7-star beast tamer. I was almost defeated. It was so terrifying. She buried her face in Tu Luong's chest, leaving him staring down at her in utter bewilderment. If it weren't for me, the entire academy would have been submerged. That girl from Bakthan might have even drowned. Suddenly, her whole body froze, and her face went blank. Wait, did I forget to go back? Her eyes widened in surprise as a gentle hand softly rested on her head. To Van Trui Nguyet's surprise, Tu Luong offered her a warm, gentle smile. Looking at Van Tru Nguyet with tender eyes, he said, In a few days, come back to the Twin Moon sect with me. I have some business to discuss with their overlord. Resting against Tu Luong's chest, Van Tri Nguyet pondered. The overlord? She imagined something, and in an instant, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Wait, is this the legendary meeting with the parents? On the outside, she was blushing shyly, though maybe a bit too quickly. While on the inside, she was screaming and dancing with joy. Meanwhile, Tu Luong just stared at Van Truniet, completely baffled. Twin Moon Sect headquarters, Thien Phuc Island. The island was completely shrouded in dense white clouds. While on the ground not far below, a group of people stood with their eyes glued to Thien Phuc Island. They huddled together, whispering among themselves, "Is that island modeled after the legendary Emperor Fu Xingnan? It's truly a magnificent masterpiece. The Twin Moon Sect is truly a powerhouse that can rival the Thuong Nguyet Holy Sect." Overhearing the crowd's chatter, Dao Ngiet Quang turned her head and snorted coldly. "Humph, you haven't forgotten why we're here today, have you?" Taking a step forward, Dao Tu Ku replied, "The treasure of the Eastern Emperor lies inside the Twin Moon Sect's headquarters." With an excited face and roaring aura, Dao Tu Ku loudly declared, "No matter the cost, I will make it mine today." A moment later, Dao Tu Ku and his group were left utterly jaw-dropped. Their jaws dropped in sheer disbelief. Right in front of them was a bustling, lively street packed with people, bathed in a warm, golden sunlight. Dreamy butterflies gently fluttered their wings all around, painting a picture of a breathtakingly beautiful and peaceful paradise. Tao Xiaoju couldn't contain her excitement and screamed, "Oh my God, this place is absolutely packed." But then her face twisted in anger. She chewed on her handkerchief, ripping it back and forth, staring at the peaceful street with pure, burning jealousy. She grumbled to herself, "I seriously thought the Double Moon Sect would be this strict, terrifying fortress, but it's literally just a tourist attraction." Just then, a figure wearing a dark cloak and a silver mask casually strolled past Tao Xiaoju's group while munching on a meat skewer. It was Su Liang. He pulled down his silver mask, looking back in confusion. He muttered to himself, "A beastmaster from the Southern Territory's Peach Moon Temple? What are they doing here?" Hearing this, Cloud Chaser curiously poked her head out to take a look. She asked Su Liang, "Wait, who are you talking about?" Spotting Tao Xiaoju's group still standing frozen in shock nearby, Cloud Chaser gasped in surprise. "Wait, isn't that girl Tao Xiaoju?" Suddenly, Cloud Chaser lost her temper. She grabbed Su Liang's black cloak with her front paws, shaking him frantically as she yelled, "She's the Holy Maiden candidate of Peach Moon Temple. That crazed fan of the Blue Moon Emperor who's been relentlessly hating on you online." Fuming with rage, Cloud Chaser punched the air, her eyes burning with fiery vengeance. "She blocked me when I called her out in her DMs. This is the perfect chance to make her apologize." Su Liang just stood there in dead silence, watching Cloud Chaser have a total meltdown. He thought to himself, hunting someone down over an online fight? That is so petty. But since he couldn't let them start a public brawl, Su Liang quickly offered a warm smile to distract her. "Let it go. Hey, besides that, is there anything else you want to do today?" He added in his mind, "We still have plenty of time before the moon rises anyway." But to his dismay, Cloud Chaser snapped her head back and replied flatly, "No." Right next to where they were standing, there was a beast eating contest with unlimited entries, allowing anonymous participation, with registration closing at 5 o'clock. The moment Cloud Chaser saw the sign, she instantly forgot her anger. Excitedly dragging Su Liang along, she pointed at the booth and cheered, "I'm signing up." Su Liang was completely speechless at how fast her mood had shifted. He face-palmed, letting out a defeated chuckle. He thought with a helpless grin, "The pet of the Moon King entering an eating contest? If word gets out, I'll never live this down." Suddenly, an urgent voice caught Su Liang's attention, shouting, "Hurry up, time is running out, sign up now." It turned out that Dao Xiaoju and her crew had also noticed the booth and were eagerly rushing to the registration desk. Seeing even Dao Xiaoju's group getting sucked into this event left Su Liang absolutely speechless. With an excited and smug grin, Dao Xiaoju muttered to herself, "If I win first place, my power will easily outshine all the other Holy Maiden candidates." Hearing her mutter, Su Liang raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "A prize?" Sure enough, a nearby flyer listed the rewards for the ultimate eating champion. First prize was a single drop of liquid from the pink-eyed cherry blossom. Second prize was a box of face masks, and third prize was a tube of hand cream. Su Liang's jaw practically hit the floor in shock. "Wait, what?" he thought. "What kind of crazy prize gap is this?" Remembering the mysterious, beautiful black butterflies nesting in the cherry blossom forests, his mind raced. Isn't the pink-eyed cherry blossom the legendary emperor of the Eastern Territory? Rumor has it that wherever it flies, the sky turns blood red for thousands of miles, showered in cherry blossoms. But because the eastern region is completely cut off from all electronic signals, almost no one has ever seen its true form. Still reeling from shock, Su Liang asked with wide eyes, "Who on earth organized this contest to put an emperor-level beast's essence in the same prize pool as hand cream and face masks?" Cloud Chaser gave him a confused look and replied, "Isn't that exactly what you guys in the Double Moon sect taught? It's to spite the pink-eyed cherry blossom?" Su Liang gasped in utter shock. Glancing at him sideways, Cloud Chaser added, "Rumor has it online that the Double Moon sect has been hoarding massive amounts of gourmet food loved by butterfly beasts, causing a lot of friction with the pink-eyed cherry blossom. Didn't you know?" Staring at Su Liang's completely blank face, Cloud Chaser muttered, "I seriously thought you were the one who ordered it." Su Liang was utterly dumbfounded, forcing a weak, awkward smile. But inside, his mind was screaming, "How is that even possible? My low-level flash butterfly can't even digest emperor-level food." Su Liang looked back at the prize flyer, and a smirk crept onto his face. "Well, whatever the reason, this actually got my attention. Book of the Moon Phase 2, new feature unlocked. Consume a set number of draw points to reveal all unlocked pet clues. Just 5 draws for a high-tier beast clue, 30 draws for a mid-tier, and 100 draws to secure a supreme-tier beast clue." Seeing this, Su Liang quickly calculated his moves. After unlocking a certain number of supreme-tier entries, his Book of the Moon had also upgraded. Su Liang smiled to himself in anticipation. Perhaps this upgrade would unlock some even cooler new features. A short while later, at the arena, the announcer's voice echoed through the crowd. "Welcome to the Beast Eating Challenge hosted by the Double Moon sect. I'm your host, Yu Air." The host, Yu Air, had a smoking hot body and wore an outfit that was neither too revealing nor too conservative, yet it perfectly highlighted her best features in the most subtle way. Yu Air glided between the 2 rows of tables where the contestants were preparing to compete, her sweet voice ringing out once more. "Thank you all for signing up so enthusiastically." Down below, a crowd of curious onlookers had gathered, packing the area. They whispered among themselves, gossiping back and forth. Who in their right mind would want to get caught in the crossfire between the Double Moon sect and the Flying Eagle branch? Are these contestants just plain stupid? Or are they actors hired by the Double Moon sect? Ignoring the chatter from the crowd, Yu Air cheerfully began explaining the rules. Each contestant can summon a maximum of 2 beasts to eat, but keep in mind, we're using supreme tier beast food today. And it's insanely spicy, the kind of extreme heat that only a supreme tier beast can endure. While Tao Xiaoju seemed to listen intently, the 2 female disciples beside her rolled their eyes back, their mouths hanging wide open in utter shock. In no time at all, the Double Moon sect staff brought out massive plates of food. They were all a blazing, fiery red, with thick plumes of crimson steam rising from them. The 2 female disciples beside Tao Xiaoju quickly summoned their beasts, but they weren't anything special. Both the masters and their beasts looked completely dazed and overwhelmed by the massive platters of food placed in front of them. But in stark contrast to them, Cloud Treader was incredibly excited over here, her eyes gleaming at the feast brought by the Double Moon sect. Su Liang could only stand in the corner, smiling helplessly at the sight. Seeing her side at a disadvantage, Tao Xiaoju didn't back down. Frowning, she said with absolute resolve, "You don't have to force yourselves. Either way, I'm not going to lose." Then, she yelled out, "Come forth, Skyflame Butterfly." Instantly, the supreme tier fire-type Skyflame Butterfly appeared right beside her. Xiaoju let the butterfly rest on the back of her hand as she looked down at the crowd with supreme confidence. Tao Xiaoju smirked to herself, Hey, looks like even in the Double Moon sect, not everyone has a supreme tier beast." Suddenly, Tao Xiaoju's eyes widened in shock as she stared in one direction. Standing across from her was a man in a black cloak wearing a silver mask, and beside him was a beast with pure white fur. Tao Xiaoju thought in sheer confusion, what on earth? Is that guy really using a mid-tier beast to enter this competition? Seeing that her opponent seemed weak, Tao Xiaoju let out a quiet sigh of relief, and thought with a smirk, is he trying to kill his beast with spice? Meanwhile, Su Liang was quietly sizing up Tao Xiaoju as well. Even though that girl only summoned 1 supreme tier beast, if she was determined to win the prize, she definitely had something up her sleeve. Su Liang looked back at Cloud Treader, who was already drooling with hunger, and thought to himself, although I have Sinking Star Moon Swallow, I obviously can't summon it in a place like this. Lowering his head, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he thought, but I still have another trump card. As Tao Xiaoju suddenly caught Su Liang's gaze, she couldn't help but tense up in caution. Yue Er's voice suddenly cut through the tense atmosphere. This competition has only one round, and the time limit is 10 minutes. Yue Er shouted, "Let the competition begin." Instantly, the showdown between Dao Xiaoju with her Skyflame Butterfly and Su Liang with his Cloud Treader officially kicked off. The moment the hosts started the match, the beasts began stuffing their faces with the super-grade food. Skyflame immediately took a massive bite. The other beasts had barely taken a single bite before bursting into tears from the insane heat. White Blossom Deer, on the other hand, calmly ate one piece after another, looking completely satisfied. Tao Xiaoju frowned as she eyed White Blossom Deer eating so comfortably. Could it actually be a supreme tier? She walked over to Skyflame, thinking to herself, who still plays the wolf in sheep's clothing game nowadays? Clenching her fists, she screamed, "No matter what, I absolutely will not lose." 3 minutes later, the other beasts were foaming at the mouth, passing out on the floor. Even Dao Xiaoju's Skyflame, after eating 30 pieces, began to stick its tongue out in exhaustion. Seeing her beast lose its strength and start to collapse, she was utterly stunned. Skyflame Butterfly just couldn't hold on any longer. Looking up at White Blossom Deer, Dao Xiaoju was overcome with shock and horror. Over on their side, White Blossom Deer was still eating happily. Standing beside it, Su Liang asked, "You can still eat? Didn't you just devour a massive pile of snacks? Don't force yourself." White Blossom Deer replied while chewing, "No problem. I don't use the same stomach for snacks and beast food." Tao Xiaoju stared in jaw-dropping shock. How is this possible? It's completely unfazed. She swallowed her bitter disappointment. Even with my 4-star Beastmaster rank, summoning 2 supreme-tier beasts at the same time probably won't last more than 5 minutes. She grits her teeth in sheer frustration. But for the sake of the Emperor-grade fluid, I must win this, no matter what. Dao Xiaoxia hardens her resolve. She screams, "Come forth, Qingling Yuepo." With a sharp whoosh, the supreme-grade moon-type beast, Qingling Yuepo, materializes. Without wasting a single second, it grabs plate after plate, shoving all the food down its throat. Bai Hua watches in absolute shock, muttering, "If it eats like that, won't it get diarrhea later?" Even Su Liang is left completely speechless. Xiaoxia slams her hands on the table, trembling with excitement. The amount it's eaten has already doubled. This victory is ours. Right then, the host shouts, "Only 1 minute left on the clock." Qingling Yuepo has already devoured 72 plates, while Bai Hua has barely managed 34. Watching from the sidelines, Su Liang decides it's time. He calmly says, "Hu Zhongyue." The moment the words leave his mouth, a sudden torrent of water sweeps in, vacuuming up every single scrap of food left on the table. The massive wave surges forward, engulfing the entire stage and sending the crowd into an absolute frenzy. What's going on? What just happened? Hundreds of pet food portions just vanished into thin air. How is that possible? The tables are completely bare. Xiaoxia stands frozen as if struck by lightning. This is absolutely impossible. Just then, the buzzer sounds. Time is up. The host cheerfully announces. And that's the end of the competition. The winner is. The host points directly towards Su Liang. This challenger right here. Hearing those words, Xiaoxia's knees buckle. She collapses to the ground, bursting into tears of utter despair. The host looks deep in thought, lowering her gaze in contemplation. She then says to Su Liang, "Please follow me backstage to receive your prize." That night, while a cool breeze blows outside, Yue brings out a small vial of fluid in the living room. She respectfully presents it with both hands. "My lord leader, we still have over a dozen drops of Fei Ying Fentong's fluid in storage. Do you want me to bring all of it out?" Su Liang takes the vial, asking in surprise, "You recognized me?" Yue thinks of the white deer. "At first, I only suspected it because of the rumors that you've been close to a white deer lately." She bows her head and continues, "But the mistress just woke up and told me to ask you to go to the main hall immediately for an important matter. That is how I officially confirmed your identity." Su Liang pretends to be calm as he inspects the vial. "Good. So that beast awakens right after the moon rises, huh?" he says as he uncaps the vial. Su Liang takes a sniff, and suddenly his eyes widen. He quickly turns his back to Yue. Confused by his reaction, she asks, "My lord leader?" He pulls out the Book of the Moon to check. Sky-type Emperor grade, Fei Ying Fentong. This unlocks a reward of 50 consecutive draws. The rules have changed. All targeted moon-type beasts will now be automatically unlocked in the bestiary. Su Liang's eyes widen as he mutters under his breath, an emperor-grade beast that has guarded the Dongcheng continent for over 10,000 years, one of the three Pixiao, with combat power close to an overlord, truly almost an overlord. That is no longer just a regular emperor-grade level. He feels overwhelmed and uncomfortable. So many system screens are popping up at once that he feels completely paralyzed. He closes his eyes. In other words, is it too early for the Double Moon sect to clash with Fei Ying Fentong? Cut to the Double Moon sect headquarters, main hall. Su Liang and Bai Hua walk down the corridor as the cultists on both sides bow respectfully. All these people. Is this the true weight of the Moon King title? At the end of the corridor, a glowing purple portal beckons him to enter. Without hesitation, he steps inside, closing his eyes as he feels the spatial shift. Su Liang steps through and opens his eyes. He and Bai Hua are standing in a completely different dimension. High above, a figure stands upon the moonlight. Bai Hua recognizes this as the Overlord. Su Liang nods. That's right, this is the supreme overlord of the entire northern region, the guardian beast of the Double Moon sect and the 10th guardian of the moonlight. The girl with long, silky hair, Bihai Zhegongyu, speaks up. Moon King, it seems you have finally made up your mind. Zhegongyue turns to question Su Liang, waiting for his response. The moon god sacrificial ceremony has been delayed for 3 years. The old man of the western region is furious, and the gods are highly displeased with this. Hearing this, Su Liang is speechless, staring intently at Zhegongyue. He thinks to himself, indeed, in his memories, the Moon King seemed to be waiting for a certain opportunity, but I completely overlooked it. Half closing his eyes, Su Liang gives a soft cough and says, that is why I am here. The moon god sacrificial ceremony can begin. But before that, I have one question. Hearing this, Zhegongyue raises her head in confusion. Su Liang also looks up, speaking fearlessly. How do I win the battle of the emperors? Zhegongyue replies, what rank of emperor? Just so we are clear, I cannot intervene during the moon god sacrificial ceremony. Su Liang ponders, I am not sure, but it might be the Black Moon sect. Zhegongyue is caught off guard. The Black Moon sect? Moon King, please stop joking with me. You are the miracle of the moon. You shouldn't waste my expectations on something so trivial. Su Liang helplessly buries his face in his hands, crying inside. But I'm not joking. A one-star beastmaster like me literally has no way to deal with an emperor-grade beast. Suddenly, an artifact resembling a ring appears before Su Liang. This is the token of the moon god, proving his status as the king of the northern region. Once you put this ring on, the moon god sacrificial ceremony will officially begin. The ring touched to Luang's hand, only to bounce right off. Feeling totally helpless, he had no choice but to take off the ring he was already wearing. And just like that, Tu Luang slipped the new ring onto his finger. In the blink of an eye, a blinding light flashed, and he completely vanished, right in front of the albino deer. The scene suddenly shifts to a mysterious city as a system screen pops up. The moon god ritual is initiating. Checking the moon god ritual token. Northern Domain's moon representative confirmed, but suddenly, the system screen turns blood red, flashing an error. Rescanning. Scanning has detected the holder's authority level. The Book of the Moon has been upgraded. The identity of the Book of the Moon's holder can now be disguised. Do you wish to activate disguise mode? Tu Luang opened his eyes and looked around in complete bewilderment. Where am I? Did I just get teleported? Still dazed, he looked up at the system screen. His personal info was right there. Reading through it, he was left completely speechless. A one-star northern domain? That's basically giving away my identity. Next, the system screen displayed the numbers for Bich Hai Chiet Kung Nguyet, Tram Tin Yen Guyet, and Dap Van Tru Nguyet. The most important thing right now is to avoid showing any signs of weakness. Otherwise, things are going to get real ugly. As the moon god ritual was about to begin, Tu Luang decided to select the Emperor class template, Bich Hai Chiet Kung Niet. He figured it was best to inherit a powerful template. Once Tu Luang made his selection, the template immediately changed and the system windows closed. A brilliant halo of light flashed beneath his feet. Down below, there was a room with 3 empty chairs. A figure stepped in from the hallway. Under a moon that never sets, a gorgeous girl with a melancholic gaze appeared. As if the night were eternal, she walked over and sat in one of the chairs. But the hallway wasn't quiet for long, as another shadow approached. The newcomer spoke as she walked in, Saintess Chun Guyet. It's been a while. It was a stunning girl, with mischief in her eyes, covering her mouth with a fan. She continued, "The moon god ritual is finally about to begin." Hearing this, Saintess Chun Guyet turned her head away with a dark expression. She looked away, not saying a single word. Just then, yet another figure entered from the hallway. It was the Lord of the Western Domain, wearing a tiger print robe, yawning as she walked. The moment Emperor Thuong Nguyen saw her, he raised his hand in greeting. "Long time no see, Lord of the Western Domain." Hon Sa, who was busy climbing onto her chair, gave a half-hearted reply. Yeah. Once she finally settled in, she drifted right back to sleep. Right at that moment, a sleek head of blue hair came into view as Bang Dan stepped into the room. Her skin resembled cracked glacial ice. She scanned the room and muttered, "What's the deal here? It's all women. How utterly boring." Saintess Chung Yet turned and snapped back. "Why is a frost folk of the Eastern Domain showing up here? Non-moonlight anomalies only threaten the purity of the moon." Bang Dan just smiled as she casually took her seat. "Since the moon god token chose me, I couldn't exactly skip out on this, could I?" Following her words, a heavy silence fell over the room. Bang Dan glanced at the remaining empty chair and asked out of curiosity, "Why aren't they out yet? When are we moving on to the next step?" Emperor Thuong Nguyen closed his eyes and chuckled. "Only the northern domain is left. It has to be the Moon King." Ansa let out a yawn and mumbled, "Are we talking about that guy who caused a massive scene 3 years ago? The one who kept the moon full for an entire month?" Saintess Chung Yet smiled and scoffed. "It's nothing but empty hype." The second those words left her mouth, a foot stepped into the light. The moment everyone saw the newcomer, their jaws dropped in utter disbelief. A girl was slowly stepping out of the shadows. Bang Dan gasped. "What?" Emperor Thuong Nguyen leaped to his feet, completely taken aback. "This is impossible." Bik Hai Chiet Kung Niet walked in with an icy, expressionless face. There was a glowing crescent moon shape in her eyes. Did the moon give them the wrong directions? Chiet Kung Niet calmly took her seat on the throne. Amidst the shock of the room, how could the Northern Domain's representative not be the Moon King? Saintess Cho Nguyet said calmly, "It seems the Moon King is nothing more than an ordinary mortal. There are plenty of choices far more worthy than him." As she spoke, the Saintess glanced sideways to gauge the reaction of Chiet Kung Niet. Seeing her face remain completely stoic and cold, the Saintess thought in surprise, "No reaction at all? Could it really have nothing to do with the Moon King?" Meanwhile, our male protagonist, currently in his female avatar, exhaustedly thought, "She looks pretty cute, so why does she have such a sharp tongue?" His expression instantly snapped back to a deadpan seriousness. The appearance of Chiet Kung Nguyet left them all completely baffled. It seemed the authority of the Book of the Moon truly surpassed that of the Moon God's token. An announcement echoed through the hall. After thousands of years, the Moon God ritual is finally resuming. The ultimate victor will be decided by the sovereigns. The Saintess covered one ear as the voice continued. But before that final, brutal showdown, the Moon God desires something a bit more entertaining. Honsa sleepily mumbled along, "So, choose the strongest sacrifice that you trust in. And until that unique sacrifice is defeated, sovereigns are strictly forbidden from engaging in combat." Nguyet Quang leisurely closed her eyes to rest. Any sovereign who personally steps in to slaughter other sacrifices will be instantly disqualified. Emperor Thuong Nguyet listened intently. Lastly, designating Overlord-class beasts as your exclusive sacrifice is strictly prohibited. The beast must belong to your own faction, or else you must choose again. Kung Nguyet's expression remained completely unfazed. "All right. Now, please reveal your exclusive sacrifices." Despite his cold exterior, our main character was actually panicking big time. Reveal an exclusive sacrifice? Do I even have any other option besides the beasts of the Twin Moon sect? Sweat kept pouring down his face. Keeping up this disguise was no walk in the park. If he got exposed right at the start, it would be so embarrassing. The flying moonlight anomaly let out a long yawn, looking completely bored. How dull. I originally planned to check out the strength of their sacrifices, but now I can't even participate myself. The next announcement came shortly after. The exclusive sacrifice of the Eastern region has been confirmed, an Emperor-class sky type, flying cherry blossom pink. Tu Luong's jaw dropped in absolute shock. Starting off with an Emperor-class beast meant she had likely contracted with something even more terrifying. Next, The exclusive sacrifice of the central region was confirmed an Emperor-class Moonlight type, falling full moon. Checking his system, Tu Luong cautiously analyzed it. Falling full moon, the legendary Emperor-class Moonlight type beast, the very symbol of the Moon God Palace. Lord Hansa, still half asleep, let out a long yawn and groaned, "What a pain." The system announced, "The exclusive sacrifice of the Western region has been confirmed, an Emperor-class Moonlight type, the first-generation White Saint." This shocked him even more, and he repeated the name in his mind. The first-generation White Saint? His head was spinning. As the first-generation ancestor of the White Saint clan, its power must be on par with an absolute overlord. He watched from afar as Thuong Nuyet released a wave of killing intent, aiming it directly at Kung Nuyet. With a pensive look in her eyes, she listened to the system announcement. "Attention, remaining kings. Please present your exclusive sacrifices within 1 minute." In a moment of desperation, Tu Luong suddenly had an epiphany. That's it. What about the Emperor-class beast that once existed in the Northern Territory, whose current whereabouts are unknown? At least there's still some sort of connection. The moment those words left his mouth, the image of the Emperor flashed in his mind. His anxious expression instantly turned razor-sharp. "Found you." The card box appeared. He unleashed 100 draws from the Book of the Moon, its pages flipping rapidly before stopping on a single page. He pulled up the entry for an Emperor-level beast. It was the Cloud Dream Covenant, an ancient Emperor-level beast from the Northern region and the legendary founder of the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. Piece by piece, the information began to unfold. Data Entry 1. Thousands of years ago, the Cloud Dream Covenant served as the guardian of the White Deer Palace, one of the 12 lunar palaces. But after the lunar palaces were shattered, it fell from its supreme throne to become an ordinary Emperor-level beast, plunging into a deep slumber. It now sleeps within the sea of clouds and fog at the northern border, waiting for the night the moonlight aligns to awaken. Data Entry 2. The 12 lunar palaces are actually 12 fragments of the moon goddess fluttering butterfly system. The only guardian still surviving to this day is from the 9th palace, Beach High, the lunar bow of the Sagittarius Palace. Suddenly, a system warning blared. In the final 5 seconds, if you do not make a choice, you will be disqualified. Then, Data Entry 3 popped up. The descendant of the Cloud Dream Covenant is a supreme-level beast known as the Cloud Stepper Moon Chaser. Once it obtains the lunar fragment of the White Deer Palace, it can evolve into an Emperor-level beast. At that exact moment, the system's countdown began. 5, 4, Data Entry 4. It turns out the Cloud Dream Covenant and the host belong to the same faction. This means it can bypass the judgment to become the exclusive sacrificial offering for this lunar deity ritual. This final piece of intel gave our main character the perfect leverage to dominate this battle. Time remaining. 3, 2, 1. Both of them thrust their hands forward at the exact same moment, refusing to back down. Time's up. She stared at the notification board as the exclusive sacrificial offering of the northern region was locked in. An Emperor-level lunar type, the Cloud Dream Covenant. Her jaw dropped in shock. It wasn't a beast from the Twin Moon sect after all. Tu Luong, currently in the body of the lunar bow, froze. What's going on? Is the exclusive sacrifice chosen by the Kangyu Emperor actually only a supreme-level beast? The announcement popped up. The exclusive sacrifice of the southern region has been finalized. A supreme-level lunar type, Nailuo of the Crescent Moon. Staring at the chosen sacrifice, Tu Luong couldn't help but feel a wave of respect. Plus, its prefix matched the martial path sought by the falling star eclipse light, just like the frost flower of the Crescent Moon. And just like that, the exclusive sacrifice of the southern region was officially locked in. The lunar deity ritual is about to begin. Enjoy the show. Suddenly, the surroundings blurred, and they began teleporting back. The king of the western region groggily opened his eyes, jolting awake. Wait, the Cloud Dream Covenant? He stared blankly at the fading silhouette being warped away. How is that possible? That name is actually... Before he could finish his sentence, the connection severed, and everyone vanished to another location. By now, Tu Luong had arrived in a completely different area. To his surprise, he found the Moon Queen here. Sitting regally on a crescent moon, she looked down at him with an arrogant gaze. Can you feel it yet? Just a few seconds ago, the lunar deity ritual officially began. Tu Luong looked up thoughtfully as she continued. Now, go claim the throne that rightfully belongs to you. She turned on her heel to leave. I need to make some preparations of my own. Let's call it a day. He narrowed his eyes, stealing a quick glance at her to gauge her reaction, but she simply agreed, adding, by the next time we meet, the Lunar Deity ritual might already be over. As to Luong's figure faded and completely vanished, the Moon Queen finally voiced her inner thoughts. I hope by then, our promise will be fulfilled. She muttered to herself. Tu Luong actually asked me how to defeat the Black Moon Holy Mountain. What a tiny ant. Recalling his intense, brooding expression, she calmly noted, he still doesn't comprehend his own power. Her face brightened as she questioned the Book of the Moon's choice, knowing it would strike fear into the hearts of the other emperors. A smirk played on her lips. It looks like his memories are finally returning. I wonder how the fools at the Lunar Palace will react. I can't wait. Meanwhile, back in the residential district, a crimson beam of light shot straight into the sky. The surrounding citizens panicked, shouting to one another, "What's going on?" In the middle of the crowd, a young girl pointed up at the sky and cried, "Look up there." Everyone looked up, gasping as the moon turned a terrifying blood-red color. Suddenly, a blood-red crescent moon symbol burned onto the back of her hand. Terrified, she screamed, "What? What is this?" Another bystander experienced the exact same thing. Is some kind of catastrophe happening? Cut to another location, where the emperor was soaking in a warm bath. A subordinate quietly stepped in to report, "Your Majesty, the Lunar Deity ritual has officially begun." The Kangyue emperor's face fell as he began to tremble. "That's impossible." His face went completely pale. The Moon Queen. Is the answer the moon chose? If that's the case, won't I become the laughingstock of the entire world? Standing by the edge of the pool, the subordinate asked nervously, "Your Majesty, didn't you say earlier that once the ritual begins, we should order all disciples of our sect to withdraw?" The Kangyu emperor turned his deathly pale face toward him, forcing himself to calm down. He closed his eyes and ran a hand through his sleek pink hair and declared, "No need, I've changed my mind." His slender frame rose from the water. As he stepped out, he gave his orders. "Gather all temporary sacrifices in our sect. Send Wu Ye to participate in the sacrifice elimination tournament that the northern region is about to host." He reached for a towel, wrapping it around his shoulders before making his final command. "As for me, I will personally make a trip there. I need to see this with my own eyes." What on earth is happening with the Moon King and the moon over there? A panicked subordinate rushes to stop him, crying out, "Your Majesty, wait, please, wait." His feet scramble to keep up, screaming as he runs. Are all the 5-leaf sacrifices just pawns that were sent out? All hope seems to shatter on the day of the Northern Region Sacrifice Elimination Assembly, and on a full moon night, of all times. What terrifying fate lies ahead? The sky grows blood red, exactly as the subordinate warned. A clash of emperors atop the rooftops as a massive beast's paw crashes down. Our protagonist leaps off the back of the white flower deer, scanning the surroundings to assess the situation. The number of hidden paragons around the academy has suddenly spiked. It looks like the entire Twin Moon sect has rushed here in a hurry. While he is carefully observing, a voice calls out from behind, "Lord Moon King, you're finally back." Thanha runs over, waving her phone. "You have to get justice for us. That Kangyue Great Emperor suddenly declared war on us." Su Liang stares at the notification on the phone, shocked that the Kangyue Great Emperor has actually declared war on Moonlight Academy. The 5 leaves of the southern region will participate in the northern region sacrifice elimination assembly, Thanha quickly adds from the side. This means they want to wipe out every single sacrifice in our academy. Su Liang stares at the phone in deep thought, declaring war on the academy. Is she trying to test me by deliberately sending the 5 leaves to cause trouble? After analyzing this, he regains his composure and tosses the phone back to Thanha. "Don't worry, I'll let the Twin Moon sect handle this." He turns around to leave, adding, "I need to get some rest. Just send me the list of the factions participating in the assembly." Behind him, she watches his departure, completely dumbfounded with her jaw dropped. A few hours later, the white flower deer is fast asleep on the bed, cuddling the jade rabbit. Meanwhile, Su Liang sits at his desk, staring intently at a stack of documents, lost in thought. It turns out this elimination assembly was first proposed by the Bu Empire. But as a descendant of the Beihai Imperial Palace, Ling Yue wouldn't do anything to harm him. The files contain detailed information. The Ling Yue sect and Yuan Yue are old acquaintances, so they are probably just here to join in on the fun. The Cross Moon Pavilion and the Tiancheng Society of the Central Region are just minor factions showing support for the Twin Moon sect, so they can be ignored for now. His gaze locks onto a specific detail printed in the documents. In the end, the key lies in the participant, representing the 5 leaves. This person has long, deep pink hair, whom he assesses to be just Dao Xiaoju, a holy maiden candidate of the Dao Yue Pavilion who already commands 2 paragons. Every single one of them is highly dangerous. It is easy to imagine how powerful the actual holy maiden must be. Perhaps even the cloud-treading moon chaser and the star-sinking crescent blade wouldn't stand a chance against her. He stands up, thinking that he might have to leave this to the 12 Moonlight followers. Su Liang sits down on the bed with a weary sigh. He feels incredibly exhausted and annoyed by all of this. Looking at that smooth, fair back, he analyzes his situation. Even though he now has the cloud-treading moon chaser, the star-sinking crescent blade, and the jade rabbit, making him practically invincible on a full moon night, he is by no means weak. The images of the other kings flash through his mind, but next, he will have to face a true emperor, as well as the rest of them. In his current state, there is no way he can reach the end of the moon god's sacrifice. His hand idly reaches out and touches the ear of the white deer. Without a miracle, his only choice is to let the little deer seize the moon shard from the white deer palace. While stroking her ear, he suddenly stops. His eyes shift to the glowing crystal necklace worn on her head. Does she really go to sleep without even taking off that crystal head chain? Feeling that it must be uncomfortable, our protagonist reaches out to take the necklace off for her. After removing it, he collapses onto the bed in exhaustion. He is so tired, he needs to get some sleep too. As his eyes slowly close, a strange sound echoes. Half asleep, he struggles to open his eyes to see what is happening. His eyes snap wide open. It is still the middle of the night, so why is he awake? Looking to his side, our protagonist is completely stunned. Because he took off the crystal necklace, the white deer has transformed into her human form. What is worse, she does not have a single stitch of clothing on, throwing him into another panic. What on earth is this? Her soft skin presses directly against Su Liang, making his face turn beet red with embarrassment. Only then does Su Liang realize. Could this be because he took off her necklace without permission? He looks at her peaceful, sleeping face with growing dread. She won't murder him when she wakes up, right? Fast asleep and completely unaware, she shifts her posture, her face slowly moving closer to our protagonist. Just as their lips are about to touch, the white flower deer opens her eyes. Their eyes lock in sheer embarrassment, while the little rabbit underneath squeaks and kicks them apart. Staring into her eyes, he is too flustered to speak, letting out nothing but a few mumbled stutters. Su Liang turns pale and stammers, well. The white flower deer runs a hand through her hair, staring at him in confusion. Her expression suddenly turns serious as she demands, "Where is it?" He backs into the corner, realizing that taking off the necklace was indeed the trigger. He is dead meat this time. Gulping nervously, he squeaks out, on the table. The white flower deer blinks in surprise, then quickly calms down, simply replying, "Oh." She plops right back down onto the bed, leaving him utterly baffled. "Wait, aren't you mad? I took off your head chain without asking." Contrary to his sheer panic, the girl on the bed feels this is completely normal. She can just put it back on later, so why be angry? She only stares at his bright red face in amusement. She sat up out of concern and asked, "You seem really stressed out. Did something happen?" Tu Luong looked awkward and said, Don't you think our current situation is a bit embarrassing?" Hearing this, a giant question mark popped up over her head. Embarrassing? Why? Completely ignoring her question, he broke into a cold sweat as his mind raced. Wait a minute. Isn't it said that only Emperor-class beasts can take human form? But wait, are they just used to not wearing clothes? I mean, beasts don't wear anything in their original forms, so… Bak Hoa Lok walked over, snapping him out of his thoughts. Hey, what exactly is so embarrassing? The male lead quickly backed away. Well, what I mean is… To break the awkward silence, he blurted out, I mean, your human form is really beautiful. You're the most beautiful creature I've ever seen. So stunning I can't even describe it. Bak Hoa Lok's eyes sparkled as she listened, and her face instantly flushed bright red. Watching her, he panicked, thinking, wait, then what's there to be embarrassed about? The next morning, the sun was already up. Bak Hoa Lok, still half asleep, let out a soft yawn. It turned out he was standing by the window, drawing the curtains. Seeing her awake, he turned around and said, Oh, You're awake. Bak Hoa Lok stared at him blankly and spoke her mind. To Luong, I don't know why, but ever since the first time I met you, you've always seemed so tense. Tilting her head slightly to look at him, she added, but today, you seem different. You look so relaxed and happy. He closed his eyes in agreement and said, You're right. Thinking back, he had been so consumed by his role as the Moon King, always stressing over how to deceive the world and defeat his enemies, that he was right on the verge of a breakdown. But after what happened last night, after feeling my heart race like that, I finally realized something. The male lead's expression brightened as he looked at her gratefully. Thanks to you, I've finally calmed down. Ho Wok stared in a daze as he walked away, stretching his arms comfortably. Next up, we need to prepare for the Moon God Festival. I think I might have found a way to defeat the Emperor. She blinked in confusion. Huh? But I didn't even do anything? After standing there dazed for a moment, she happily realized, wait, are we going out to play? Awesome. He quickly called out, hey wait, put some clothes on first. Cut to the next scene, where the two of them are standing together on a rooftop, overlooking the vast landscape below. Hoa Lok tilted her head in confusion as Tu Luong turned to look at her necklace. So, about that necklace of yours. If you take it off, will you? You know. Stumbling over his words awkwardly, he mumbled, Didn't I take your necklace off yesterday? Even so, you kept seriously asking where it was. Turning her beautiful face toward him, she explained, Oh, that's because my mother left it to me. Of course I had to ask where it was. He felt completely deflated as she delivered her final blow. My sudden transformation into a human was just because the full moon is near, causing my blood vessels to go out of control. What does it have to do with the necklace? Standing directly in front of him, her slender figure tensed as she questioned him. But why did you bring me here anyway? Aren't we supposed to be preparing for the battle against the emperors? The male lead stared straight at the building in front of them, sharing some crucial knowledge with Bak Hoa Lok. This is the tallest building in the academy. From here, you can see the entire campus, including the arena for the sacrifice elimination tournament. The atmosphere instantly turned tense as he declared, I plan to face the emperor right here. Meanwhile, Locke stood beside him, looking completely clueless. Here? But there's nothing here. Confidently, he replied, I want to test beforehand whether I, as the Moon King, can communicate with the gods. He tossed a glowing butterfly into the air. Go, Glimmerwing Butterfly. Her eyes followed the fluttering wings in the air, as she said flatly, What kind of test is this? You just let a glowing butterfly go? He shook his head. Take another look. She followed his pointing hand, and her eyes widened as a massive swarm of glittering butterflies filled the sky. Low-level Glimmerwing butterflies are normally only useful for scouting, but they also have a unique habit. They love to swarm together. He gently reached out, letting one land on his hand, and continued, Every time my Glimmerwing butterfly goes out, it leads a massive trail of wild Glimmerwing butterflies along the way, and no one can tell which one is mine. As the swarm fluttered toward the beautiful girl, they suddenly erupted into light, making her scream in shock. Her face filled with confusion. They're gone. To Luong, what did you just do? He put a finger to his lips, signaling a secret. Just wait until the night of the full moon, and you'll see. They stared at each other with contrasting expressions as the sky filled with a glittering swarm of butterflies. Low-level Glimmerwing butterflies are normally only useful for scouting, but they also have a unique habit. They love to swarm together. He gently let one land on his hand, saying, Every time my Glimmerwing butterfly goes out, it leads a massive trail of wild Glimmerwing butterflies along the way, and no one can tell which one is mine. Suddenly, the system notified him, Contract signing complete. The beast's information popped up, making his eyes widen. It worked. The swarm of butterflies surged like a flowing river. Utilizing the unlimited contract cheat from the Book of the Moon, he successfully contracted over 1,000 Glimmerwing butterflies all at once. Tu Luong stared at his hands. He was still nowhere near his limit. He didn't even feel a hint of strain. Looking up at the sky with absolute determination, he thought, If the gods love miracles, then if I present them with the most spectacular miracle ever, will they descend? Bak Hoa Lok pouted, sitting lonely in a corner while watching him look so confident. Suddenly, a sound rang out. The sudden commotion below caught her attention. She couldn't believe her eyes. What kind of cheap trash is gathered here? A voice chimed in. 1 star, 2 stars, even 3-star beasts are rare. This is truly pathetic. It was the 5-leaf holy maiden, Kukunguyet Dai. Wondering out loud, A 3-star is literally the bare minimum to join Kukunguyet Dai. Why on earth did the great emperor send us here? The 5-leaf holy maiden, Mai Inguyet Shuang, replied, the great emperor has his reasons. Besides, without the Inguyet Vuong Academy, the Inguyet Kwang Beast Tamers are completely insignificant. Holy maiden Kukunguyet Dai frowned in annoyance. Whatever, this is such a buzzkill. Suddenly, she felt a pair of eyes staring directly at her. That gaze sent a cold shiver down her spine. Terrified, holy maiden Kukunguyet Dai quickly looked back to see what was watching her, but her eyes landed on the 5-leaf holy maiden, Dao Nguyet Quan. Holy maiden Dao Nguyet Quan felt the exact same way. I can vaguely sense it too. That thing is definitely not an enemy we can handle. She warned, it must be one of the powerhouse figures from the Twin Moon sect. It's best not to look. High atop the tower, Dap Van True Nguyet was silently observing. A voice from behind caught her attention. As expected of the almighty Thuong Nguyet holy sect. Sovereigns are everywhere. Tu Luong sighed. I guess when you fall from grace, you're treated worse than a dog? Dap Van True Nguyet snapped back. You've been reading way too many web novels. Real emperor battles have been extremely rare these past few years, okay? Tu Luong leaned in, his face inches from hers. Are you still mad at me? He smiled warmly. Come on, let's make up. But Dap Van True Nguyet just puffed out her cheeks and turned her head away, completely ignoring him. Tu Luong's face darkened as a mischievous idea popped into his head. Well, if that's how it's gonna be, he smirked playfully. Don't blame me for using my ultimate trump card. Tu Luong began speaking in a cheesy, dramatic tone that caught Dap Van True Nguyet completely off guard. Hey, woman. Raising his voice, he continued, you have successfully caught my attention. Dap Van True Nguyet's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. You, Tu Luong teased her. Are you really that afraid of me telling everyone about your secret novel reading habit? Flustered and furious, Dap Van True Nguyet shouted, of course I am. That's basically social suicide. Tu Luong cleared his throat, trying to play it cool. He laid out his demand. All right, then get over here, Dap Van True Nguyet asked nervously. For what? Tu Luong grinned playfully. Come over here and stand still. I want to tease you a little. If you dare refuse, I'll make sure that cheesy line of yours spreads all over the academy. Dap Van True Nguyet gasped, her face turning bright red. Wait, what? She sheepishly lowered her head. Too embarrassed to even look up, she curled in on herself, trying to look as small as possible. Tu Luong walked over. All right, I was only joking. But the very next second, Dap Van True Nguyet lunged forward and threw her arms tightly around him. His eyes widened in utter shock. Plonked onto the ground, Tu Luong blushed furiously as she continued to hold him in a tight embrace. His face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. What are you doing? He stammered, looking down at her shyly. Dap Van True Nguyet leaned in close, her warm breath tickling Tu Luong's ear and making his ears turn completely red. She let out a series of soft, suggestive sighs. Pulling back, she left Tu Luong frozen in absolute shock. She huffed proudly. You really know how to push people's buttons. You're so annoying. Making a quick escape, Dap Van True Nguyet bolted. I'm heading back to the Moon Pavilion. She turned back and shouted at Tu Luong, and don't you dare follow me. With that, her body dissolved into a faint mist before vanishing completely. Tu Luong marveled. Man, she's fast. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind Tu Luong. Assuming she had returned, he blurted out, Wait, you're still here? Are you seriously that worried about my silly little threat? His mind started wandering. I mean, she doesn't even mind being seen without clothes, so I really don't get what she's so embarrassed about. Just then, a girl wearing a rabbit mask landed nearby. Her sudden voice startled, Tu Luong, my lord sect leader. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Tu Luong waved his hand at Silver Rabbit, who ranked second among the 12 moons of the Twin Moon sect. No, you're fine. Go ahead. His face was pale as he thought. Talk about perfect timing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to wrap this up. Silver Rabbit reported. We managed to inflict heavy casualties on Hak Nguyet Thon's son, but he still managed to escape. The Battle of the Emperors during the full moon. Tu Luong muttered under his breath, taking a quick glance back. It's fine. We just need to wait for the full moon. Silver Rabbit quickly replied. Understood, my lord. Tu Luong watched her leave. Well, they did inherit the legacy of the Hak Nguyet sect, so it makes sense they wouldn't go down that easily. He called out, Arise, Trung Nguyet. A stream of water materialized, swirling into a rapid vortex right in front of him. As the water dissipated, it revealed a glowing green blade. His expression grew serious. Tram tin yen guyet, let's make a deal. Looking straight ahead, Tu Luong said, lend me your power on the night of the full moon. He directed his words toward the blue-haired girl residing inside the blade. In exchange, I will give you information about your scabbard. The offer seemed tempting enough, causing the blade to tremble slightly. Tram tin yen guyet's eyes remained tightly shut. A moment later, her vibrant green eyes snapped open, and a brilliant beam of green light shot out from the top of the tower. Holy Maiden Down Guyet Quan whipped her head around. From that direction again? Who on earth is over there? A pair of hands gripped the hilt, swinging the blade with blinding speed. As Tram Tin Yen Guyet slowly materialized before him, Tu Luong let out a sigh of relief. Looks like we have a deal. He then summoned his Book of the Moon, using 30 lottery draws to search for information on the Supreme High Crescent Moon Beast, Chunhua. The Book of the Moon rapidly flips through its pages. Suddenly, the system notification pops up above Su Liang's head. Host has insufficient authority. Some information will be hidden. Su Liang is puzzled. Huh? The details for Silent Star Yen Guyet appear before him. As Su Liang watches intently, the system chimes with another warning. These two words leave Su Liang completely stunned. What? The system warns. Host is not qualified to engage the overlord of the eastern region, Bingyu Tianlin, in combat. The host must form a contract with at least one emperor-grade beast to obtain the bare minimum qualification. To survive in the eastern region, Su Liang is speechless. What kind of nonsense is this? The overlord of the eastern region? All I want is to get her scabbard back from her. Isn't this just a pipe dream? Su Liang double-checks. Silent Star Yen Inguyet, Chunhua, located in the eastern region? Silent Star Yen Inguyet nods. She parts her lips, looking like she wants to say something. Su Liang continues, but to get it back, the one we have to face is. Su Liang's final words freeze Silent Star Yen Nungyet in her tracks. Queen Bingyu Tianlin. Her expression instantly darkens. She turns around and starts walking away. Su Liang gets a bit nervous when he sees Silent Star Yen Nguyet's hands clenching into fists. He quickly starts calculating his options. The hard truth is that the current faction of the Twin Moon sect stands absolutely zero chance against Queen Bingyu Tianlin. Su Liang fears this opponent might be 10,000 times more terrifying than the Azure Moon Great Emperor, whom he has to face in 3 years. He gazes at Silent Star Yen Guyet's retreating figure, and for some reason, she looks incredibly lonely right now. He bites his lip. Finally, making up his mind, Su Liang calls out, "Hey, give me 3 years." Silent Star Yen Guyet turns back in surprise. He is now overflowing with confidence. Just give me 3 years, and I will defeat Queen Bingyu Tianlin. Utter shock is written all over Silent Star Yen Guyet's face, yet she remains silent. Su Liang immediately panics. Wait, what did I just say? He stammers. If I put it that way, would you believe me? Silent Star Yen Guyet falls quiet, seemingly lost in thought. Finally, she reveals, Su Liang, in ancient times, we, the Seven Heavens, and the Moon God Flash Butterfly faction were completely incompatible. I've always held a grudge against you as well. Su Liang is stunned to hear her actually speak. Silent Star Yen Guyet slowly opens her eyes. However, thank you. She looks at Su Liang with a gentle smile. Even if it's just for a brief moment, let me hold on to this short dream. Su Liang's hands clench as he protests in frustration. Ah, wait, that's not what I meant. You could talk this whole time? Su Liang recalls all the unfair treatment he had to endure. So all that mindless slashing before, was that just to scare me? If it weren't for Moon in the Lake, I would have been torn to shreds multiple times by now. He walks away, thoroughly dejected. Since things have already come to this, there's no point in holding a grudge. Su Liang steps forward to walk side by side with Silent Star Yen Inguyet. Well, whatever happens, I'll make sure this dream lasts as long as possible. Su Liang can't help but tease, but if this actually comes true, are you going to offer yourself to me in marriage? Silent Star Yen Guyet, however, responds with absolute seriousness. The era of hostility among the gods has long since ended. If you can find my scabbard, a marriage alliance is not entirely out of the question. But if you want to have kids, I can't do that right now without my scabbard. Su Liang is dumbfounded. Wait, what? He stares blankly at Silent Star Yen Guyet. This girl is unexpectedly dead serious. Meanwhile, in the reception hall of Moonlight Academy, beast-taming Holy Maiden Ju Yuatan screams, "You little brat! What did you say? Say that to my face again." The black-haired girl rests her hands on her hips, sneering, "Are you deaf? I told you guys to scram back to where you came from." She points directly at the holy maidens. Furthermore, the Azure Moon Great Emperor has already declared war on us, so I can turn you bastards into ashes right here on the spot, you know. Holy Maiden Ju Yuatan, fuming, prepares to hurl insults, but someone quickly covers her mouth. Damn it. Holy Maiden Tao Yueguan warns her, "Shut up, you can tear her to pieces, but you must not insult her." Both of them look over at the black-haired girl. This brat is a descendant of the branch family of the Baihai Zhegong clan. Watch your mouth, or it will bring ruin upon us. Even the Azure Moon Great Emperor wouldn't be able to save us. Holy Maiden Tao Yueguan steps forward to face Bi Shengxi. So you are Bi Shengxi, the 7th princess of the Bu Empire? Even though you possess the Holy Moon physique, if you want to challenge me, you'll have to wait another 10 years. Holy Maiden Ju Yuatan is shocked. This kid can actually, in broad daylight, unleash the full power of her summoned beast? Is this the Holy Moon physique? Bai Shengxi scoffs, "Oh, please. Whether we can actually fight is another story. But this reception hall was funded by our Bu Empire. If I say you can't stay, you can't stay. Go sleep out on the streets." The Holy Maiden's faces darken. Even Holy Maiden Dao Yeguan loses her cool. "You little brat, don't push your luck." However, Bi Shengxi's smile doesn't fade. She quickly channels her power, but the attack is suddenly blocked by a mysterious figure. Enveloped in thick smoke, the figure warns, "If you dare to raise a hand again before the grand tournament begins, you will be disqualified on the spot." Silver Rabbit says to Bi Shengxi, "7th princess, let them pass. This is the Moon King's order." Holy Maiden Dao Yeguan voices her suspicion, "Are you one of the 12 moons of the Twin Moon sect?" Silver Rabbit once again requests the 7th princess to let them in. Bai Shengxi drops her gaze in silence, but soon breaks into a radiant smile. "Understood, Sister Rabbit." The scene transitions inside the hall, with Silver Rabbit and Bai Shengxi walking behind the group of holy maidens. Bai Shengxi put on an innocent look and asked, "Excuse me, Sister Silver Rabbit. Which seat does Sister Wu hold in the 12 moons?" Silver Rabbit smiled and replied, "The 2nd seat." "Why do you ask?" Bai Shengxi calculated to herself, "The 2nd seat is only at this level? Then the 12th seat must be just slightly stronger than me. If I can reach the top within 3 years, I'll be qualified to challenge the 4 moon generals." Silver Rabbit stared intently at her. Bai Shengxi's face flushed red. If she hadn't been born 3 or 4 years too late, she might have been able to carry on the world's strongest bloodline with the Moon King. Silver Rabbit forced a smile and said, "Then, this sister of yours will look forward to the day we fight side by side." She turned to walk away, her gaze turning sharp. "Arrogant little brat," she smirked. "But once the conference the day after tomorrow comes, we'll see the true power of this sacred moon body." Before the night of the full moon, 2 figures clad in white robes slowly moved along the road. A figure hid behind a tree, watching them closely. It was Ju Yu Xingmi, an emperor-grade moon beast. She smirked smugly. "Their defense is laughably low. They can't sense my presence at all." The 6-tailed fox smiled. "Hey, did Tang Huangquan also come to join the fun?" The voice replying to her belonged to the emperor-grade beast of the 9 hells, Tang Huangquan. "Leng Duan Qianchu, you'd better keep a low profile. This is the northern region, and who knows, we might all be watched right now." The 6-tailed fox said calmly, "Stop trying to scare me. Didn't you also accept the Black Moon cult's request just out of curiosity?" She glanced toward Su Liang's residence. "Who do you think will be the final victor? I honestly can't even begin to imagine what the Moon King's beast looks like." She smiled with amusement. "He's just a 1-star beast tamer. Can he really control an emperor grade? I'm so curious." The 6-tailed fox asked, "Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" Tang Huangquan shared his opinion. "In my view, the fact that he's still a 1-star beast tamer is exactly what's terrifying." He asked her, "Do you know the difference between a vessel and an apostle?" The 6-tailed fox replied, "You mean the representatives of the gods? Those who never lose in their entire life are the apostles, while those who suffer defeat are merely vessels. Because once they fail even a single time, they lose the right to have the gods watch over them. To the gods, those vessels are nothing more than mindless wooden puppets." Tang Huangquan countered, "Your theory isn't wrong. Apostles are indeed far superior to vessels. But that's not judged by the final outcome. According to the ancient records of Tang Huangquan, The most direct difference is that vessels believe they are receiving guidance from the gods in the shadows, just like accepting a main quest in a video game. Those vessels mindlessly carry out the instructions of the gods. Tang Huangquan continued. Most of the gods' representatives in this world are just vessels, but a select few are true apostles. Their accounts tell of seeing the gods in their dreams, as if they have truly merged with them. He recalled the past. But do you know what the Moon King said back then? Tang Huangquan revealed. Even now, whenever I think back to those words, a shiver runs down my spine. At that moment, Su Liang stood alone atop the tower, closely observing everything around him. Tang Huangquan's words seemed to drown in the dark night as he recalled. He said. Right then, a flash of light burst in the distance, making Su Liang's eyes widen in shock. The bright light lit up the entire sky, triggering a massive explosion the moment it struck. A soft chuckle echoed upon seeing that the attack had successfully hit the tower. The black-haired woman sneered. This final blow drained my very lifespan. As expected, he couldn't block it. She glanced back at the man hiding behind a tree. Great job, He Jing. Thanks to you, I was able to get close to the Moon King. He Jing asked anxiously. Lady Ling Zizuo, what should we do to get out of here now? Ling Zizuo replied calmly. Get out? Why? I've already defeated the Moon King. She laughed maniacally. From now on, the gods and the moon will watch over me. Suddenly, horror struck her as her pupils shrank. Standing right before Ling Zizuo, the tower remained completely intact and unscathed. Water swirled and enveloped Su Liang's body. Excellent job, Moon in the Lake. He commanded. Open your eyes. Silent Star Yenyue quickly manifested. Su Liang called out to her. Silent Star Yenyue. We kicked things off with her smiling at her phone screen, saying, I'm taking you guys along to witness the entire event, so make sure to smash that follow button by tapping your screen 3 times. Dao Xiaoju grinned with pure excitement. With tens of millions of viewers online 100 times her usual stream, she couldn't wait for what was next. The legendary Moon King's Beast lineup was finally going to be revealed today, and the crowd of participants was already buzzing with gossip. Hey, isn't this conference starting a bit too early? We're still far from a full moon. Exactly. Without the full moon, how can anyone unleash their true potential? Saintess Dao Yuexi agreed. Honestly, not just for this conference, but even for the upcoming moon goddess ritual, winning or losing doesn't matter at all, she said with a serious look. As long as we can witness this clash of emperors today and make it back alive, that's more than enough, Saintess Dao Yuexi thought to herself. Even though our matches are just the opening act. Her eyes shifted toward Bi Shengxi, who was sitting smugly right across from her. It would be a whole lot better if this little brat got knocked out right here. Saintess Dao Yuexi frowned. If she advances, she might mess up the results of the moon goddess ritual. Just then, a voice echoed through the area. Thank you all for traveling so far to attend this sacrificial elimination ceremony. The speaker was Biyiwu, the keeper of the Twin Moon Overlord, and a member of the royal family of the Bu Empire. Allow me to go over the rules one more time. A smirk spread across Bi Shengxi's face as Biyiwu announced this. First, all participants must be under 20 years old. The saintesses listened closely as she continued. Second, your combat beasts must be summoned before the duel starts. No mid-battle summoning is allowed. The students from the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy listened in silence. Third, both competitors have the right to an unconditional surrender at any point during the duel. Surrendering will not forfeit your right to participate in the moon goddess ritual. Meanwhile, Dao Xiaoju was busy capturing every single second on camera. Fourth, any attacks on the audience or beast tamers are strictly forbidden. Bai Yiwu delivered the final rule. And now, let the tournament officially begin. Challengers, please step forward. Bi Shengxi eagerly rushed over to Bi Yiwu. Auntie, I'm ready. Can I go up to the ring now? Bi Yiwu smiled and patted her head. Not yet, dear. The full moon hasn't shown itself yet, she said softly. You are destined to help the Moon King defeat the Kangyu Emperor in the future. Meanwhile, Su Liang watched the arena from a distance. As he scanned the area, he realized that while the matches had begun, the real threat wasn't in the ring. Su Liang could sense a powerful presence lurking in the distance. A few insanely strong auras are heading this way. They must be Emperor-class beasts, he calculated silently. They're probably here to witness my clash with the Dark Moon Sect's Emperor Beast tonight. Chengxing Yanyue walked up to him. Su Liang, did you feel that? Su Liang shared his theory. You mean those Emperor Beasts? No, that's not what I mean. Chengxing Yanyue shook her head, looking up at the moon casting a faint golden glow across the night sky. The gods themselves are watching you. Suddenly, the scene shifted back to the arena with a massive explosion, sending thick smoke billowing into the air. A massive, dinosaur-like beast roared, standing over a giant crater. Its owner fell to his knees, crying out in utter despair. My beast, a crescent-shaped mark could be seen on the back of his hand. Nearby, Saintess Juyue let out a long yawn. The fight between the Libra Guild and the Lingsui sect was so loud it actually woke me up, she said, before asking curiously, to the blue-haired girl behind her. How many high-tier beast battles has this been? The girl replied in a robotic tone. This is the 5th match. Saintess Juyue stretched and sighed. Ugh, what a total waste of time. Isn't it almost our turn? She flashed a wicked smirk. That little noble-blooded brat looks like she can't sit still anymore. With that, Saintess Juyue leaped gracefully down into the arena. She threw out a mocking challenge. Wiping out the rest of those Baiyu Empire brats shouldn't be much of a challenge, right? Bai Shengxi gritted her teeth in anger. Why you? Bi Shengxi was about to charge forward, but someone held her back. She looked annoyed as her aunt, Bi Yiwu, warned, No, don't. It's not time yet. Suddenly, an old man spoke up. Leave this to me. Bai Shengxi blinked in surprise. Huh? You, elder? Brimming with confidence, he sneered. The Juyue Saintess is only ranked 4th among the 5 leaves. It would be a complete waste of your talents to deal with her, princess. The old man's eyes turned sharp. So, let me handle this. 5 minutes later, both Bai Shengxi and Bai Yiwu stood there completely speechless, their faces blank. Right in front of them, the once confident old man was now sitting on the ground, weeping like a baby next to his knocked-out beasts. Saintess Juyue scoffed mockingly. Seriously? This is the best you can do? Floating behind her were her beasts, the Imperial Moonflower and the Moonlit Beauty. Both were 6-star, supreme-tier moonlight beasts. The proud Saintess Biawegwang scoffed. The petty rewards from this fight aren't even worth 3 or 4 days of my meditation. Bai Yiwu watched in shock as Bi Shengxi suddenly dashed forward. Bai Yiwu screamed, No, stop! We still have to wait a little longer. It's fine, Auntie. I'll just stall for a bit. Bai Shengxi called back, landing gracefully in the ring. If we waste any more time, the forces of the Dark Moon Holy Mountain will be here before we know it. The Saintess of the Juyue sect let out a contemptuous laugh. Hey brat, do you really want to fight me? Are you serious? Bai Shengxi gently ran a hand through her hair. Well, the full moon is almost here. If I don't step up now, there won't be any time left. Flipping her hair back, she locked her deep, intense gaze onto Saintess Juyue. Besides, how could I miss the perfect chance to shut the mouths of you annoying southern region brats once and for all? This sent Saintess Juyu flying into a rage, but a hand gently rested on her shoulder. Saintess Dao Yuguan stepped forward. Observing Saintess Ju Yuetan's questioning look, she wondered, why would you personally deal with a mere 3-star brat? Suddenly, a thought flashed in her mind. Could it be? Looking at Saintess Dao Yueguan's murderous expression, Saintess Ju Yuetan realized she wanted to accidentally kill that brat right here, to prevent any future trouble. Saintess Ju Yuetan was flustered. Come on, even if you are the leader of the 5 leaves, isn't this a bit too arrogant? Saintess Dao Yuguan shot her a sharp, piercing glare. As Saintess Ju Yuetan dejectedly backed away, Saintess Dao Yueguan turned her gaze back to Bi Shengxi. There is something off about this brat, she thought, hardening her resolve. The 5 leaves absolutely cannot be eliminated in the early stages of the Moon Goddess Festival. I have to see this through myself. Bai Shengxi smirked. Wise choice. As for those annoying flies buzzing around earlier, I'll silence them right now. Saintess Ju Yuetan furiously tried to charge forward but was held back. You damn brat, what did you just say? Saintess Dao Yueguan remained completely unfazed by Bi Shengxi's provocation. If it's you, maybe I can play a little longer. 3 figures emerged from Saintess Dao Yueguan's body. They were the Supreme Grade Moonlight Type Moon Spirit Pearl, the Supreme Grade Moonlight Type Fate Moon Witch, and finally, the Supreme Grade Plant Type 6-Leaf Peach Heaven, who was resting on Saintess Dao Yueguan's head. Saintess Dao Yueguan taunted. Aren't you going to summon your beasts? You're not so scared that you're about to back out, are you? Bai Shengxi grinned. Well, my beast is currently constipated. We'll have to wait a bit. Saintess Ju Yuetan was speechless. Are you seriously buying that? But Saintess Dao Yueguan agreed without hesitation. No problem, take as long as you need. The arena fell into a tense silence. Bai Shengxi held a pill in her hand and casually tossed it into her mouth. Saintess Ju Yuetan lost her mind. Hey, how can you use a banned drug like that? That's cheating. Saintess Dao Yuguan explained. No, that's not a stat-boosting drug. It's just a cultivation aid. Its effects aren't that strong. The green-haired girl shared her analysis. Ah, so she was stuck at a bottleneck. Is she trying to break through right before the fight? Bai Shengxi snapped her eyes open. She had finally broken through to the 4-star realm. The green-haired girl watched closely. Breaking through to the 4-star realm allows her to unleash the full power of a supreme-grade beast. But at this level, defeating a 6-star Saintess Dao Yueguan is still impossible. Bai Shengxi smiled. All right, that should do. Summoning her beast, she cried out, Qiao Yuehun. Bai Shengxi's first beast was the supreme-grade moonlight type Qiao Yuehun. She then summoned the crescent moon zither, a beast shaped like a musical instrument, which was also a supreme-grade moonlight type. Saintess Dao Yueguan asked curiously, Hey, do you really think this is enough to defeat me? Or are you planning on having someone from the Baiyu Empire jump in and disrupt the match to protect your qualification once you start losing? Bai Shengxi's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but snort. Soon, she was clutching her stomach, laughing hysterically. Bai Shengxi shouted, You people from the southern region really know nothing about the Holy Moon physique. Stopping her laughter, she added, Don't worry, you'll understand very soon. Her gaze sharpened. The gap between us will be decided in a split second. Qiao Yuehun vanished from behind Bai Shengxi. Saintess Dao Yueguan instantly went on high alert. Suddenly, Qiao Yuehun closed the distance, unleashing 2 rapid slashes right at her face. A massive burst of energy erupted, completely engulfing Saintess Dao Yueguan. Saintess Ju Yuetan gasped in shock. What on earth? Is this seriously the power of a 4-star supreme? She fumed. She hasn't even used a combat skill yet. The green-haired girl said coldly, What's the rush? The smoke is clearing, and this is only the beginning. Saintess Dao Yueguan stood completely unharmed inside her protective barrier. Qiao Yuehun grit its teeth in shock. It unleashed another barrage of relentless attacks, shattering the ground beneath them. Saintess Ju Yuetan and the other holy maidens covered their ears tightly. Damn it, I'm going deaf. Saintess Dao Yueguan closed her eyes, then calmly looked ahead. Are you done playing? Standing right in front of Qiao Yuehun was the Moon Spirit Pearl. A pillar of pure energy blasted out from the Moon Spirit Pearl, hitting Qiao Yuehun head-on. Screaming, Qiao Yuehun desperately dug its tail into the ground to stop itself from being blown away. It finally managed to halt, leaving a long, deep trench carved into the ground. Qiao Yuehun struck the Moon Spirit Pearl, cracking its surface. Instantly, the Fate Moon Witch materialized right in front of Qiao Yuehun. Qiao Yuehun roared fiercely. The Fate Moon Witch gently tapped a bubble that reflected Qiao Yuehun's image. As the Fate Moon Witch popped the bubble, Qiao Yuehun's body shattered into pieces, raining down onto the ground. The crowd was in disbelief. Is it already over? That's brutal. Saintess Ju Yuetan smirked with pride. That is the power of a 6-star Saintess Dao Yueguan for you. No matter how powerful the Holy Moon physique is, it can never bridge such a massive gap in cultivation realms. Bai Shengxi's face went blank. Saintess Ju Yuetan said confidently, This match is as good as over. The orb landed right where Bitch Than Ke stood, and the Destiny Moon Witch shattered it. But shockingly, the one who took the hit was actually Saintess Dao Nguyet Quang. The blast sent Saintess Dao Nguyet Quang flying back. Watching this, Saintess Kook Nguyet Dam couldn't believe her eyes. What? How is that even possible? Saintess Dao Nguyet Quang looked completely battered. What on earth is happening? She stammered in panic, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Saintess Dao Nguyet Quang trembled with fear. She actually reflected the Destiny Moon Witch's attack back at me. Panicked, Lu Diep Dao Thien immediately directed its power towards Saintess Dao Nguyet Quang. Her wounds began to heal, and her defensive barrier rose once again. Saintess Kook Nguyet Dam let out a sigh of relief. Saintess Dao Nguyet Quang quickly calculated her next move. Since the Destiny Moon Witch is temporarily out of commission, I'll have the Moon Spirit Pearl test the waters instead, she thought. The Moon Spirit Pearl possessed a terrifyingly explosive power that was impossible to block easily. It shot forward at a blinding speed. The fishtail of Q Nuyet Han twitched as its shredded body began to swell and regenerate. Slowly, it reformed back into its original shape. Saintess Dao Nguyet Quang screamed, How is this possible? Kyo Hon lunged forward, slashing directly at the Moon Spirit Pearl. A massive crack instantly webbed across the Moon Spirit Pearl's body. Saintess Dao Nguyet Kwang gritted her teeth. A beast that was already dead, regenerating this fast? This is ridiculous. She glared at Bicthon K. Can the Holy Moon physique really do something like this? Bicthon K smiled with excitement. It's finally starting, isn't it? She whispered softly. It's time to end this game. By now, the full moon was completely visible in the night sky. Kyo Nguyet Hon let out a deafening roar as its body grew even more muscular and robust. Saintess Kuk Nguyet Dam stared in absolute disbelief. It's true that a full moon heavily buffs moonlight-type beasts, but this is just way too absurd. Saintess Dao Nguyet Kwang grew tense. Could the combination of the holy moon physique and a full moon actually let them leap past 3 stars? Watching the arena, Tu Luong smiled. So that's how it is, he murmured. A 4-star realm actually matching a 7-star supreme. The holy moon physique is indeed extraordinary, Tu Luong observed carefully from atop the tower. But this kid hasn't summoned any beast beyond the supreme rank. Amused, he thought. It looks like, unlike the waning moon physique, beasts influenced by the holy moon physique can't fight across realms. Meanwhile, Kyo Nguyet Hon grew to a colossal size and charged straight at Saintess Dao Nguyet Kwang. It whipped its tail toward her, forcing Saintess Bish Nguyet Kwan to shield her face in defense. Then, Kyo Nguyet Hon leaped high into the air. Slumped on the ground, Saintess Dao Nguyet Kwang wondered in confusion. Why isn't she attacking me? What is she trying to do? A split second later, Kyo Nguyet Hon's tail whipped down. However, its strike was completely neutralized by the Black Moon Holy Mountain. The Black Moon Holy Mountain hovered in midair. Does having the Holy Moon physique make you this arrogant? A figure from the Jade Moon Empire sneered. But with only this level of strength, you are far from qualified to meddle in this battle. Raising their hand, they summoned a massive bolt of lightning that struck Kyo Nguyet Hon directly. The beast shrieked in agony as the live stream on everyone's phones suddenly cut to black. Dao Tiu Ku whined in disappointment. Oh, come on, you've got to be kidding me. Right at the climax of my stream. My dream of becoming famous is ruined. She looked around only to find everyone sharing her misery. Their devices had all shattered into pieces from the shockwave. Astonished, Dao Tiu Ku stared ahead, her eyes locking onto a cloaked figure and Xiao Mianmian standing on the ground. What on earth is that? Suddenly, Xiao Mianmian's ears stretched out like 2 massive whips, lashing forward. Mo ran, the Black Moon Holy Mountain called out in a rush. Something crashed violently onto the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. As the dust slowly cleared, standing there was the supreme rank, moonlight-type beast, embracing Moon Jade Mace, Mo Ran. Mo Ran leaned in curiously and said, Hey, you look just like a moonlight rabbit. Are you a boy or a girl? Can you even talk? Xiao Mianmian didn't reply, only glaring back in pure anger. Mo Ran shrugged. Guess we can't communicate. How boring. Suddenly, strange, glowing patterns appeared on its belly. Mo Ran poked its hand into those black patterns and pulled out a massive spiked mace. Xiao Mianmian roared, charging fiercely toward Mo Ran. With relentless speed and pure fury, it closed the distance. The spiked mace slammed directly into Xiao Mianmian's stomach. At that exact moment, an explosion erupted at the tower where Tu Luong stood. The Black Moon Holy Mountain smiled coldly. It's getting closer and closer. He locked his gaze onto the tower, his eyes fixed on Tu Luong's figure. The Moon King, Dap Van Tru Inguyet, asked, What do we do now? Tu Luong reassured them, Don't worry, it's a moonlight rabbit with the waning moon physique. Its regeneration is even more terrifying than the holy moon physiques. Dap Van Tru Inguyet gasped in astonishment. Cham Tin Yen Guyet also grew alert. A pale, delicate hand was raised high, the hand of the supreme rank, moonlight-type Thunder Moon Princess. A sphere of lightning hummed in her hand, drawing in nearby bolts. Then, a colossal lightning strike crashed down, obliterating the surrounding buildings. Another bolt of lightning struck, leaving the area blanketed in thick smoke and dust, with lingering sparks and crackling embers scattered everywhere. As the smoke slowly cleared, the tower Tu Luong stood on was revealed to be protected by a defensive barrier. The terrified saintesses huddled closely together in fear. Bikwaivu panicked. Thank goodness for the protective shield the Emperor Twin Moon Blade set up earlier. She trembled in terror. In a total panic, Bai Yiwu suddenly notices something bizarre. Looking toward the Moon King, she spots the tower standing completely untouched amidst the pile of ruins. Wait, What on earth is going on here? There is a figure in a black cloak standing right on Princess Lei Yue's shoulder. Are you kidding me? This is impossible. The figure glares at Su Liang's group. How could an attack of this caliber fail to take down the Moon King's Emperor Beast? By now, Su Liang's face has gone completely pale. Holy crap, that nearly scared me to death. He looks over toward Hu Zhongyue. Hu Zhongyue's defense is clearly strong enough to block even the wildest, most chaotic attacks from Chen Xingyanyue. Just as panic sets in, Princess Lei Yue's strike sends him flying. That is when Chen Xingyanyue steps up. Su Liang, let me handle this. Channeling her power, razor-sharp blades begin to orbit her, shattering into countless tiny diamond-shaped fragments. Chen Xingyanyue raises her hands high, and the diamond shards instantly point straight up. Sensing the danger, Heiyue Shengshan shouts, "Watch out!" He stares at the swarm of diamond shards raining down from the top of the tower. As the counterattack begins, the weapon in Princess Lei Yue's hand starts to vibrate violently, before splitting in two, transforming into a humanoid beast known as An Yue Duiji, a supreme-tier moonlight type. Chen Xingyanyu, we are your opponents. The pink-haired An Yue Duiji charges forward. I have heard you are known as the strongest supreme-tier weapon, an ancient relic from a forgotten era. In perfect unison, they yell, "It is just a pity we were born too late, or we would have dominated that era too." But suddenly, a blinding flash of light forces their eyes wide in pure terror as a massive wave of power completely engulfs them. The Holy Maiden of Juyadai gasps in disbelief. What? It has only been a few minutes since the battle started, and the first supreme-tier slayer has already appeared? Heiyue Shengshan coughs up a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he trembles. Damn it! Suddenly, he looks up only to see countless razor-sharp diamond shards spinning directly above him. Panicked, he screams, "Oh no, block it, quick!" In a desperate move, he summons Shu Yu, another supreme-tier moonlight-type beast. The diamond shards rain down like arrows, shattering the ground beneath them as an endless storm of blades pours down with terrifying force. Tao Xiaoju covers her face in sheer terror. Oh my god! She slowly peeks through her fingers, only to find that everything outside the arena has been completely leveled to the ground. As Shu Yueyu slowly fades away, the shards reform into a single blade, returning to Chen Xingyanyu before merging back into her body. Su Liang is stunned. It turns out her combat skills are not just limited to swinging a blade. Perhaps her true, complete form after merging her body and sheath is not even a weapon at all. On the other side, the Holy Maiden of Dao Yueguan cannot help but marvel. To think a single strike could critically injure 3 supreme-tier beasts of the Hai Yue sect. No wonder the Kang Yue Emperor was so wary. Her expression suddenly turns dark. But the main reason for her annoyance is Bi Shengzi's endless, non-stop babbling, as expected of the supreme beast that even the Kang Yue Emperor could not tame. This is the peak of moonlight-type beastmasters, the absolute power of the Moon King. Chen Xingyanyue warns him, "Su Liang, do not get too comfortable just yet. Even on a full moon, I can only pull off that attack one more time." But Su Liang does not seem worried at all. "Only one more time, you say? That is more than enough." He glances to the side and says, "It is your turn to step up. Do your best to stall their team for as long as you can." Dayun Zhuayue sighs in frustration. "You really love giving me the hardest jobs, do you not?" As Xiang Guangdi lands gently on his hand, Su Liang smirks deviously. It is almost time to set the stage for the next clash of the emperors. Hunched over, Heiyue Shengshan coughs violently as blood spills from his mouth. It has been a long time since I last felt the agonizing pain of losing my beast in battle. He recalls the last time this happened, it was on a full moon night 3 years ago. The terrifying image of Su Liang is still deeply etched in his mind. That day, he had knelt before that cold-blooded, white-haired youth like a pathetic stray dog. Su Liang's icy, ruthless gaze remains vivid in his memory to this very day. Will things turn out any different this time? Heiyue Shengshan laughs maniacally, throwing his head back. Moon King. Whether you are the true representative of the northern region's moon deity or not, it does not matter. What matters is that you are sick. He tries to jog his memory, sneering, "You are so sick that you have forgotten almost everything, have you not? Do you even remember what you once told me?" Those words leave Su Liang completely frozen. Seeing the shock on Su Liang's face, Heiyue Shengshan presses even harder. "Why did you spare my life back then? What on earth happened after I blacked out that day?" After our battle, How did the northern region's territory end up shrinking by an entire third? And why did one of your core beasts completely vanish? Tell me, have the gods finally abandoned you? As those words sink in, Su Liang clutches his head in sudden, agonizing pain. He winces, his mind absolutely throbbing. I have absolutely no idea what this guy is talking about. None of this matches any memory of my past life. Forcing himself to stay calm, Su Liang quickly shakes off the pain. No matter what, he cannot afford to waste his energy on this guy right now. Suddenly, he catches sight of something unusual and stares intensely at the debris in front of him. A spark of anticipation ignites in Su Liang's eyes. Come to think of it, I still have no idea what she looks like under the night sky. Under the full moon, he looked toward Princess Loi Nguyet and Hak Nguyet Than's son. If only he could easily take them on in a 1-on-3 fight. Mak Neem stared intensely at the white smoke, condensing in midair. By now, the spiked mace was already fused to his hand. It warily turned its head. Mak Neem kept his eyes glued to the smoke, and as it cleared, a pair of glowing red eyes was revealed. Mak Neem looked at Tu Mien Mien with excitement. Super speed regeneration? Now we've got a real fight on our hands. Tu Mien Mien lunged forward again. Mak Neem looked down on it, swinging his spiked mace. Too slow. But then, the beast spun its ears like propeller blades. Tu Mien Mien didn't care at all, and pressed on with the attack. But in the blink of an eye, one of its ears was sliced clean off. Tu Mien Mien's severed ear instantly grew back. Mak Neem gritted his teeth in frustration. What kind of insane regeneration speed is this? Tu Mien Mien's body was sliced apart again, yet the pieces quickly fused back together. Mak Neem snapped in anger. Did you grow up eating supreme beasts or something? Mak Neem slammed his spiked mace onto the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. You're nothing but a lowly creature. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, all I need to do is trap it somewhere. It can't escape. Mak Neem raised his spiked mace high into the air. Tu Mien Mien just stared calmly at the spiked mace coming right at it. Mak Neem's spiked mace smashed directly into Tu Mien Mien, leaving a massive crater in the ground. The shockwave from the impact rippled outward, catching Saintess Dao Nguyet completely off guard. She stared down into the massive crater Mak Neem had just hammered out. Withdrawing his weapon, Mak Neem smirked to himself. It must be absolute mush by now, pinned thousands of meters underground with no hope of escaping. Tu Luong gasped. Who knew a rabbit could possess such terrifying power? Tu Luong cast a subtle glance toward Tram Tin Yen Guyet. If that's how it is, I have no choice but to deploy Tram Tin Yen Guyet to deal with it. But suddenly, he stumbled, struggling to keep his balance. Over on Mak Neem's side, the same thing was happening. What is that? A pale, white hand-like shape began to crawl up from the depths. Tu Mien Mien underwent a total transformation, leaping out of the pit with ease. Mak Neem was utterly baffled. How did it suddenly evolve into an intermediate jade-tailed rabbit? A terrifying realization suddenly hit Mak Neem. No way. Could it be? He stared at Tu Mien Mien in disbelief. Was this thing really just a low-tier moonlight rabbit a moment ago? It actually evolved. So the waning moon constitution constantly grows stronger as time passes? The Book of the Moon displayed the jade-tailed rabbit's details, highlighting its waning moon constitution. Tu Luong stared wide-eyed at the pages. Mak Neem roared in denial. No, there's no way in hell something like this is possible. How can a mere moonlight rabbit match my level? He frantically swung his mace at Tu Mien Mien. Do you think you can break past the supreme boundary? You arrogant pest? Yet, Tu Mien Mien remained completely unscathed. Tu Mien Mien's voice echoed. All it takes is a full moon. Is that so impossible? Mak Neem froze. What? Tu Mien. Mien's ears twitched as it murmured softly. Every month is so long and grueling. I only need one night. Is even that too much to ask? Before the beast could even finish, Mak Neem lunged forward, but he was met with a sudden spray of blood. Both of Mak Neem's arms were instantly severed, and blood gushed everywhere. His voice trembled as he stared at Tu Mien Mien's ears. You! What on earth are you? Immediately, a massive burst of energy erupted from Tu Mien Mien's ears, blasting Mak Neem away. Hak Nguyet Thanson clutched his chest in agony. Damn it! Even Mak Neem was defeated. Not far away, the slender legs of Dap Van Tru Nguyet stepped into view. Hak Nguyet Thanson noticed her arrival. Standing high above, Dap Van Tru Nguyet looked down at him coldly. Hak Nguyet Thanson's jaw dropped in shock. A beast that can take human form? Then, the realization hit him. So that's how it is. You're the one who defeated that Vu Bao Quan. You carry the blood of an emperor. Standing before Dap Van Tru Inguyet were 3 supreme-tier moonlight beasts, Princess Loi Inguyet, Thuda Tien, and Hu Inguyet Du. Hakan Guyet Thonsun smirked contemptuously. But you alone stand no chance against me. As you can see, my companions, Dap Van Tru, Inguyet, cut him off. Save your breath, she said coldly. I have no desire to waste my time on these 3 pieces of trash. Bring out your strongest. Thuda Tien growled in anger. What arrogant nonsense. Its body began to stretch, wrapping around Dap Van Tru Inguyet. Any supreme beast I defeat, their combat skills become mine to command. In other words, you are fighting 10 supremes all at once. The crowd below watched in dead silence, not a single soul daring to make a sound. Thuda Tien rambled on. Once I break you, I'll see if you're worthy of replacing one of them. Dap Van Tru Inguyet looked at it with sheer disgust. Shut up. Clasping her hands together, she began to channel a massive amount of energy into her palms. If that's the case, let me show you what real power looks like. Dap Van Tru Inguyet raised both hands high, preparing a technique that could only be unleashed under a full moon. A blinding light burst forth, forcing Princess Loi Inguyet and Hakan Guyet Thonsun to shield their eyes. Princess Loi Inguyet gasped. What is that? In that moment, a pair of dual swords materialized in Dap Van Tru Inguyet's hands. Princess Loi Inguyet panicked. That's an emperor-tier weapon. Taking a deep breath, Dap Van Tru Inguyet spun the twin blades in her hands. In a flash, Cloudstepper Moonchaser appeared behind Princess Lei Yu, unleashing a flurry of rapid slashes. The bodies of the 3 beasts belonging to Black Moon Sacred Mountain were chopped into pieces. Saintess Dao Yeguan's eyes widened. Was it really over in just a split second? Her gaze locked onto the elegant figure of Cloudstepper Moonchaser, while Empress Yunji's Void Moon steed gradually shattered into tiny fragments. Chu Yetian and Princess Lei Yue had their bodies completely restored, but the Void Moon steed melted down, eventually vanishing altogether. Cloudstepper Moonchaser was caught off guard. It was a self-sacrifice technique used to redirect the damage. Chu Yetian stretched its body once more and yelled, "Don't get too ahead of yourself," as a glowing black butterfly appeared on its skin. Cloudstepper Moonchaser watched in astonishment as countless sharp spikes lunged toward her. Cloudstepper Moonchaser easily dodged the incoming spikes, but they suddenly changed direction to pursue her, with one spike tearing the hem of her robe. Cloudstepper Moonchaser looked at her torn dress in annoyance as a barrage of spikes closed in on her from all directions. Appearing calmly behind Chu Yetian, Cloudstepper Moonchaser scoffed. At the end of the day, the combat skills you collected only amount to this, which is probably why they were defeated by you in the first place. In sheer panic, Chu Yetian spun around, stammering, "What?" Right before its eyes, Cloudstepper Moonchaser took her stance again and asked, "Why rely on the strength of those who are weaker than you?" With a swift strike, she sliced Chu Yetian's body in 2. Clutching his chest, Black Moon Sacred Mountain muttered, "In the blink of an eye, only one survived. I lost." Cloudstepper Moonchaser added, "If you had just done as I said from the start, you wouldn't have ended up in such a pathetic state." Black Moon Sacred Mountain pulled a small piece of paper from his pocket, which was already smoldering with a tiny flame. "You are right. I didn't know my own limits, foolishly believing I could defeat the Moon King." He raised the burning paper high. "Moon God Palace, let us sign the transfer agreement." Eventually, the paper burned to ashes. Nearby, Six-Tailed Fox and Tang Huangquan had been watching everything in secret. Six-Tailed Fox yawned in boredom. "Is that it? Is it over already?" Tang Huangquan chimed in. "That girl," referring to Cloudstepper Moonchaser fighting down there, "might just become the next Ice Queen." Six-Tailed Fox scoffed. "Are you kidding me? The Ice Queen? How could a mere supreme tier ever reach her level?" Suddenly, she shuddered as a cold shiver ran down her spine. A powerful burst of energy crashed down from the sky, completely obliterating the tower where Su Liang was standing. Dazed, Su Liang was carried into the air by his flash butterfly. Seeing Cloudstepper Moonchaser being blown back, he flew over out of curiosity. "Is this overwhelming aura from an emperor tier?" Su Liang asked. Cloudstepper Moonchaser shook her head. "No. Of course not." Propping herself up with her sword, she stood up. "But I can tell you this," Cloudstepper Moonchaser said, her voice laced with excitement. "This guy has already taken half a step into the Emperor tier." Cloudstepper Moonchaser stared toward the beam of light as one foot stepped out from within it. Finally, the blue-haired girl emerged, fully revealing herself. Saintess Dao Yuguan gasped. What? While six-tailed fox fumed. That's a foul. Isn't she a supreme tier beast from the Moon God Palace? Why is she being summoned by Black Moon's sacred mountain? Meanwhile, Su Liang was staring intently at his system screen. A new beast had just been unlocked. The number of unlocked entries in his illustrated guide had increased, and the system displayed a brief profile of the newly arrived blue-haired girl. She was the 9-turn Jade Orchid, a supreme tier beast of the Moonlight element. Lying on a medical stretcher, Bi Shengxi raged. The Moon God Palace dares to interfere like this? How shameless! Everyone from the Double Moon sect, attack together. Bai Yiwu chimed in. No. If Black Moon's sacred mountain has already formed a contract with her, then there's no violation here. From now on, she is Black Moon's sacred mountain's beast. 9-turn Jade Orchid let out a wide yawn, looking ahead with curiosity. Suddenly, 9-turn Jade Orchid's eyes widened. Confused, Black Moon's sacred mountain asked, "What's wrong?" Looking up at the sky, 9-turn Jade Orchid muttered, "The moonlight here is unusual." She analyzed the area, finding the distribution of the flash butterflies extremely strange. No matter how strong the moonlight is here, it shouldn't be able to attract almost all the flash butterflies from more than half of the northern region. Shocked, Black Moon's sacred mountain echoed, "Flash butterflies from over half of the northern region?" 9-turn Jade Orchid frowned in annoyance and said, "Forget it. Whatever happens next is beyond my control anyway." She locked eyes with Cloudstepper Moonchaser. "First, I need to deal with the opponent right in front of me." Cloudstepper Moonchaser stared right back at her. 9-turn Jade Orchid smirked. "Yunji." So that's how it is. Gathering energy into her two hands, sharp spikes began sprouting from her arms as they became extremely hardened. Her two arms completely transformed, now fully covered in sharp spikes. Cloudstepper Moonchaser warily raised her sword to block. In an instant, she vanished, and two massive bursts of purple and green energy collided violently in midair. The two clashed repeatedly, moving so fast that they left nothing but a blur of afterimages behind. Kang Ruyue gasped. "Too fast, I can't track them at all." Saintess Tao Yuguan couldn't believe her eyes. To think the Moon King's beast could go toe-to-toe with 9-turn Jade Orchid, who is practically at the Emperor tier. Even Su Liang was on edge. Since the day they met, this was the first time he had ever seen her fight with everything she had, and he watched her every move with absolute focus. The battle between Cloud-stepping Moonchaser and 9-turn Jade Orchid is getting crazier by the second. This is the first time I've ever witnessed a legendary battle on such a massive scale, Su Liang muttered, staring at Cloud-stepping Moonchaser as she was forced backward. As a mere human, I guess I can't interfere in this anymore. Meanwhile, Cloud-stepping Moonchaser panted, visibly exhausted. 9-turn Jade Orchid thrust her hands forward, and a massive sphere of energy began to form between her palms. It quickly expanded until it was several times larger than her own body. Cloud-stepping Moonchaser stared at the incoming blast in sheer horror, completely unable to dodge. At the last second, Cloud-stepping Moonchaser activated her mist form, dissolving her body into pure vapor, the exact moment the attack made impact. 9-turn Jade Orchid's strike sliced right through the mountain. Even though the entire mountain range behind her crumbled into ruins, Cloud-stepping Moonchaser emerged completely unscathed, turning around to survey the damage. Su Liang gasped in shock. To think even the Jade Rabbit got hurt. That power is absolutely terrifying. Little Mianmian stood protectively in front of him, its body riddled with cracks. He watched in awe as its wounds slowly began to regenerate. But if I remember correctly, the crescent moon physique fluctuates based on time and emotions. Little Mianmian puffed out a cloud of white smoke. Su Liang analyzed silently, realization dawning on him, it was about to get even stronger. With a sudden burst of momentum, Little Mianmian leaped forward. Meanwhile, Cloud-stepping Moonchaser and 9-turn Jade Orchid were locked in a fierce clash. Suddenly, 9-turn Jade Orchid caught something out of the corner of her eye. Before she could react, Little Mianmian wrapped its long ears tightly around her, making 9-turn Jade Orchid shriek in pain. She tried to scream, but Little Mianmian hoisted her high into the air. "Hey, wait! How dare you ambush me?" But without giving her a second, it slammed her ruthlessly into the dirt. 9-turn Jade Orchid lay face down in the crater. Seizing the opportunity, Cloud-stepping Moonchaser brought her twin blades together. The twin swords fused into a single massive blade. Gripping it with both hands, Cloud-stepping Moon Chaser poured every ounce of her focus into her next strike. A devastating wave of energy crashed straight toward 9-turn Jade Orchid. Black Moon Green Mountain cried out in panic. Oh no! Princess Snow Moon, help her, quick! Princess Thunder Moon raised her hand, gathering the stormy clouds in the sky right into her palm. Lightning Electrode, waning moon of the heavens. Purple lightning crackled violently through the clouds. But suddenly, Princess Thunder Moon froze, turning her head back in sheer panic. Her eyes locked onto star-sinking Crescent Moon, who was already staring right back at her with a chilling gaze. Princess Thunder Moon gasped. Star-sinking Crescent Moon? When the hell did she get here? Unloading her lightning, she thought, I have to protect the sacred mountain first. But in the blink of an eye, star-sinking Crescent Moon materialized right behind her, triggering a massive explosion. As cloud-stepping Moon Chaser landed on the ground, 9-turn Jade Orchid spat through her teeth. How dare you ambush me, you pathetic insects? Fuming with rage, she gathered energy in her hands and roared, Taste true despair! Activating her infinite Jade Wind, a barrage of razor-sharp crescent blades swept forward. Everywhere the blades went, they tore deep, jagged fissures into the earth. They effortlessly sliced through solid rock pillars like paper. But just as the blades were about to shred, cloud-stepping Moon Chaser, her lower body dissolved into pure mist. Shifting entirely into her vapor form, cloud-stepping Moon Chaser nimbly wove through the deadly web of slashes. But little Mian wasn't as agile and took 2 brutal hits. Reforming her physical body behind the rabbit, cloud-stepping Moon Chaser gasped. That was way too close. My mist form can barely keep up with those crescent rings. I was almost torn to shreds. She watched as little Mian's body was hacked apart yet again. Guess I'll just have to use this big bunny as a shield for a while. Thankfully, its body regenerated almost instantly no matter how badly it got mangled. It just kept piecing itself back together. Staring tensely at 9-turn Jade Orchid, she thought, but this can't go on forever. If I can just stall her for 1 minute, that would be perfect. Suddenly, cloud-stepping Moon Chaser blinked in disbelief. A flurry of sharp diamond shards suddenly soared right over little Mian's head, completely shattering the crescent rings. 9-turn Jade Orchid gasped. What? Damn it, is that star-sinking Crescent Moon? Without giving her a reply, star-sinking Crescent Moon relentlessly pressed her attack. 9-turn Jade Orchid gritted her teeth in frustration. What a pain. I was so close to finishing this. Cloud-stepping Moon Chaser smirked, realizing her chance had come. All right, let's end this right now. She sheathed her weapons and suddenly struck a bizarre pose. Su Liang stood there, completely dumbfounded. What kind of embarrassing pose is that? A swirl of pink energy began to gather around cloud-stepping Moon Chaser, spinning faster and faster as she started to whirl around. 9-turn Jade Orchid watched in awe as a massive tornado erupted around cloud-stepping Moon Chaser. Taking advantage of the distraction, the sharp diamond shards tore through 9-turn Jade Orchid's remaining crescent rings. Who on earth are you? Show yourself. As the dust cleared, revealing her silhouette, she said coldly, Cloud-stepping Moon Chaser. Pointing a finger directly at her foe, she smirked, If you manage to survive this next blow, I might actually consider letting you be my lackey. Even though 9-turn Jade Orchid was angry, she gritted her teeth and gave a forced laugh. She angrily cursed, In your dreams, you bitch! 9-turn Jade Orchid pressed her hands together, unleashing her ruinous Jade Wind. High above, the Holy Maiden of Peach Moon Temple stared in utter shock at the glowing blue halo expanding across the sky. That was 9-turn Jade Orchid's ultimate combat technique. The moment it spawned a black hole, absolutely everything in its path would be obliterated. Sensing the gravity of the threat, cloud-stepping Moon Chaser narrowed her eyes. She crossed her arms in front of her as a dense, purple aura began to envelop her body. Around her, Cloud Treader Moon Chaser activated the mist form skill, transforming into a colossal white deer. The giant beast reared back, charging with full force toward the 9-turn Jade Kirin, but the glowing barrier didn't budge. In fact, it sucked the white deer right in. Suddenly, everything fell silent, leaving nothing but ashes. The spectators in the stands were completely speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Black Moon Sacred Mountain sneered. So you weren't even a match. What a pathetic excuse for a clash of supreme beings. He then glared at Tu Luang's group. Looking up at the moon, Black Moon Sacred Mountain muttered, That is enough. I am sure the gods will be pleased when they see this. His body was gradually swallowed by black smoke. Now, the real feast can begin. Saintess Chrysanthemum. Moon clutched Saintess Peach Moon's arm. The darkness. Why can't I see anything all of a sudden? Saintess Peachmoon, equally anxious, replied, calm down. The night has suddenly gone pitch black. The moon is being swallowed by shadow. Tu Luong closed his eyes, sensing the atmosphere. Honestly, my heart was racing throughout that supreme battle. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharper and more resolute. Strangely, even though he was about to face an Emperor-class beast, he didn't feel nervous at all. Cloudtreader asked him, well, are you sure about this? Tu Luong smiled, asserting with absolute confidence, I don't see any scenario where I lose. Cloudtreader was taken aback. Are you serious? Tu Luong smirked. Yeah, it sounds arrogant, doesn't it? Just like the old Moon King. As he spoke, he recalled the words of Black Moon's sacred mountain, which had triggered a flood of memories that shouldn't have even existed in his mind. He thought to himself, no, calling them memories is wrong. They're more like the illusions from before. Like how his predecessor supposedly grew up in the Northern Moon God Palace, or the vivid images of his predecessor's mother, and how his younger predecessor even kept a journal written in English just to verify if his memories were real. But despite all that, one day, every single one of those memories was completely erased by some mysterious entity. Maybe that means there was never any body snatching in the first place. His predecessor was actually himself from the very beginning, ever since he was a kid. He had been born into this world with memories of his past life, only to have his mind wiped 3 years ago, leaving him in that pathetic state. It took a long time, and it was only 2 months ago that he finally began to piece some of those memories back together. If that is indeed the case, then whatever entity did this is far beyond his current reach. Not only that, but just as Black Moon's sacred mountain said, he had indeed forgotten a vitally important spirit beast 3 years ago. And that must be the exact reason why he became an apostle of the gods. A colossal, pitch-black claw slammed down from the sky, its massive horned silhouette casting a dark shadow over the land. It was none other than the Emperor-class Moonlight Beast, the demonic moon tyrant Keelin. Its towering presence sent shivers down everyone's spines. Even the protective barrier began to crack, its defensive power rapidly failing. Tu Luong watched with growing concern. The barrier is about to shatter. I just hope it doesn't start slaughtering innocent people. The demonic moon tyrant Keelin growled, I have no idea what era this is, but the dark moon has degraded significantly. It demanded, who is my opponent? Black Moon's sacred mountain quickly explained, Lord Shadow Kirin, I sacrificed 20 years of my own life force to summon you back to this world, all to defeat an apostle of the gods. Narrowing its eyes in irritation, the demonic moon tyrant Keelin muttered to itself, an apostle of the gods, you say? Very well. Looking around, it realized, I can no longer feel the devotion of even half the believers in this northern region. Has the Dark Moon sect truly met its end? The demonic moon tyrant Keelin declared confidently. If that is the case, then let this be our glorious final battle. From the distance, a familiar figure slowly approached. Tu Luong stepped forward, his expression cold and unreadable, holding a small vial of liquid in his hand. Cloudtreader gasped in disbelief. Is that the essence of the flying blossom powder, butterfly? Without a moment's hesitation, Tu Luong uncorked the vial, flipped it upside down, and let the very last drops of the precious liquid spill onto the ground. Cloudtreader and Starfall Swallowmoon stared in absolute horror. She couldn't believe her eyes. Hey, that is the highly precious essence of a high Emperor-class beast. You just threw it away like that? What on earth are you doing? Tu Luong chuckled softly. I figured this would make it easier for them to find their way. She gasped in confusion. Wait, what? Cloudtreader snapped her head back, while the crowd below craned their necks to look up at the sky. Saintess Peachmoon gasped. What is that? Shimmering lights slowly drifted across the night sky, like a sea of golden, glittering stars taking flight. Tu Luong raised his voice. I, the master of the Book of the Moon. The crowd gaped in utter shock as he continued. Hereby summon every last glimmer butterfly in the northern region. The demonic moon tyrant Keelin froze in disbelief. What? Tu Luong roared. I want all of you. Cloudtreader gasped in panic, but Tu Luong commanded. Form a covenant. With me. He thought to himself, this is the message I had my glimmer butterfly deliver to its kind a few days ago. As the crowd watched the majestic swarm take flight, they murmured in awe. Wow. The glimmer butterflies in the breeding zone are all flying away at once. One of them gasped in confusion. Wait, why is my glimmer butterfly breaking its contract on its own? Sure. Tu Luong thought. but to avoid drawing attention, I had them hide all over the northern territory. Only when the Battle of the Emperors began were they summoned back. That was when the glimmering butterflies flew into the Book of the Moon all at once. Bai Thang Ke asked excitedly, "Is it almost here? The Moon King's Emperor?" The Saintess of Kuk Nu Yet Dai anxiously said, "Wait, look at the Moon King's beasts. Why are they suddenly abandoning him and leaving?" Glimmering butterflies swarmed thickly around to Luong. The Saintess of Dao Nu Yet Quan snapped, "You idiot, they're retreating." She believed that as the time approached, this place would soon become a battleground for the emperors. Tu Luong looked up toward the sky, thinking, "Current moon goddess. Are you watching? Under that bright moonlight. I wonder if the opening of this moon goddess festival is enough to satisfy your taste." He smirked. "Since you've already awakened, then enjoy witnessing this miracle." Tan Yuyet Bajiak Lin thought, "Damn it. Even if they aren't a threat, this many of them is a massive pain." He closed his eyes tightly. Even if I wanted to crush him with a single strike, I couldn't do it. Simply put, because we can't disrupt the gods' amusement. And the time is almost here. Desired descent repeatedly announced, contracted with the 13,037,486th low-grade glimmering butterfly. The Book of the Moon flipped pages rapidly, but it stopped once it reached the Emperor grade section. Tu Luong's eyes widened. Just a little bit more. This has got to be the hardest page to turn in the history of the Book of the Moon. He thought, I used to think the Book of the Moon could actually summon a god, but the classified intel from the 7 mysteries, which they were forced to hide, reminds me that the Book of the Moon is nothing more than a tool for the gods. Besides, even my original power should be far superior to the Book of the Moon. A massive lightning bolt flashed, lighting up the entire night sky. Tu Luong stared wide-eyed as the page in the Book of the Moon kept turning. A golden beam of light shot down from above, making the six-tailed fox back away in fear. She panicked. Can an aura be so oppressive that it terrifies our emperor like this? No wonder even the southern territory went into chaos. So that's why. A crystal-clear water droplet fell from above. The six-tailed fox gasped in surprise. "Oh! Empress Kangyu is walking this way." Holding an umbrella, she smiled and said, "Moon King, whether you're the representative of the northern domain or not, you can come with me to the very end of the Moon Goddess Festival." She smirked slightly, but for now, there's no need to watch any further. Her figure gradually faded. The six-tailed fox clicked her tongue. Holy crap, when did Empress Kangyue even get behind us? Scared the life out of me. Suddenly, a female demon's voice echoed. Golden light sparkled in the sky, and a pair of shimmering wings appeared. They all fell to their knees, bowing their heads in deep reverence. Tears streamed down Bai Waivu's face as she cried, "My lifelong dream was to witness the miracle of this very moment." Black Moon Holy Mountain asked apprehensively, "Well, can you handle this?" Tan Guyet Bajiak Lin remained silent for a long moment, then shook his horns and let out a sigh. Black Moon Holy Mountain panicked. Wait, his face is suddenly distorting, looking like he's caught between laughing and crying. "Kid, haha. You expect me to take on the one in front of us?" With tears welling in his eyes, Tan Guyet Bajiak Lin said, "Though it was brief, our Black Moon Sect's mission is finally over." He closed his eyes. "This is the end. Go on down." Falling from above, Black Moon Holy Mountain added, "Just sit back and watch the final act. This era doesn't belong to us." As soon as he fell, Princess Loin Guyet reached out and caught him. Tan Guyet Bajiak Lin gasped, "An apostle of the gods? I've lived this long and never even heard of them." Tu Luong was also puzzled. "There's a divine apostle at this level?" He coldly looked up. A colossal figure stood with massive wings spread behind it, the guardian of the second palace of the 12 Moon Radiance Palaces, the Golden Butterfly Palace, the 8 Desires Moon Lord. He began to realize, so that's it. Some battle of the emperors this is. The wings began to move, sending out sound waves with every beat. Down below, everyone who heard the sound got a splitting headache, with some even foaming at the mouth. Even Princess Loin Guyet was brought down by the noise. The horrific sound left them dazed as they collapsed. The six-tailed fox raised her arms to shield herself, crying, "What kind of crazy power is this? Just the sheer pressure alone can shake an entire continent. What kind of existence is this?" The very next second, she was blasted away too. Even the entire central territory couldn't withstand it. The light radiating from the 8 Desires Moon Lord illuminated the earth. Tang Yet Bajiak Lin spoke. What an honor. I have no regrets left in this life. He stood tall, confidently embracing what was about to happen to him. After I die, his legs already beginning to dissolve. I hope to become a part of the moonlight. His lower body faded away completely, leaving only his face, faintly lingering, as if to last forever. The moment he finished speaking, everything dissolved into dust, leaving only a passing breeze to sweep it all away. Under the dead silence of the night, the bright moonlight shone overhead. With everyone else lying unconscious below, Luong was left all alone to face it. The moonlight, he thought to himself. It's happening again. He vividly remembered 3 years ago, staring at a ruined landscape just like this, where absolutely nothing was left. And back then, out of nowhere, the world randomly crowned me as the legendary Moon King. Luong stared blankly down at his hands, but this time, he hadn't lost his memories. That meant whatever happened back then had nothing to do with the 8-winged moon sovereign. Suddenly, it hit him. Looking at the total destruction around him, the protective barrier had definitely been shattered. Even so, the people inside didn't seem to have taken any casualties. It must have been blocked by bitch Hai Chu Kung Yet. Luong slowly walked forward. Maybe she didn't know he had amnesia, which was why she found it so strange. He was deeply worried about the war between the emperors. He walked right past Saintess Dao Nguyen Quan, but if he wanted to truly return to his original self, he had to reclaim his lost memories first. Stepping forward quietly, he came face to face with Hak Nguyet Thonsun. This guy, Luong thought to himself. Come to think of it, burning through 20 years of one's lifespan is an ancient forbidden technique used by the Black Moon cult. Lost in thought, he realized that whether this guy won or lost today, there was no way he would survive. What's even the point of a fight like this? His body trembled as he muttered, just as I thought, the gods aren't watching over me. Surprised, he asked, you sacrificed your entire life just to have one battle with me? Do you actually believe the reward from the Moon God Festival can save you? He went silent, then forced a bitter smile. Ha, for the great Moon King, that is a ridiculously foolish question. Besides, as a user of the moonlight element, is it so wrong to want to surpass the strongest one among us? Hak Nguyet Thonsun spoke in a fading voice. If I could defeat you, even my own life is something I'd gladly throw away. He rolled over and stared up at the sky. What a shame. The gap between us is just too wide. I guess even the gods thought this was nothing but a boring joke. Luong cut in, why do you care so much about pleasing the gods? But he just lay there completely still, completely indifferent to the question. Luong stood there, stunned. At least I had a great time today, and that's enough, right? The man struggled to keep speaking. I see. Did you enjoy it too? His voice grew fainter and fainter. In the end, I actually managed to give you a hard time, didn't I? Luong gave a soft nod. Yes. You completely dragged me into a brutal, exhausting battle. Closing his eyes, Luong thought, things have gone this far. There's no reason to insult him anymore. Hak Nguyet Thonsun whispered, haha, thank you. At least at the very end, I got to hear a satisfying lie. Moon King, remember what I'm about to tell you. It might have something to do with why you lost your memories. Hearing this, Luong fell silent. The man recounted, even though back then, what I faced was highly likely the 8-winged moon sovereign. Still, for some reason, even if that same scene were to happen again, this lingering, uneasy feeling inside me would never go away. What's more, that incident wiped out 1/3 of the Northern Territory's land, yet no one ever mentions where all those vanished people went. Could they have really just been forgotten? Like they vanished into thin air? Luong froze for a few seconds. The man continued, Moon King, whatever happened back then is definitely not that simple. Then, his hands began to fade away. You better watch your own back. Hak Nguyet Thonsun's body crumbled and drifted away in the wind, leaving Luong all alone in the desolate, empty space. With the death of their very last member, the Black Moon cult had finally reached its end. His vacant eyes stared into the distance, his hands clenching into tight, angry fists. But I don't feel happy at all. The reason for my memory loss has absolutely nothing to do with the Black Moon cult. The unsolvable questions kept piling up, but the mysterious entity that caused 1/3 of the Northern Territory to be completely forgotten is still far beyond my reach for now. His hands trembled, but then slowly dropped in utter defeat. Letting out a weary sigh, Luong clutched his head in frustration. Why does my head feel so incredibly heavy? Well, at least the immediate threat is finally over. His body began to sway. No matter what lies ahead, I can finally take a breather, even if it's just for a little while. He let his body go limp, finally collapsing flat onto the ground. A few hours later, a voice echoed, "Looks like everything is finally over, huh?" The six-tailed fox rubbed its head in irritation. Just the residual shockwave of that overwhelming pressure knocked us flat for hours. Well, that was the eight-winged moon sovereign after all. She peered around curiously. All those onlookers must have cleared out by now, right? Suddenly, something caught her eye. Pure white calamity moon materialized out of nowhere, standing proudly high above the clouds. Phi leaped over from the distance, bouncing up and down with absolute delight. "So, what do you think, Van Vu Hai?" Phi boasted excitedly. "Was the opening ceremony of the Moon God Festival I put together spectacular enough for you?" It continued. "The fragments of Nguyet Du are gathering as we speak. Yet there is still absolutely no movement from the That Huyen and Bok Lok clans. What should we do?" Suddenly, it was cut off. "Current Moon God, halt. Do not interfere with the Moon God Festival any further." Pure white calamity moon stared back with a deadly serious expression. "From here on out, I will not tolerate you causing any more chaos in the Northern Territory." In the dead silence, Phi and pure white calamity moon locked eyes, neither of them uttering a single word. After what felt like forever, the rabbit brought its paws up to its cheeks, squealing with excitement. "Whoa, so fierce." As it spoke, it began dashing around pure white calamity moon, giggling playfully. "But you've got it all wrong. I had absolutely no intention of meddling in this myself. On top of that, the Moon Goddess Festival was actually won by some little brat who stole the Book of the Moon and somehow came out on top in the Clash of Emperors. They definitely deserve a reward." With that, Taiyin Fei excitedly raised her hand and struck a pose, looking incredibly lively. Her figure slowly faded from the view of the pure spotless moon, while her crisp, clear voice still echoed in the air. "So you don't have to stress about not having a candidate anymore, okay?" Suddenly, as if remembering something, she stopped in her tracks. She spun around, pulled down her eyelid, and stuck her tongue out to tease Lord Pure Spotless Moon. A second later, Taiyin Fei vanished completely, leaving only her lingering aura and a lonely Pure Spotless Moon standing there. The latter didn't show much of a reaction. It quietly stared in the direction Taiyin Fei had just left. Then, it cast its gaze downward, looking at a spot nearby. Lying there motionless was the cloud-treading moon chaser, who still seemed to be in a deep coma. Not far off was Su Liang, out cold just like the rest of them. Pure Spotless Moon stood watching, lost in thought, before a faint smile played on its lips. It slowly walked into the misty clouds in the distance, gradually disappearing. Time quietly ticked by. Half an hour later, someone in the silent space finally began to wake up. Beads of sweat slowly rolled down her face. The six-tailed fox woke up, her eyes scanning her surroundings in sheer terror. We're still alive," she stammered in disbelief. The image of those two creatures was still burned into her memory. Just moments ago, that was the ruler of the Cloud Mist Sea, the divine white deer of the spirit race, the creator of the seven-stringed pure spotless moon, alongside the reigning moon goddess of the Lychee moon, Taiyin Fei. Even now, she still couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. The pure spotless moon hadn't shown itself in 20,000 years, completely skipping even the previous era's moon goddess festival. The six-tailed fox sighed in awe. From their conversation, those two gods are still bitter enemies. Right then, Jiu Yu, floating in the air beside her, chimed in with a trembling voice. "Gee gods, they don't care about our existence at all. Let's just act like nothing happened, and never speak of this to anyone." Hearing this, she didn't argue, and nodded in frantic agreement. Suddenly, another voice rang out, making both of them jump out of their skins. Whipping her head around, her eyes were still filled with lingering terror. Who could it be this time? Soon enough, Bai Yiwu appeared in midair, standing tall with a smile as she asked, "Did a god really just come here?" Seeing that it was a human, both the six-tailed fox and Jiu Yu couldn't hide their shock. A mere human actually felt the presence of a god? Just when did she arrive? They hadn't noticed her at all. Right then, the little bird in her hand turned its head and suddenly spoke. "Though they've already left, so there's no need to worry." On the other side, the six-tailed fox snapped out of it, scrambled to her feet, pointed at the newcomer, and barked, "Enough! Stop playing mind games. Who on earth are you?" Biyiwu's expression remained unchanged. Smiling with her usual elegance, she replied, My noble emperors of the 9 hells. I am Bi Yiwu, the beast tamer of the Twin Moon sect, just an insignificant mortal. Since you two have arrived in the northern region without a proper welcome, I apologize on behalf of the Jade Moon Empire. Her composure stood in stark contrast to the hostile, defensive stance of her opponents. But before they could utter another word, Bi Yiwu lifted the little bird perched on her palm once more, gently adding, "It seems the esteemed lord in my hand has something to say to you." At that moment, the bird's gaze sharpened, its blue eyes flashing with cold authority. Staring directly into those terrifying eyes, the six-tailed fox's face turned pale as her heart skipped a beat. Her legs suddenly buckled beneath her, and without a single word, she fell hard to her knees with a heavy thud. Gone was her arrogant attitude from before, her face completely drained of color. A second later, her pupils dilated from just that single glance. Could this esteemed being be? Bai Yiwu slowly raised her hand, and the little bird flapped its wings, taking flight from her palm. It hovered midair as vibrant, multicolored rays of light burst forth, centering around its tiny body. A moment later, a flow of blue hair emerged, fluttering in the wind, accompanied by a voice saying, "He didn't even bother saying goodbye. That guy is as annoying as ever." Floating gracefully in the air was a beautiful figure, Bihai Jigong Yu, the 7th palace of the 12 houses of the moon, guardian of the Sagittarius Palace, and the guardian deity of the Twin Moon sect. With eyes devoid of any emotion, she locked her gaze onto the intruders. "You have broken my rules by entering the northern region without permission. For 1 year, you shall not leave, nor shall you send out any messages. Otherwise, Xingmi Yue and the Yellow Springs Road will face utter annihilation." Down below, both the six-tailed fox and Ju Yu trembled violently from head to toe. But she wasn't done yet. Bihai Zagong Yue continued. "Furthermore, while I cannot interfere with the initial outcome of the Moon Goddess Festival, her slender arm slowly rises with every spoken word. But when it comes to the Moon God Palace, you have already broken the first rule." Striking a pose as if drawing a bow, she calmly whispers, "We can still issue a warning." In that moment, the Sagittarius constellation silently appears across the starry sky. Bihai Che floats effortlessly in midair. Above her, the stars align to form a girl riding on horseback, raising her bow, ready to shoot. A split second later, streams of dark energy emerge from the glowing stars, as if tearing open a portal in space. She stands majestic and fearless in the silent void. Tendrils of black mist rise and swirl around her. After aiming for what feels like eternity, her finger finally twitches. A metallic device behind her instantly ignites with a brilliant light. With Bihai Che's every movement, a massive pillar of light erupts from the device, pulsing with terrifying power as it surges forward. The beam of light tears through the sky, hurtling toward its target at blinding speed. Meanwhile, at the Moon God Palace, the devastating beam strikes. It slams directly into the massive cliff behind the palace, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Once the dust settles, a deep, massive crater is left in the ground, a chilling testament to just how destructive this energy truly is. The onlookers stand frozen in the ruins, completely dazed. The attack was so sudden and overwhelming, they didn't even have time to react. Even the overlord guarding the Moon God Palace can only stare blankly at the devastation before her eyes. Before anyone can snap out of it, another pillar of light crashes down to the earth. The guardian quickly bows her head and pleads in a low, trembling voice. "Overlord of Yueyao, the Moon God Palace, meant absolutely no disrespect. Please, calm your anger." But the next second, she turns to her subordinates and roars in fury. "Who authorized the deployment of the 9-turn Jade Forest? Show yourself to me right now." Hearing this, a pair of legs takes a quiet step forward. It is Tufei. She keeps her head down, remaining dead silent under the heavy gazes of everyone around her. The Overlord of the Moon God Palace then coldly declares, "From this moment on, Tufei is stripped of her rank in the 10-pillar consorts and must leave the Moon God Palace within 3 days. Yes, Overlord, who knows how much time passes, but eventually, everyone leaves." Amidst the crumbling ruins, a small, lonely figure stands. Tufei holds a slip of paper in her hand, staring down in absolute silence. It's a photograph of her and another girl. Why does everyone claim the northern region branch of the Moon God Palace doesn't exist? My sister clearly said she was going to take over as the branch master 3 years ago. What on earth happened? Can you give me an answer now? As the moon hangs high, a soft voice echoes through the silent night. Moon King Su Liang. "My dear grandson." Meanwhile, in a completely different space, Su Liang lies motionless on the cold ground. A moment later, his eyes slowly flutter open, his gaze completely dazed and disoriented. Slowly pushing himself up, he sits up and looks around in utter confusion. Where on earth am I? Sitting up straight, he scratches his head and looks around, his mind flooded with endless questions. Suddenly, his eyes catch a tiny dark blur darting past. As it stops, he sees a snow-white rabbit with a mischievous smile on its face, staring right at him. Startled, Su Liang's eyes widen as he gasps, "A moonlight rabbit!" Staring intently at the creature, a million questions rush through his mind. Why on earth is there a moonlight rabbit in a place like this? Cautiously, Su Liang reaches out, wanting to stroke its soft, fluffy fur. Suddenly, the moonlight rabbit blushes, quickly leaping backward. It covers its chest with its paws and squeals. "Eek! Pervert! What do you think you're doing?" Su Liang's jaw drops in utter shock. "What?" Then, realization hits him and he gasps. "Wait, you can talk?" The rabbit rests a paw on its cheek, looking incredibly proud and smug. His mind races. Even for high-level beasts, speaking human language is extremely rare. And for low-level ones, it is absolutely impossible. Standing up, Su Liang points directly at the rabbit and barks, "Cut the act. Who are you really? And where is this place?" The moonlight rabbit lets out a dramatic, annoyed sigh. "Hey, I came all this way just to give you a gift." "A gift?" Su Liang repeats, completely dumbfounded. The rabbit puffs out its chest proudly. "Of course, it's your reward from the Moon God Festival." It begins waddling in circles around him, the remaining pages of the Book of the Moon, a supreme beast, a demi-human beauty, or maybe even eternal life. Its fox-like eyes narrow with mischief as it glances up at Su Liang. "So, what do you want?" But before he can even answer, the rabbit rubs its chin thoughtfully and giggles. "Ah, wait, I totally forgot. You already stole my Book of the Moon." Su Liang's eyes widen as a sudden, shocking realization hits him about the rabbit's true identity. "Your Book of the Moon? Then? You're the current moon god? The teardrop moon? Taiyin consort? The winner of the previous Moon God Festival?" His brow furrows deeply, not letting his guard down for a single second. "So, it was you all along. A dream's guidance. But I am not the one who will replace the current moon goddess." Then, the moonlight rabbit spoke up again. "All right, no more games. Host of the Golden Butterfly Palace, I'll level with you, it chose you, and this is an invitation. Join my side and seize victory in this Moon Goddess Festival." Hearing this, Su Liang thought it had mistaken him for someone else, and blurted out in shock, "What did you say? I am an envoy of Yueo. We are enemies." The moonlight rabbit didn't flinch, calmly replying, "Kid, do you still not get it? Bring the Golden Butterfly Palace to my side." As it spoke, its form began to shift. A second later, a breathtakingly gorgeous, seductive woman materialized right before his eyes. "Don't you want to defeat Emperor Kang Yue?" This sudden transformation left Su Liang completely frozen, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. But in the end, he turned his head away, ignoring her completely. Seeing this, she continued where she left off. "Whether it's Emperor Kang Yu or an even greater existence, I can easily help you defeat them." She slowly leaned in close, whispering seductively, "Your weak little friends could never do that for you. Can they?" Her falling hair veiled the scheming look deep within her eyes. "That moonlight rabbit of yours is nothing but a defective product, diluted over countless generations." With that, she opened her arms wide. A mystical aura instantly swirled through the air around Su Liang. Her slender, delicate hand reached out softly, touching the young man's face and gently lifting his chin, forcing him to look directly into her eyes. She coaxed him sweetly, "Leave them behind. I can give you the power to trample over everything, and even pass on a flawless bloodline with the most beautiful beast in the world." Su Liang's eyes widened instantly, his pupils shrinking in shock. At her words, a bizarre image slowly formed in his imagination. He envisioned the cloud-treading moon chaser sitting on a massive bed, pulling a white rabbit's ears, while others stood by as the moon goddess Flash Butterfly fluttered in the air. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. He bluntly slapped her hand away from his face, his expression hardened with absolute resolve. "I refuse." "Oh?" Emperor Kang Yue's interest seemed piqued. She smirked. "Why? I can satisfy your every desire." She waved her hand dismissively. "The brat from Yue Yao's flying rabbit palace back then was just like you. But in the end, he followed his heart and joined me." Her hand reached out once again, closing in on him. and your existence is far more important to me than his ever was. So for now, go ahead and throw your tantrums or act spoiled, I don't mind. No, you're dead wrong. Su Liang's voice rang with absolute conviction as he firmly grabbed her wrist, halting her in her tracks. Then, meeting her stunned gaze, he continued, the moon goddess can grant any wish, but she doesn't decide the final victor of the moon goddess festival. His eyes narrowed with sharp intensity, having clearly seen through her scheme. The only reason you're trying to win me over now is because you're terrified that I, an envoy of Yueyao, will claim the final throne. Under Emperor Kang Yue's dark, menacing stare, Su Liang's voice remained steady. You have no right to judge my companions. One day, I will take the very people you call weak, and defeat every single envoy under your command to claim the ultimate throne of the Moon Goddess Festival. Finally, he roared like passing a final judgment. Before Yueyao triumphs, you will rot in agony, despair, and torment. Dark lines of anger rippled across her face, but a second later, as if struck by a thought, the corners of her mouth curled up. Suddenly, she threw her head back and burst into a loud, echoing laugh that filled the air. As her hand slowly clenched into a fist, the mysterious aura swirled once more. Emperor Kang Yue's figure faded away, leaving the Moonlight Rabbit standing in her place. Fine then, envoy of Yueyao. If you're that confident, I shall wait with patience. The rabbit's eyes gleamed with a sharp edge. It just so happens that the Flying Rabbit Palace is on the verge of revival as well. My fully evolved, perfected descendants will soon walk this world once again. The surrounding clouds began to churn, swirling around the Moonlight Rabbit. Before long, its body slowly sank into the newly formed pools of water. An invincible October eclipse awaits you. From this moment on, the battle begins between Moon King Su Liang and the current Moon Goddess of the Taiyin faction. Hearing this, he finally realized its true intentions and froze in shock. Ultimately, only Su Liang was left in the vast, empty space. He drifted silently, floating in midair. His eyes grew heavy, slowly closing completely. In the deep silence, a soft whisper echoed, I will fight until my very last breath. Time passed. 10 days after the Battle of the Emperors, everyone was working together to rebuild the city. Outside the city, up on a high ridge, two figures stood overlooking the area, a man and a woman dressed in identical outfits. Well? The man asked, Can you feel anything? A woman with pale purple hair peeking out shivers in fear and says, This is terrifying. It's been 10 whole days, and the aura of those two overlords still hasn't completely faded. The man glances up at the sky and says, Before the Moon Goddess Festival reaches its climax, we should wrap up our investigation and evacuate as soon as possible. At that moment, the shadow of a massive rabbit with a sinister grin looms over them. Half of the 10 yin pillars guarded by the Moon Goddess Palace have already fallen into enemy hands. The Flying Rabbit Palace, which leads the 10 lunar eclipses, is about to descend upon this world. From now on, it will be the era of monsters. The man turns to the girl beside him and asks, Based on your calculations, what are the odds for Su Liang, the current Moon King? She doesn't answer right away, remaining silent for a brief moment. Then, a single number slips from her lips, 0.08%. The man looks incredibly shocked, unable to hold back his disbelief. What? How could it be that high? The woman pulls out a book, scanning through the pages as if searching for something specific. On those pages, several profiles are written. Western Region Gemini, Bak Duyet Han, 0.018%. Southern Region, Grand Emperor Thuong Nuyet, 0.03%. Central Region, Saintess Chu Nuyet, 0%. Northern Region, Moon King Su Liang, 0.08%. Northern Region, Princess Van. The man speaks up again. Well, if that's your calculation, then it must be correct. A vision of the past seems to flash before them, a bright, full moon standing out against the dark night sky. Upon a desolate wasteland of nothing but dirt and stone. 3 years ago, a full moon hung in the sky for 30 consecutive days and nights. Since then, our gods have fallen into a deep slumber. In the midst of that eerie landscape, 5 figures suddenly appear beneath the moonlight. Even though the odds are incredibly slim, the culprit must be among those moonlight apostles. Su Liang's sharp eyes suddenly come into clear focus. That's right, those numbers represent the probability of defeating a god. The man gazes into the distance, asserting with absolute confidence, no matter who it is, once they are exposed, our holy church from the other world will hunt them down to the very end. The camera pans out, showing a wide shot of the ruined city currently being rebuilt in the distance. The man's voice seems to echo across the entire land. Hunt them down and eliminate them all. Not far from the city, a small tent has been pitched. Outside, 2 guards stand watch, while inside, Su Liang lies perfectly still, seemingly fast asleep. Gradually, his eyes begin to flutter open. The very first thing that catches his attention is the towering peaks of Dap Van Tru Nguyet. As it turns out, Su Liang is actually resting his head right on Tru Nguyet's lap, and seeing him wake up, Tru Nguyet instinctively places her fingers gently over her lips. She says bluntly, "Since you're awake, get up already. Stop lazing around, you've been asleep for days." Su Liang silently glances at the massive chest right in front of him, neither speaking nor making any move to get up. Instead, he pretends to still be asleep, closing his eyes once more with a deeply satisfied expression. But in reality, the interface of a book has appeared in his mind. Within the pages of that book is the newly updated, detailed status screen of his beast. Su Liang scans through it with his eyes closed, thinking to himself, "I thought that if we had a falling out, the Book of the Moon would be confiscated, but it seems they don't even have the authority to do that." Suddenly, ouch! Dap Van Tru Nguyet flicks his forehead hard, snapping, "Hey! Did you not hear me?" A large bump immediately swells on Su Liang's forehead, but he stays quiet. Suddenly, he turns his face inward, startling Tru Nguyet. Su Liang buries his face right into Dap Van Tru Nguyet's fair thighs. This time, surprisingly, she stays quiet and lets him enjoy the moment. Snuggling comfortably against her thighs, Su Liang asks, "How many days have I been asleep?" Unexpectedly, the one who answers isn't Dap Van Tru Nguyet, but Tram Tin Yen Nguyet, instantly turning him to stone. 10 days. Su Liang springs up faster than ever, coughing uncontrollably under the terrifying, glowing red glares of the 2 women. Sitting at the center of this deathly awkward atmosphere, Su Liang thinks to himself in embarrassment, "Damn, I totally forgot Tram Tin Yen Nguyet was in here too." To hide his embarrassment, he quickly acts cool and asks, wait, what? What's the situation look like right now?" Dap Van Tru Nguyet immediately replies, "The academy is being rebuilt, and the northern region is relatively peaceful. But the central region," Tram Tin Yen Nguyet finishes her sentence, "the Ring Moon 7 stars have emerged in the central region, and they are relentlessly attacking the 10 yin pillars. The Moon Goddess Palace can only hold out for another half a month at most. Once all the 10 yin pillars are destroyed, the legendary guardian of the Flying Rabbit Palace will be resurrected." Hearing this, Su Liang's eyes widen in shock. Keeping her eyes closed, Tram Tin calmly continues, "When that time comes, the true Moon Goddess Festival will finally be unveiled." Su Liang asks seriously, "Who exactly is the guardian of the Flying Rabbit Palace?" Tram Tin lowers her eyelids slightly and replies, "She once led the Ring Moon 7 stars to hunt down the final victor of the Moon Goddess Festival in the previous era. Originally, the 8th of the 12 Moonlight Palaces, the current guardian of the Flying Rabbit Palace, is the leader of the Taiyin 10 lunar eclipses, Fa Tu Bakan Ga Khan, and her master was none other than the Moon King of the previous era." These words strike a chord deep within Su Liang. His eyes widen even further. Several seconds pass, and he remains frozen in that state, though it seems he has just realized something crucial. Wasn't the ultimate winner among the moon god rabbits in the previous era the strongest creature of the moonlight element? The silhouette of a rabbit sitting on a majestic throne suddenly flashed by. Who could have thought that such a supreme being would betray the Yueyao faction to become the strongest divine beast of the Taiyin sect? Suddenly, noticing a glaring contradiction, Tu Luong thought to himself in confusion, "Wait, if she won the last moon god ritual, why are they talking about resurrecting her?" Tu Luong immediately asked, "Then why was she sealed away?" Hearing this, the calm Yen Guyet, who was standing with her arms crossed, suddenly flinched. She suddenly became flustered, her cheeks turning a light pink. That. I don't know about that. I really don't know what happened after I went into slumber." Seeing Tram Tin react so intensely as she drifted off to sleep made Tu Luong highly suspicious. Why on earth did she have such a dramatic reaction? It was as if she was hiding something. Tu Luong kept staring intently at Tram Tin, completely oblivious that Dap Van Tru Nguyet was watching him from right beside him. Pouting with one cheek puffed out, Tru Nguyet thought to herself, "Why did they both suddenly go so quiet while I wasn't around? Did something secret happen between them? Do they already share a little secret of their own?" As she thought about it, she even imagined a rosy, pink-tinted fantasy. The two of them were acting all lovey-dovey like a real couple. Dap Van True Nguyen clenched her fists tight. Meanwhile, outside the tent, majestic wings soared across the blue sky. Tu Luong leaned against a tree, rubbing his aching back. Sigh. What did I do wrong this time? He turned his head and muttered in complaint. She really didn't hold back. I am definitely going to teach her a lesson later. Suddenly, he noticed 3 people standing not too far away. He immediately recognized the girl tied up in red ropes being escorted. It was Ku Chuyen Noklam, and she opened her eyes to look forward. The moment Ku Chuyen Noklam was escorted past him, her eyes were locked onto him, refusing to look away. The guard behind her shoved her forward, urging, "Move it!" Meanwhile, Tu Luong turned his head to watch her, his mind racing with questions. Since it is just a temporary contract, does that mean she won't perish along with the Black Moon Holy Mountain? Just then, Bichwai Vu approached him out of nowhere. She said, "My lord, we are about to head back to the Bu Empire." Standing right across from Tu Luong, she spoke up once more. "What are your plans next?" Tu Luong frowned slightly, thinking it over. "My plans?" Faded memories of the past couldn't help but flash through his mind. Before, I only cared about surviving the War of Kings, never giving a second thought to what would come next. Then, the vision shifted to a rabbit sitting on a grand throne. But since I've already declared war on the current moon god, then the next goal is crystal clear. Beneath the throne, endless stairs stretched down into the abyss. Standing on those steps were various girls, all loyal subordinates of that rabbit. First, I need to make my team much stronger. I must defeat them all and reach the very end of the moon god ritual. Tu Luong's brows knitted together. A look of pure determination filled his eyes as he thought to himself, "Only then can I stand before that arrogant god and drag her off her throne." Suddenly, Bitch Waivu's voice echoed in his ears, "My lord, my lord." Waivu leaned in slightly, trying to catch his eye. She kept calling out, "My lord." Tu Luong finally snapped out of his trance and suddenly said something unexpected. "Can I hitch a ride with you?" This request left Waivu utterly confused. "Huh?" Tu Luong simply offered a casual smile. "I've never had the chance to travel around the Bu Empire before." Bikwai Vu seemed to realize the real intention behind his words, and her eyes widened. In the end, she stuttered in reply, "Yes, of course." Getting his answer, Tu Luong turned around, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The Bu Empire seems to be located very close to the ruins from 3 years ago. With a serious expression, he rested his hand under his chin. He wondered, if I return to that place, will I be able to uncover the truth about my past? Watching Tu Luong's back as he walked away. Bitch Wai Vu had her own thoughts too. The Lord seems a bit different than before. An image of the cold Tu Luong from the past flashed by a terrifying apostle who always shadowed the footsteps of the divine. That was immediately followed by the recent image of Tu Luong, smiling so gently. Now, the more she thought about it, the redder her cheeks became. Later, at the border of the Northern Territory, massive wings soared across the blue sky. The massive bird touched down in front of a fortress city. Wai Vu immediately appeared to welcome them. "Thank you so much for traveling all this way to meet us." Bik Wai Vu smiled, smoothing down her windblown hair. "Even though our Lord doesn't really need our protection," a purple-haired girl wearing a bird mask replied, "I understand. Our duty is to ensure our Lord doesn't feel bored at all during this journey." The girl wearing a rabbit mask beside her seriously added to that. "All right, we must stay highly alert from now on." Then, both of them stood on the back of the massive bird, waiting patiently. Meanwhile, Tu Luong was standing somewhere in complete shock, his eyes wide. Wait, beasts can actually be used like this? Right before his eyes was a steaming hot spring bath. Can they really set up hot springs alongside restaurants and inns? Tram Tin and Wai Vu were already relaxing on a long lounge chair nearby. In the hot spring, Ho Trung Nuyet had already jumped in first for a soak. Her face was a picture of pure relaxation and absolute bliss. On top of that, down in the pool, Dap Van True Nguyen, in her beast form, was playfully splashing water at a rabbit holding up a white flag. Tu Luong stood on the edge, staring for a long time. True Nguyen eventually noticed Tu Luong had arrived and called out, "You are finally here." Tu Luong rested his hand on his chin, looking at Dap Van True Nguyen thoughtfully. "Should I cover her back with something in the future?" True Nguyen didn't care what was on his mind and yelled, "What are you standing there in a daze for? Strip down and get in here." Tu Luong's eyes widened in shock. "Huh?" He instinctively clutched his outer cloak, hesitating for a long moment. He thought to himself. He thought to himself, wait a second, even if you guys are beasts, you're still all female. He paced back and forth, lost in thought, which only left the cloud-stepping moon deer watching him in sheer confusion. Su Liang's mind just wouldn't stop racing, but that shouldn't stop him from enjoying the hot spring. Besides, there shouldn't be any secrets between a master and his beast anyway. Su Liang clutched his outer robe, standing there in silent hesitation. In the end, he just tossed the robe aside, letting it pile up on the ground. Su Liang soaked in the hot spring, letting out a relaxed sigh. Ah, this feels absolutely incredible. Meanwhile, the cloud-stepping moon deer stared at him intently. Suddenly, her shadow cast over him, making Su Liang look up blankly and ask, "What are you doing?" The cloud-stepping moon deer tapped Su Liang's face with her front hoof. I read in a novel once that it's supposed to be super embarrassing for men and women to bathe together. She then began squishing Su Liang's cheeks with both of her front hooves, asking, "So why isn't your heart racing, and why aren't you blushing at all?" Su Liang froze, silently cursing her in his head. "You absolute dummy." He spoke up to explain, "Aren't you literally running around naked every single day in your beast form? Is there really any difference between being on land and in the water?" Chase Moon's eyebrows furrowed, her gaze suddenly turning sharp and confident as she declared, "No way, you must be faking it." She leaned in closer, inspecting Su Liang's darkening face from every angle, thinking she had to investigate this very carefully. Seeing that he still seemed totally unaffected, Chase Moon thought to herself, "I have to make sure he never gets the chance to throw that cheesy line at me again. Woman, you have successfully captured my attention. I absolutely cannot miss this chance to uncover his secret." With that thought, she stretched out her front leg, and in an instant, it transformed into a beautiful, fair-skinned human hand. The cloud-stepping moon deer had transformed into a human without even realizing it herself. She naturally lost her balance and fell right into Su Liang's arms. Su Liang caught her, but as she leaned against him, his face flushed red-hot as he screamed internally, "Wait a second, what is this?" Chase Moon's soft curves pressed against Su Liang's skin, instantly turning his face as red as a tomato, with steam practically rising from his head. What on earth is going on? Meanwhile, leaning against him, the cloud-stepping moon deer looked down in deep thought. How strange. Why was I forced to transform into a human? The full moon is still a long way off. Suddenly, her eyes widened as her gaze fell to where their bodies met beneath the water. What on earth is this? Seeing Su Liang looking away guiltily, a brief silence hung in the air. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had realized something. Chase Moon reached her hand beneath the water, touching something that made Su Liang's face turn completely crimson. She gave him a mischievous, wicked grin and asked, "Come on, tell me. What is this thing?" Watching Su Liang blush and look away, the cloud-stepping moon deer grinned playfully, her hand still on it as she teased, "Isn't this exactly what I read about in those novels? Turns out the legendary Moon King is just like this, no different from an ordinary human." Blushing furiously and breaking a sweat, Su Liang grit his teeth and muttered, "Just what kind of misunderstanding do you have about the legendary Moon King? I was always just an ordinary human to begin with." The cloud-stepping moon deer frowned at him and said, "I clearly have you in my grasp, so what's with the attitude?" She leaned in closer and asked, "Shouldn't your reaction be a little more intense?" Su Liang's entire face flushed red as he grabbed her shoulders to push her away. Shutting his eyes and yelling, "Hey, stop playing around." The cloud-stepping moon deer pressed forward, brushing his hands off, but then she suddenly froze in utter shock, staring at Su Liang. His hand had accidentally landed on a spot it definitely shouldn't have. Her eyes widened as his palm pressed against her soft chest. The cloud-stepping moon deer gasped in utter shock. Her face turned bright red, her mind going completely blank as she stammered, I. Su Liang's eyes went wide, his face burning even hotter. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly pulled her into his embrace, holding her tight as he warned, "Don't push your luck." Her face flushed completely red as she heard him murmur, "Don't you know the charm of the three beauties tribe the best?" He glanced down at her and continued, "After pulling a stunt like this, do you really think you can just walk away so easily?" Her face burning, the cloud-stepping moon deer suddenly opened her mouth wide and bit his shoulder as hard as she could. Ow! A deafening scream echoed through the air. Silent Star Yen Guyet suddenly opened one eye and glanced to the right. Su Liang walked out of the bathhouse, finding himself speechless as Silent Star Yen Guyet stared at him with half-open eyes. Feeling incredibly guilty, he gestured to the bite mark on his neck and lied on the spot. "Oh, this? It's just a mosquito biche." Silent Star Yen Guyet watched Su Liang slowly walk away, lost in thought. She stared after him with dead fish eyes, thinking he was incredibly scheming. Once he was outside, he crossed his arms and fell deep into thought. Honestly, I really want to sign a contract with her right now, so she understands the bond between a master and their beast. But with my current 1-star rank, and having already contracted a supreme tier beast, I won't even be able to summon her anymore. Su Liang touched the bite mark on his neck, blushing as he thought, then again, this kind of intimate contact isn't so bad either. The next day, in the northern region of the Bu Empire, towering skyscrapers reflected the brilliant sunlight as feathers drifted down through the air. Su Liang gasped in awe. The Bu Empire is incredibly prosperous. Following close behind him was Bi Wu, alongside a massive crane, with the silver rabbit and his subordinates bringing up the rear, one of the 12. Bic and Guyet stared at him, wondering why the Grandmaster kept tugging at his collar, leaving Tu Luong completely at a loss for what to do. Bichwai Vu smiled. Actually, the Bich and Guyet Empire has only managed to reach its current level of development in recent years, all thanks to Lord Kung Ma's imperial ban. Lord Kung Ma once said that the technology from 10,000 years ago was hundreds of times more advanced than what we have now, Bichwai Vu explained. Tu Luong turned to look back at her. Bichwai Vu continued, but because of an all-out war between two ancient overlords, every electronic device in the world was completely destroyed. Our technology was set back by tens of thousands of years. Tu Luong gasped in shock. Every electronic device in the entire world? Bichwai Vu replied, yes, and it also caused the deaths of billions of people. Of course, both overlords were severely punished afterward. Watching them talk from a distance, Tram Ting Yen Guyet muttered under her breath, this idiot doesn't even know who the two overlords are. And yet, he actually promised to help me get the Ice Queen's scabbard back. The Ice Queen made a rare exception to join this Lunar Deity festival, probably because she hasn't been able to completely defeat the Flying Rabbit Palace yet. She must have been harboring that rage for tens of thousands of years. Tram Tin Yen Guyet sighed. Tu Luong, you'd better not get dragged into this, or you'll end up dead in the blink of an eye. Tu Luong offered a confident smile and spread his arms, saying, all right, we'll take it from here. You guys can head back now. With a sudden puff of white smoke, Tu Luong was already sitting on the back of Dap Van Truinguyet. The smoke billowed toward Bichwai Vu and Silver Rabbit, forcing them to shield their faces. When the smoke cleared and they opened their eyes, Tu Luong and Dap Van Truinguyet were nowhere to be found. Looking up at the sky, Silver Rabbit asked, by the way, do you guys still remember what the Lunar King originally looked like? The purple-haired girl asked, are you talking about the day the Heavenly Abyss appeared? Bichwai Vu chimed in, how could we ever forget? Silver Rabbit placed a hand over his chest and shook his head. I still find it hard to believe that our Grandmaster is actually traveling the world with his pet. Resting his chin in his hand, a subordinate mused, honestly, I used to think he didn't even possess basic human emotions. Bichwai Vu turned pale with shock and snapped, all right, shut it. She then added quietly, but in truth, the ones who fear and revere the Lunar King the most aren't outsiders. It's us, the apostles who witnessed his miracles with our own eyes. The scene shifts to a desolate, rocky wasteland that seems to touch the sky, with a massive fissure stretching out below. That was the northern heavenly abyss. Tu Luong muttered, so that's why it's called the Twin Moon Sect. Looking down the path into the pit, Tu Luong ordered, I need to go inside. Make sure absolutely no one follows me. The two subordinates standing nearby bowed, understood. As they watched their Grandmaster walk in, one asked, why would the Lunar King suddenly return to the territory of the Lunar Deity Palace? The other replied, Princess Van's success rate was supposed to be the highest, but it looks like there's been a setback. I can faintly sense the aura of a god. His threat level is even higher than Princess Van's. The young man said, how about this? I'll head inside to investigate. You stay out here to make sure we don't both get wiped out. The girl gasped in surprise. What? The boy continued. If I die, you run immediately. Max out the Lunar King's probability to 100% and transmit the message through the dream. And rally everyone else at the northern region to join forces and eliminate the Lunar King. Meanwhile, Tu Luong was slowly making his descent into the depths of the northern heavenly abyss. Deep inside the heavenly abyss, Tu Luong and Dap Van Truinguyet continued their trek forward. Stepping inside, he looked around and thought, it's clearly daytime, so why does it feel so suffocating in here? Dap Van Truinguyet gave him a puzzled look and asked, what's wrong? Are we lost? Tu Luong closed his eyes and calmly replied, "No, just a bad feeling. There's something really strange about this place." Although he said that, he secretly thought, the Twin Moon sect headquarters and the Bichengyiet Empire are both nearby. If there really were an issue, the Bich Hai Chio Kung Niet would have noticed it by now. Even though I can't remember a single thing right now, following my original path should help trigger my memories. Lost in thought, he continued walking deeper. Dap Van True in Nguyet sighed. Hopefully, we can dig up some clues. Behind them, a silent figure was stealthily tailing their footsteps. The woman wore a hooded white cloak, completely obscuring her face. With a sharp snap of her fingers, a dark shadow materialized above the abyss, forming a floating dome-like hemisphere in the air. Deep inside the heavenly abyss, Tu Luong remained completely oblivious to the activity outside. He focused on his thoughts. It looks like the Twin Moon sect preserved this place perfectly. There isn't even a single footprint. Suddenly, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. Unaware that Tu Luong had abruptly stopped, Dap Van True and Yet crashed right into his back. Seeing him freeze, she rubbed her nose and asked, "What's wrong?" With a look of absolute shock, Tu Luong muttered, "How is this even possible?" He stared at a purple notebook lying on the ground, his mind racing. Why is my diary here of all places? A sudden thought struck him. Wait, did I always carry it with me, keeping it completely intact? And then, after I lost my memory and couldn't make heads or tails of it, did I just toss it aside here before leaving? Grabbing his focus, Tu Luong rushed forward to pick the diary up. Suddenly, a dark shadow swept over their heads. A pale hand snatched the diary, holding it high in the air as she laughed triumphantly. Found it! It was Thu Hoa Ko, the first dream. Ecstatic, she eagerly flipped the diary open, shouting, "This is the divine guidance left behind by the gods." But the moment she opened it, she froze in her tracks. She was completely speechless as she stared at the animal drawings, the picture of an old man, and some other random doodles. There were even English words. She muttered, "Is the divine guidance really this complicated?" Suddenly, Su Liang and Dap Van True Nguyen tensed up, sensing someone's presence. Dap Van True, Nguyen leaped forward to shield him. Who's there? Su Liang thought, his guard up. Even though he couldn't gauge this person's power level, she felt incredibly dangerous. Su Liang roared, "Trom Tin Yen Nguyet." The massive blade materialized right next to Dap Van True Nguyet. Thu Hoa Ko just watched them in silence. Suddenly, Trom Tin Yen Nguyet's eyes flew open. She unleashed a massive, sweeping blue slash right at her. As dust and smoke filled the air, Su Liang wondered, what's going on? He saw Thu Hoa Ko standing there completely calm and unharmed, looking totally unfazed. She said casually, "What do you think you're doing? You're not actually trying to pick a fight with me in broad daylight, are you?" Su Liang stared back in silence, trying to read her. He thought, she's right. Fighting during the day was something almost every Moonlight attribute Beastmaster desperately wanted to avoid. Clutching the diary, she said, "Moon King, we don't have a reason to fight you just yet. So, I'll take my leave first." Dap Van True Nguyet lunged forward, roaring, "You can leave, but drop what's in your hand first." Su Liang quickly tried to stop him. "Wait, hold on." Su Liang sensed an aura that easily surpassed the supreme level. This person was an emperor class. Su Liang looked at Dap Van True Nguyet and Thu Hoa Ko. The Book of the Moon had no reaction, meaning she wasn't of the Moonlight attribute. So how could she have snuck the Bikhai Chiat Kung Niet all the way here? Who on earth is she? Su Liang wondered. Thu Hoa Ko smirked. "Wait, do you actually know what's written in here?" Her smile turned absolutely terrifying. "Do you know what happened to this place? Actually, I've changed my mind." She glared intensely at him, catching Su Liang completely off guard. She raised her clawed hand. "I think I'll just check your memories." She unleashed dark, branch-like energy straight at Su Liang. Dap Van True Nguyet rushed in front of him to block the attack. But since it was daytime, Dap Van True Nguyet couldn't fully block it and got hurt. Su Liang screamed, "Trom Tin Yen Nguyet." The physical blade materialized in Su Liang's hands instantly, blocking the strike with a deafening boom. Su Liang collapsed to one knee, leaning on the blade as he coughed violently. With blood dripping from his mouth, he grit his teeth and thought, if it wasn't for Trom Tin Yen Nguyet's undying trait, I'd probably be dead right now. He looked at Dap Van True Nguyet, lying helpless on the ground. How is this even possible? That was just a casual attack from her. Is this the price of facing an emperor class in broad daylight? She looked down at him and sneered. "Just give up, Moon King." The miracles of the moonlight attribute only bloom under a full moon. She raised her hand and laughed triumphantly. As you are right now, you are absolutely no match for me. Thu Hoako seemed to read his mind and said, and don't count on any miracles either. The Sagittarius Palace won't even notice what's happening here. She kept rambling on, bragging. This is the grace bestowed upon us by the gods of the Bingan divine cult. Heavily wounded, Su Liang used his moonblade as a crutch, forcing himself to listen to her babbling. Even the Holy Land itself cannot detect our presence. He was in too much pain to stand straight, but he still forced a response. You're right about that. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a smug grin crept onto his face. With absolutely no fear in his eyes, he added, but that's no reason for you to enthusiastically treat my childhood doodles as some holy masterpiece, is it? It honestly makes you look kind of idiotic. Hearing this, she fell silent, contemplating his words without saying a thing. But she quickly regained her powerful composure and snapped. As long as I read your memories, none of this matters. She seemed incredibly sharp, instantly putting the pieces together based on the situation. But if you've been here before, and now you're returning, don't tell me the legendary Moon King has actually lost his memory. She hit the nail right on the head. Su Liang gasped, his eyes wide and completely speechless. As for her, it was as if she had glimpsed something from the past, standing there dazed, staring at him for a long moment. Then, her red Bingan mode activated, bringing back painful memories. With tears streaming down her face, she cried, so that's what happened. It was you. She collapsed to her knees, burying her face in her hands and sobbing. She then said bitterly, I witnessed that entity with my own eyes. But to only lose a part of your memory, that must mean you. She kept rambling on about crazy things that made absolutely no sense to Su Liang, since he had lost his memory. Turning her grief into pure fury, she roared, from this moment on, the Bingan divine cult will fight the Twin Moon sect to the death, and I, Thu Hoako of the Seventh Dream, will kill you right here, Moon King. She screamed, pointing her finger right at Su Liang. In an instant, the red Bingan mutated violently. Her clothes ripped apart, replaced by a flurry of maple leaves blowing everywhere. Gaping mouths with sharp fangs began sprouting all over her body. Behind her stood an ancient tree with deep crimson leaves. It would have been a beautiful view, but Su Liang was in no mood to appreciate it. Luckily, there was a silver lining. His moon eyes suddenly began to glow. He thought to himself, looks like I finally found the reason why I lost my memory. Though this situation is looking pretty hopeless. She points her finger, and instantly, the ancient giant tree shakes violently. Leaves rain down as Thu Hoako transforms into a raging hurricane, charging forward with pure fury. Seeing this crazy woman, Tu Luong is absolutely terrified by her overwhelming power. In the nick of time, Dap Van Tru Niget rushes in to take a fatal blow for him. The swirling hurricane sweeps across the battlefield, triggering a massive earthquake. Even with some backup, Tu Luong still takes an absolute beating from her, leaving him flat on his back. Luckily, he has that sweet main character plot armor, so the author is not letting him kick the bucket just yet. As the thick smoke clears, the silhouette of Dap Van Tree Niget emerges, but she is in terrible shape. That devastating blow has knocked her unconscious, sending her collapsing to the ground. Her clothes are torn to shreds, and she lies face down, completely unresponsive. It looks like she might not make it. Seeing his precious little deer's crystal shatter into pieces, Tu Luong's eyes widen in sheer agony. He tightly grips his greatsword. His hands tremble, his voice cracking with utter helplessness. Overcome with grief, he completely loses his mind. Brandishing his greatsword, he unleashes a flurry of slashes, sending wave after wave of blue light straight at that crimson spider lily witch. But those attacks are completely useless against Thu Hoako. She stands tall, taking every single slash, without receiving even a single scratch. She stands there in deep thought, wondering if what she saw was just an illusion. Then, she glances down at Tu Luong's little deer lying motionless on the ground. Confused, she murmurs to herself that the little beast seemed to have fallen asleep even before she critically injured it. Not a single slash left a mark, yet a simple flick of her finger is enough to crush anyone. Somehow, he still struggles to get back up after her devastating attack. Coughing up blood and gasping for air, he refuses to accept this harsh reality. Just because it is daytime, the power gap between them is simply too massive. A peak supreme of the Moonlight system against a regular emperor, yet he is still completely powerless against Thu Hoako. Flaunting her hot body, she looks down at him and sneers. Stop struggling, Moon King. You will never defeat me. Flicking her fingers with supreme arrogance, she adds, to be honest, even I cannot easily kill an apostle like you. She wants to torture him first, rather than giving him a quick death, continuing, even if that grudge from 3 years ago was real, I would still pull back for now and wait for my revenge later. She shifts her tone, trying to strike a deal with him. So, be a good boy and let me look into your memories. After all, you want to know what happened back then too, right? Tu Luong does not say a word. He slowly stands up, his eyes filled with absolute determination. The cold moon crest in his pupils shines brilliantly, defying the bright daylight. He grips his greatsword tightly, pointing it forward. Seeing that Tu Luong has no intention of playing along, she decides to play dirty. Fine then, negotiations are over. Thu Hoako steps forward slowly, up to no good. Teleporting erratically, she suddenly materializes right in front of Tu Luong. A mouth on her body gaps open, spitting out a pitch-black tongue to forcefully read his memories. Relying on his lightning-fast reflexes, Tu Luong blocks the attack with his greatsword. Seeing this, Thu Hoako is stunned, unable to believe her own eyes. She just cannot believe it. Tu Luong lets out a satisfied smirk, but keeps his guard up. It actually worked. Thanks to her endless yapping, I finally had enough time to figure out a way to defend myself. By taking on the Beast Food Consumption Challenge and absorbing Beast Food, the shield energy of Ho Trung Ngyet can be restored at a rate of 5% per second. Refusing to back down, she continues her relentless onslaught, but he successfully blocks every single strike. However, playing defense forever is not going to cut it. Tu Luong quickly calculates his next move. Pure defense is pointless. I have to find a way to take her down quickly. Seeing all her deadly attacks turn into nothing but wasted effort, Thu Hoako starts to lose her cool. She panics and attacks frantically, screaming at the top of her lungs. This is impossible. All by himself, Tu Luong deflects dozens of pitch-black tongues. The hilt of his sword clashes violently against her tongue, sending sparks flying everywhere in a brutal clash. Fatigue begins to set in, and with extreme tension written all over his face, Tu Luong thinks, damn it, her attacks are too fast and relentless. My hands are about to cramp up. In a split second of vulnerability, a fiery red tongue lunges at his sword hand to disarm him. But as if the sword has a mind of its own, it automatically parries her tongue away. Tu Luong is utterly shocked. The sword moved on its own? Suddenly, a translucent hand gently wraps around his hand, holding the hilt. It turns out his savior is none other than Lady Tram Tinyen Guyet. Manifesting her spiritual form, she takes control of the greatsword, standing right behind him to provide backup. With her signature poker face, she glances at Tu Luong. She reminds him in a cold voice, don't you have someone to save? Just focus on the battle. Working in perfect harmony, Tu Luong and Tram Tinyen Guyet fight as one, fending off the attacks. Seeing this, Thu Hoako is absolutely furious. Desperate for a quick victory, she decides to go all out, pouring even more power into her strikes. Her disgusting tongues burst out from her limbs, attacking him relentlessly and pushing Tu Luong to his absolute limits. With the attack speed skyrocketing, he grimaces as he struggles to parry every single incoming strike. This is definitely a day he will never forget. She smirks triumphantly and mocks him. What's wrong? Can't keep up anymore? In the end, you're nothing but an ordinary human, a mere puppet of the Kim Diep Palace. She yaps on and on while launching her attacks. There is no way an overlord would ever choose to be buried here with you. You'd better just behave. The moment those words leave her mouth, the moon blade in Tu Luong's hand suddenly glows, shutting her up instantly as she stares in shock at what's unfolding. Sensing the desperate situation, the entire blade unleashes a breathtaking, brilliant blue light. Then, a single slash lights up half the sky, tearing a gaping hole in the earth as brilliant light floods the ground. In an instant, the ancient maple tree behind her is split clean in half like a watermelon. Panicked and completely lost, Thu Hoako stands frozen in place. She can't hide the absolute terror in her eyes as the tongues inside her hideous mouths begin to wither away. In agonizing pain, she coughs up blood, with the multiple gaping mouths on her body doing the exact same. Tram Tinyen Guyet closes her eyes and speaks up. At this point, the last remaining power of the scabbard is completely spent. Seeing that Tu Luong still hasn't unleashed his true power, she turns around, looking a bit annoyed. Tu Luong, how much longer are you going to let her run her mouth? Aren't you supposed to be the Moon King? Don't we still have to get to the Ice King and the Flying Rabbit Palace? But at this rate, there is no way. You are seriously disappointing me. She tries to get his head back in the game, and Tu Luong just listens in silence. But then, in an instant, he snaps out of it, a look of sheer determination filling his eyes. That's right. What the hell am I doing? She's nothing but an ordinary Emperor-tier beast anyway. Despite being heavily injured, Thu Hoako tries to act tough and lets out a mocking laugh. Damn it. Do you seriously think you can defeat me in broad daylight? She's done fighting physically and has switched to trash talking. Knowing her screen time is almost up, she's determined to get all her insults in while she still can. Moon King, of all people, I despise you. Moonlight types the most, always acting so high and mighty, looking down on everyone else. But once Yueyao fell to pieces, didn't all those arrogant overlords either end up dead or running for their lives? How pathetic. Tu Luong keeps his head down without saying a word, leaving no clue as to what he's thinking. Meanwhile, Thu Hoako gets even more worked up, shouting, "Wake up, kid! The era when Yueyao ruled over everything is long gone." Yet, Tu Luong keeps his lips sealed, simply stroking his chin in silence. Seeing that Tu Luong is totally giving her the cold shoulder, her pride takes a major hit. She can't hold back her rage and screams, "Hey, you're making me absolutely furious." Shaking with anger, she stops talking and charges, "Just die already, Moon King." The moment she yells, a barrage of long, black tongues shoot toward him once again. Tu Luong snaps back into his badass leader persona and says, "Maybe you're right, but this is exactly why I'm standing here. I will ascend the throne and bring back the moonlight, so that pathetic, bottom-dwelling creatures like you will never dare to show your faces again." Tu Luong might be a man of few words, but when he speaks, every single word cuts deep, leaving her completely speechless. Finally, he roars with absolute dominance. "This is why I was born into this era." As soon as he speaks, a massive pillar of golden aura shoots up into the sky. Tu Luong is completely enveloped in his own brilliant radiance. Caught completely off guard, Thu Hoako realizes she's met her match, gasping, "What the hell is this?" Screaming in panic, she quickly uses her multiple tongues to shield and protect herself. Tu Luong reaches out his hand to summon the Book of the Moon, showing that he has 700 draws available. He opens the book with a plan already forming in his head. Having saved up 700 draws, he's figured out exactly how to bring down this Emperor-tier beast. Raising his hand toward the sky, he commands the Book of the Moon, 700 consecutive draws. Obeying his command, the Book of the Moon flips through hundreds of pages at lightning speed. Before long, the draw results appear, new beasts are unlocked, and the number of illuminated entries in his index shoots up. Moonlight Illusion Wheel, Melodious Heavenly Mansion Song, Frozen Tundra, Winter Moon, Withered Stone, Waning Moon, and so on and so forth. 700 cards arrange themselves in a massive circle around him. Tu Luong quickly assesses his haul. Although there are no Emperor-tier beasts, there are still several incredibly rare, ancient species. He then flashes a knowing smirk, wondering who these powerful cards are going to pay a visit to. Finally, he makes a move that is classic Moon King style. He cancels all the contracts and converts everything into bonus points. In an instant, the cards begin to dissolve, turning into pure energy. Soon after, the energy from all 700 cards begins pouring into his body one by one. Tu Luong begins mapping out his plan. If he absorbs all this energy, he might easily break through directly to the 6-star realm. But trying to defeat an Emperor-tier opponent while only at the 5-star realm is simply impossible. So, he needs to make a high-stakes gamble. With his mind made up, he flings his arms wide and shouts, "Kim Diep Palace, I don't want any of this. I'm giving it all back to you." The energy surrounding him begins to shift, rapidly decreasing. Once Tu Luong fully absorbs it all, he gains a massive power boost and immediately starts acting smug. With this much energy, can the Kim Diep Palace even? Tu Luong chuckles to himself, already imagining how he's going to wipe the floor with that Emperor-tier beast. But as it turns out, the unlock progress for the 8-winged moon monarch is only at 0.001%. Tu Luong feels completely ripped off, thrown back, and left utterly speechless. Who knew this would be such a tough nut to crack? Feeling his spirit break inside, he groans, "How the heck is it only 0.01% unlocked? Talk about an insane appetite." In the end, he's left empty-handed with all his hard-earned energy completely wiped out. And just like that, I look like a total clown. Yep, Tu Luong really went and made a fool of himself. Meanwhile, Thu Hoako was still shielding her body, standing frozen in dead silence. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and her jaw dropped as she witnessed a bizarre phenomenon unfolding all around her. Countless moths were fluttering in the air, and a beam of pure moonlight surged directly toward him. Tu Luong finally realized what was happening and how it worked. It wasn't the golden butterfly bow at all, but rather the 100 billion sparkling butterflies from earlier. There were so many of them that they literally blotted out the entire sky. Terrified by the supernatural phenomenon unfolding before her eyes, Thu Hoako stammered, "What on earth is going on?" Suddenly, darkness fell. What was just a bright sky was instantly swallowed by the night. The moon emerged, casting its eerie glow over the entire landscape. Thu Hoako gasped in sheer panic, trembling as she stuttered, The moon, it's rising." She whipped her head toward Tu Luong, shouting in absolute hysteria. He actually forced the weather to change. He is absolutely not just some apostle. As for Tu Luong, he stood completely still, fully soaking in his main character moment. He had completely turned the tables, all thanks to his masterfully calculated scheme. With a disdainful smirk, he looked down at her and said, "I warned you to just hand over the diary nicely, and things wouldn't have gotten this ugly." A beam of moonlight, sharp as a laser, pierced straight through her chest. The blinding light even sliced a massive ancient tree right down the middle. To destroy her, he had to wipe her out completely, leaving no chance for her to lay any eggs. This was the ultimate fatal blow to shut Thu Hoako's trash-talking mouth forever. She was utterly destroyed, her body turning to dust in the chilly autumn wind. But just before she completely faded away, she gasped out her final words, "Moon King, I'm the one who won." And with that, she vanished into the night, leaving behind nothing but leaves swirling gently in the air. What could she have possibly meant by those final words? Exhausted, Tu Luong stared up at the red maple leaves. He gritted his teeth, thoroughly confused by her parting words. "You're already dead and gone." "What do you mean you won?" Worn out from the brutal battle, Tu Luong collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. "Man, I'm absolutely exhausted. I'm way too tired. Let me just lie here for a bit before figuring out my next move." He lay flat on his back, barely able to catch his breath. The battle had clearly taken a massive toll on his physical strength. But before he could even rest for 3 seconds, Tu Luong suddenly heard a voice whisper, "That's right. We won." His eyes shot wide open in utter shock and confusion, completely speechless. Suddenly, a woman clad in black stepped out from behind the cliff. She approached slowly, holding a blood-stained maple leaf, and murmured, "My seventh sister's every move was completely predicted by you. It was a good thing she had me hide in the shadows first." Thinking back to the moment her sister was obliterated, she continued, "If we had both shown up together, we definitely would have been wiped out." She then crushed the maple leaf in her hand, smiling down at Tu Luong as she muttered, "But now, there is absolutely no way we can lose." She took slow, deliberate steps toward Tu Luong, looking down at him. "Even if you manage to surpass the rank of an apostle, it's all over now. The invincible Moon King dies right here." Hearing this, Tu Luong glared up at her, gritting his teeth in pure fury. But as she took another step, she suddenly froze. A sleepy voice echoed nearby, "Wait, how did the moon get up there?" She spun around to see who spoke. Her face was deathly pale, and her blood-red eyes were enough to give anyone goosebumps. Standing behind her was Trui Nguyet, who had just woken up. Dazed, she murmured, "Did I really sleep until nightfall?" She turned her head and saw Tu Luong collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. He seemed so drained that he couldn't even stand. The woman in the black dress stood over him, her eyes shifting toward Trui Nguyet. Immediately, Trui Nguyet's sleepiness vanished, replaced by a sharp sense of danger. She thought to herself, "That's no human, she's another emperor-level beast." Seeing this, the woman in black cast a dismissive glance at the dear girl and scoffed. "Based on the battle I just watched, I can safely say this dear girl poses absolutely zero threat." She looked at the blade lying next to Tu Luong without a hint of fear. Since it had just exhausted the last of its power, it was no longer a threat. With a cold, emotionless expression, she continued, "My only real concern right now is the overlord of the Sagittarius Palace. In the dead of night, a full moon, on what should have been the pitch-black 30th night of the month, cast its light over the cliffs, as a mysterious white mist drifted in, making the entire area look hauntingly eerie. Down below, she continued her analysis. For it to descend, it will take at least 5 minutes. No, the Overlord is unpredictable. To eliminate any risk, I must wrap this up within 1 minute. Though, in reality, 10 seconds will be more than enough." The moment she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers, and a massive umbrella, radiating dark energy, materialized right in front of them. Suddenly, a single drop of water fell onto the white deer's face. She looked up, utterly confused, and muttered, "Is it raining?" As soon as the words left her mouth, heavy raindrops began pouring down on Tu Luong and the white deer. With a mock greeting, the girl in the black dress introduced herself. "I am Kumong of the Supreme Dark Night Cult of the Paramita. From this moment on, the era of the moon radiance ends with me." Up above, wherever that ominous black umbrella cast its shadow, rain began to pour down relentlessly. Even stranger, the falling raindrops suddenly began to sizzle and smoke. Thick white smoke billowed out, completely blanketing the area as heavy steam engulfed the giant umbrella. This rain was far from normal. It was actually a highly corrosive, super strong acid. Everything it touched instantly melted away, except for that one blade, which remained completely unscathed. As the acid rain splashed onto Baklok's face and Tu Luong's hands, their flesh began to sizzle and burn. The searing acid ate through his skin, forcing a painful groan from his throat as he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I don't even have the strength left to fight back." Just when all hope seemed lost, a dense cloud of white smoke suddenly wrapped around Tu Luong like a protective blanket, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished right in front of the black-clad woman hovering above. She didn't look surprised at all. Instead, she locked her eyes on Baklok behind him, thinking, the mist realm of the Baklok clan. Meanwhile, Baklok released a mysterious pink energy, glaring up at Vothwong Minda with a look of pure judgment. Although Baklok's body was severely burned by the acid rain, the horrific burns suddenly vanished as she absorbed the pink energy. Looking down, she said in a cold, serious tone, "You made 2 mistakes." Minda remained quiet, waiting to see what Baklok would say next. Baklok didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "First of all, you said I pose 0 threat to you. That actually made me a bit angry." Then, she reached toward her head as if to grab something, adding, "And second, you should never stand before a member of the Baklok clan at night." But before she could finish, she suddenly remembered something. Looking at her empty hand, she thought, "Oh right, it was already blown to pieces, never mind." Instead, she quickly reached into her shirt to pull something out. Baklok's eyes flashed with light, and the antlers on her head began to glow as her aura exploded with power. It was clear she was now fully determined to take that woman down. In an instant, she drew 2 long swords from her chest. It was honestly a mystery how such long blades could even fit inside this deer girl's outfit. The 2 swords she drew were the Votuong and the Vanko. Holding the dual blades before her, she took a solid combat stance, ready for battle. Hearing this, Minda burst into a smug, mocking laugh and sneered. "Big words for someone so weak. You're just a supreme rank, yet you dare talk big." With that, she raised her hand to control the falling rain. The raindrops suddenly turned pitch black, freezing mid-air. Then, they instantly redirected, hurtling toward Baklok like a swarm of deadly bullets. But Baklok instantly dissolved into mist, vanishing into thin air. Witnessing this, Minda gasped in shock. "She's gone." Before she could even register what was happening, an invisible/cleanly severed one of her arms. Minda's arrogant smirk vanished instantly, replaced by sheer terror. She thought, how is this possible? Just moments ago, she couldn't even touch a single hair on Seventh Sister's head. She continued to panic inwardly. I couldn't even track her movements. Staring at Baklok, standing tall in front of her, she wondered, her aura is clearly only at the supreme rank. So, how on earth is she doing this? Looking at Baklok, who was holding her dual swords with a torn outfit but completely uninjured, she thought, what is going on here? How can a supreme completely overpower an emperor rank? She stood there, staring at Baklok from a distance in silence, clutching her bleeding wound as she fell deep into thought. Her eyes filled with caution as she tried to convince herself, maybe she's just putting on a show to scare me. Just a minute later, her severed arm rapidly regenerated, completely restoring itself. After her arm fully grew back, she rolled her shoulder and stretched her joints. Baklok simply stood there watching silently, though she found this regeneration capability highly unusual. For a long moment, she stood frozen, staring at the smug woman before her. The light cast Baklok's shadow across the ground, facing off against her black-dressed opponent. The woman's intense glare gave her goosebumps, and a smug smirk crept onto the villain's face. The two locked eyes, but suddenly, Baklok realized she couldn't move a muscle. Without even seeing what move was used, fresh wounds abruptly split open across her body. Baklok looked down at her own shoulder, completely speechless and shocked by the sudden damage. Still holding her stance, the woman looked at her triumphantly and sneered. What's the matter? Looks like you're completely out of moves this time. Baklok was now trapped in a massive void, which was likely what had restricted her movements earlier. The woman continued, "They say the mist realm of the Baklok clan is absolute, and only an emperor can freely traverse through it. If I were facing a true emperor, I wouldn't stand a chance. But a mere supreme like you can't possibly pull that off." The moment she finished speaking, the dark void instantly swallowed Baklok whole. Once Baklok was completely trapped, the void slowly collapsed in on itself before vanishing into thin air right before her eyes. Believing she had won, she threw her head back with a maniacal laugh and declared, "You're nothing but an insect, yet you dared to look down on me." Then, composing herself, she cleared her throat, covering her mouth as she murmured, "Pardon my bad manners. Defeating a mere supreme is hardly anything to boast about, anyway." She turned around, a thrilled expression on her face, and added, "Now that the Mist Realm is broken, the Moon King won't have anywhere left to hide." Before she could even finish her sentence, she seemed to sense something, and her expression instantly twisted in shock. Her smirk from earlier vanished completely. Standing right there in front of her was Bai Lu, completely unscathed. Bai Lu had completely lost her patience. She spoke with a freezing coldness. "10 seconds have passed, and you still haven't kept your promise. I'm starting to get a bit bored." Then, a brilliant white light erupted from Bai Lu, wrapping around her from head to toe. She lowered her head, absorbing the radiant glow, and slowly opened her eyes. Glaring at the woman with razor-sharp eyes, she said, "Even though my mother is gone, she would still be furious if the keepsake she left me got destroyed. And if she gets angry, the consequences will be extremely severe." Seeing Bai Lu like this, cold sweat broke out all over the woman, and she frantically questioned herself in her head. With the energy of the boundary shuttle wrapping around her entire body, Bai Lu slowly walked forward and said, "Oh, by the way, you probably don't understand, but the Bai Lu clan, who possess the boundary realm, have a completely different perception of death compared to other creatures." Gently brushing back her hair, she said with a hint of regret, "I'm sorry, but I won't be able to return anytime soon. That's why I unconsciously wanted to say a few more words. So, let's end it right here." Watching Bai Lu draw closer, the woman could no longer hide her sheer terror. Suddenly, Bai Lu vanished right before her eyes once again. Knowing that facing such power meant certain doom, the woman looked up at the sky, a trace of regret filling her heart as she thought, "Seventh sister, my judgment. I was wrong. I should have notified the others immediately. No, maybe this isn't so bad after all." Resigning herself to her fate, she stood frozen. Bai Lu unleashed a flurry of thousands of slashes, and instead of trying to flee, the woman just stood there, taking the brutal onslaught head-on. For a fleeting second, she thought, "At least I didn't drag anyone else down with me. So this is the true, complete boundary walk." A faint smile appeared on her face as she accepted her fate. Following that peaceful smile, her body was sliced into 100 pieces, slowly fading away into nothingness. With the battle over, everything vanished, including Bai Lu, leaving only a sword resting on the ground. That sword was Yanyue. Materializing in her human form, she looked at the scene before her and thought, "A complete boundary walk." Then she lowered her head and muttered in deep thought, "At this rate, there's no telling when she'll be able to return." Suddenly, a streak of pink light shot across the sky. Yanyu immediately turned her head to look. Within that streak of light, Su Liang appeared, but he seemed to have lost consciousness from his injuries. Seeing this, Yanyu rushed over to catch him. Holding Su Liang in her arms, she quietly thought, "Though, I suppose I now understand why Bai Lu disappeared for tens of thousands of years." Looking up, she thought, "The 12 bright moon palaces still hold their thrones under the shining moonlight that bathes this cliffside. The fierce battle that raged here has finally come to a peaceful end." After a while, Su Liang regained consciousness. He sat with his back turned, quietly doing something. Standing behind him, Yanyue could only watch silently, not daring to say a word. He was flipping through the pages of a book, his face completely expressionless, though his hands trembled as he stared at the words inside. Suddenly, Su Liang ripped the page out in a fit of rage. Yanyu gasped, completely taken aback by his sudden outburst. After shredding the book, Su Liang sat motionless for a moment, lost in thought, before suddenly standing up. He walked past Yanyu and coldly muttered, "Let's go." Watching his retreating back, Yanyue spoke up in worry. Is this really okay?" He brushed her question aside with a casual reply. "I'll remember everything sooner or later anyway. There's no need to look at it again." Walking slowly forward, Su Liang added, "After defeating those two emperors, some memories came back to me. The power of the Paramita cult is likely connected to oblivion." With absolute determination in his eyes, he said, "So, if I wipe out the entire Paramita cult, I'll get my memories back, right?" Staring at him, Yanyu remained silent, only thinking to herself, her departure has only fueled his rage against the Paramita cult. Up above, the members of the Twin Moon cult were waiting anxiously. Seeing Su Liang and Yanyue approach, they all bowed respectfully and greeted, "Lord Cult Leader." A girl wearing a bunny mask ran up to him and asked, "Lord Cult Leader, what on earth happened down there?" Ignoring her, Su Liang stared directly at the Sagittarius Palace and said, "Lunar Priestess of the Sagittarius Palace, you survived last time by running away from my challenge as well." Hearing those words, everyone from the Sagittarius Palace gasped in shock, while Yi Wu turned pale with absolute dread. Su Liang glared at her with pure, murderous intent, issuing a cold warning. "I don't care what your little plan is, but I hope we don't end up as enemies the next time we meet." The two masked girls gasped, completely terrified by his chilling words. Seeing how terrifying Su Liang had become, they thought, the moon has changed its phase, and a dark night is falling. The Jade Sea Palace moon couldn't have failed to notice what was happening, yet they didn't come to help. Su Liang turned and walked away without looking back, leaving Yi Wu quietly weeping behind him. His subordinates were also shaken to their core, their minds racing. For the Moon King to warn the sovereign of the Twin Moon cult like that, what could have possibly happened? Perched on Yi Wu's shoulder in the form of a sparrow, the Jade Sea hairpin let out a weary sigh. Staring at Su Liang's retreating figure, she thought to herself, "There won't be a next time." But Su Liang remained silent. Without saying a word, he left everyone behind and quietly walked away. Seeing him leave, the rabbit-masked girl panicked. She thought to herself, "The current Moon King is even more terrifying than the impression he left 3 years ago. Or perhaps, not too long ago, he finally found his true self." Tu Luang walked his path alone, lost in thought as he moved forward. "Even though my memory hasn't fully recovered yet, I still remember some crucial things." He recalled that the map included the North, Central, South, East, and West regions, along with several other landmarks. He continued to ponder. In this world, there aren't just the 5 mortal realms, but there are also even more mysterious sacred lands. Walking under the moonlight, his mind was still racing. But the strange thing was, the territory inside the sacred lands seemed to be countless times larger than this entire planet. Remembering a certain figure, he sank even deeper into his thoughts. Even more shocking was that the overlords, entities with power capable of destroying entire stars, actually coexisted with humans. The overlords directly ruled over mortals and interfered in the real world, so why hadn't they been wiped out yet? The more he thought about it, the more his head throbbed. Tu Luang covered one eye with his hand, then shook his head to clear his mind. Forget it. Besides all this, there is an even more important piece of information. Tu Luang's mind drifted back to the lunar mansions. The eras of existence for the 12 lunar mansions varied. Before the final moon goddess ritual began, only 6 of the 12 lunar mansions remained: the Flying Rabbit, Virgo, Sagittarius, Gemini, Aquarius, and the Peacock. Not to mention, after the Flying Rabbit mansion killed Aquarius, one of the 7 miracles, they defected before the ritual, leaving only 4 mansions. Thinking of this, he looked up at the moon and muttered to himself, "It seems the reappearance of the Golden Butterfly Mansion in this world has brought many omens." Right now, at the northernmost edge of the northern region, in the cloud mist sea, towering mountain ranges pierced straight through the clouds. The one standing high above the clouds was none other than Dap Van True Inguyet. She was gracefully walking through the clouds. After a while, she suddenly stopped and raised her head to look at the scene before her. Before her was a flight of stairs leading to the gate of the misty world. Right next to the gate, 3 girls stood waiting for Baklok. The moment she saw her, Emperor Tyr Van Ko bowed respectfully and said, "Van Ko pays her respects to Elder Tai Dai." The other was Lin Lu Kong Kuyet, an Emperor Tyr Moonlight element, who also bowed, saying, "Lin Lu Kong Kuyet pays respects to Elder Tai Dai." Finally, Princess Van smiled as she greeted her. "Princess Van pays respects to Elder Tai Di." But Baklok didn't seem to care about them at all. Coldly walking past and entering the gateway, Princess Van followed closely behind, asking excitedly, "Elder Tai Dai, have you awakened your bloodline memories yet? According to our agreement, we need to sign a contract. We want to represent the Baklok clan in this moon goddess ritual. and defeat all the holders of the 7 mysteries. Baklok simply ignored Princess Van's words. The Great Moon Emperor, Gemini, and the Western Region Moon King are all our enemies. With the Baklok bloodline and your power, we will easily. Hearing this, Baklok seemed to grow irritated. Before the princess could even finish, Baklok spun around and snapped coldly, "Get lost." Hearing Baklok's harsh words, Princess Van didn't dare say another word. Seeing that Baklok was genuinely angry, Van Ko and Lin Lu Kong Quiet became much more cautious. Princess Van wondered out loud. To be that angry. Could something have happened in the real world? With that, she turned around and brushed it off, saying, "Whatever, we still have plenty of time anyway." Taking a few steps, her gaze turned intense as she thought, "I'll just get closer to her slowly over time." It turned out she was a half-human beastmaster who had nearly reached the 9-star realm. That moonlit night at the Moon Goddess Palace, the Moonlight Overlord faction that had ruled the central region for thousands of years was preparing. A girl sat calmly on a throne, her face showing no emotion whatsoever. Flanking her on both sides were 4 mysterious figures. For some reason, the core members of the main faction were all beautiful girls. 2 messengers of the Moon Goddess were also conversing with someone. Rumor had it that if any male was born, whether human or half-blood, they would immediately be sent away to the outer southern and western regions. Among the many pillars, even though the Flying Rabbit Mansion had claimed the throne of the Moon Goddess ritual, they were sealed beneath the 10 shadow pillars by the Moon Goddess Palace, suppressed by generations of saints and the 10 pillar guardians. But now, in the sealing chamber of the 6th pillar among the 10 shadow pillars of the Moon Goddess Palace, a powerful golden energy was erupting from that very pillar. Seeing that something was terribly wrong, 2 messengers of the Moon Goddess Palace shouted, "Sound the alarm, quickly!" The pillar was tightly bound by heavy chains, with violent bolts of lightning continuously wrapping around it. The golden dragon coiled around the pillar was one of the 7 stars surrounding the Emperor-tier moon, known as the glorious Moonlight Dragon. Looking down at the messengers below, the dragon spoke in disappointment. "Why is it nothing but a bunch of weak ants? How incredibly disappointing." Then, it glared at the girl with the flower in her hair and sneered, "With all the years that have passed, is this really the best the goddess's descendants can do?" The surrounding messengers panicked and shouted to each other, "Lady Lukfi is on her way, hold on." Meanwhile, the girl with the flower in her hair calmly watched the scene unfold. With Quang Long standing right in front of her, she whispered anxiously, "Master, is this really going to be okay? If the 10 yin pillars keep shattering one after another, all 10 lunar eclipses will manifest in this world. Won't breaking the seal on the Lepus Palace just be a matter of time?" Quang Long listened in silence until she finished, then confidently reassured her, "There is no need to worry. I will handle this myself." Hearing his words, her expression didn't change even a bit as she asked skeptically, "Really? Then, recalling the past, she sighed. "You aren't going to pull another stunt like when I was 6 years old, begging me to buy adult manga for you, or what happened in the bathhouse, tricking me into scrubbing your back every single day, right?" Hearing her bring up his embarrassing past, Quang Long got flustered and quickly tried to clear his name. The girl with the flower in her hair let out a soft sigh and said, "Fine, I will trust you one more time. I'm leaving now." Before stepping away, she turned back and asked one more question. "Master, by the way, all of my cultivation resources suddenly vanished into thin air. Where on earth did they go?" Quang Long casually replied, "Oh, I just ate them as snacks." Up in the sky, massive clouds rolled together like giant balls of cotton. A flying ship resembling a massive whale was slowly sailing through the heavens. This vessel was known as the Supreme Class Moonlight Trident Whale. This was a public airship operating directly under the Holy Land of 3 King Springs. Inside the vessel was a massive, luxurious lounge where travelers were all minding their own business. As a mother and daughter stood by the railing, enjoying the breathtaking view, a beautiful golden butterfly suddenly fluttered near them. The little girl excitedly chased after it, beaming at her mother. "Mommy, look, such a pretty butterfly." The mysterious golden butterfly fluttered around the deck before finally landing on someone's hand. Tu Luong was resting in a quiet corner of the ship, dressed in pure white from head to toe, with countless golden butterflies resting gently all over him. Seeing this, the nearby passengers sneered and whispered, "What's his deal? With those glimmering butterflies and white hair, is he trying to cosplay the Moon King?" Ever since news of the 8-winged moon monarch's arrival spread, the Moon King's followers have absolutely skyrocketed. He should be stationed in the northern region right now, So how could he possibly be traveling to the central region? Another person chimed in. Maybe he's just some crazy, obsessed fan of the Moon King? Tu Luong sat nearby, completely ignoring the gossip and remaining dead silent. Those two couldn't have guessed in their wildest dreams that the young man in white, holding a cloth-wrapped blade right in front of them, was the actual Moon King. But he suddenly opened his eyes and chuckled inwardly. What if I told you that I really am the Moon King? Just then, a voice echoed from near the railing. Have you made up your mind? There is still time to turn back. Sinking star crescent moon materialized, visible to absolutely no one but Tu Luong. She looked at him with concern and warned, if the news of you traveling to the central region all by yourself gets out, every Moonlight-affiliated faction is going to make their move. Tu Luong let out a soft sigh, not entirely certain of his own decision. It's not that I don't trust Sagittarius. I know she has her own hidden agenda, but at the end of the day, she would never harm me. But staying in the northern region has become completely pointless. Tu Luong recalled the events from a few days ago that had led him to this choice. A few days ago, I received a reply from one of the Four Moon generals, stating that they would find a way to quickly break through my current limits, and telling me to meet up with them in the central region. He thought back to a mysterious acquaintance from his past. If my restored memories are correct, that person used to serve under the Aquarius Palace. He swore a blood oath of vengeance against the Taiyin camp, so he is someone I can fully trust. Tu Luong sat there in exhaustion. Today's journey had already drained quite a bit of his energy. To keep my identity hidden, I have to cover my eyes with a mask and rely on the glimmering butterfly's vision to navigate the way. Compared to the limited eyesight of a human, the glimmering butterfly's field of vision is far more convenient and practical. Tu Luong gazed out as the vessel drifted slowly through the blanket of white clouds, deeply lost in thought. The most urgent task right now is to join forces with the Four Moon generals and amass enough power to summon the eight-winged moon monarch once again. An image of the white deer flashed in his mind as he thought, Cloud-stepping Moonchaser is gone, and might not return for a few more years. The residual power stored in Sinking Star Crescent Moon's scabbard has completely run dry, and the Gacha draws accumulated in the Book of the Moon are all used up. Tu Luong sank deeper into contemplation, suddenly remembering his mortal enemies. If I were to run into another Emperor-level enemy right now, wouldn't I have to write my final testament on the spot? Suddenly, the whale ship ground to a halt. Panic spread as passengers rushed to the main cabin to find out what was happening. A pink-haired girl asked in confusion, What's going on? Are we descending already? A blonde girl standing in front of her chimed in, That's bizarre. It's supposed to take twice as long to travel from the central region to the northern region. The pink-haired girl asked anxiously, We didn't accidentally fly into the Yin Pillar battlefield, did we? A short-haired blue girl standing next to them calmly reassured them, Relax. Even if the hallowed moon 7 stars went to war with the moon god palace, they wouldn't dare block a Holy Land's vessel. Out of nowhere, a massive blast of energy struck the ship. The whale cried out in agony and began plummeting from the sky, sending everyone on board into a terrifying freefall. Just as they stepped off the vessel, everyone screamed in sheer terror. Amid the chaos on board, the passengers couldn't even process what was happening. Everyone looked utterly terrified, their faces completely pale with fear. In a dark corner, Tu Luong propped himself up with his blade and slowly stood up. Even Tu Luong was breaking out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, Great, of course it had to happen. That terrifying pressure was clearly coming from a dark orb that had just appeared. Its dark energy completely enveloped the ship, forcing it to a sudden halt. It's an emperor. Tu Luong stared helplessly at the dark orb, thinking, You've got to be kidding me. Am I really this unlucky? Spotting the dark orb, the people on board rushed over and began shouting curses at it. Who dares attack a vessel from the holy temple? Are you from the moon god palace? You lunar element trash dares attack water-type beast tamers? The Three Kings vessel will never let you get away with this. Ignoring the insults, the energy orb spoke calmly. No need to panic. I am not from the moon god palace, nor am I with the 7 stars of the full moon. Nor do I intend to provoke the sacred Three Kings vessel. I am one of the 9 dreams of the Equinox sect. From now on, anyone leaving the northern region must pass my inspection before they can proceed. Tu Luong stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Right before the orb suddenly exploded, it said in a gentle tone, Don't worry. I will erase everyone's memories. Just think of it as a brief nightmare. As they inhaled the gas from the orb, everyone began collapsing and passing out. Only Tu Luong remained unaffected, as a blue energy barrier shielded him from the toxic mist. He thought to himself, Thu Hoako and Vo Thuong Minda were killed in that battle. Since my goal is to find the truth in the northern region, I won't hesitate. Suddenly, a bizarre thought crossed his mind, and he fell silent for a few seconds. Tu Luong commanded his golden butterflies to fly away so he could inhale the toxic mist. The blue barrier protecting him gradually dissolved. As he breathed in the poison, his body grew heavy, and he collapsed. Now, let me examine your memories. How on earth did they die? What actually happened 3 years ago? The next second, Tu Luong hit the ground and blacked out. His vision blurred. Has anyone ever lost their memories? In his mind, red equinox flowers suddenly appeared, floating in an endless void. The Equinox sect was a name that had long vanished from the world's memory. The scene shifted to a garden of equinox flowers before majestic palaces. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Equinox sect once ruled an entire region. The sect was even guarded by an actual deity. After accidentally interfering in a moon god ritual, the Equinox deity was critically wounded by a terrifying entity. Unable to return, they fell into a deep slumber in the spiritual realm. All of the deity's followers were banished from the 5 realms and the 3 holy lands. They fled to a desolate island and were slowly forgotten by the world. Later, a woman in a crimson robe summoned that very power. Tens of thousands of years later, a descendant accidentally discovered that the power received from the deity had been massively upgraded. It wasn't just one person. Many others soon discovered this power as well. This meant the Equinox deity was about to return, driving the followers into a frenzy. But just as the power manifested, it vanished in an instant, snapping everyone back to reality. However, in less than a single night, that power completely dissipated. The deity had barely awakened before falling into an eternal slumber. The starry sky looked just like the 12 lunar mansions back then. Mysterious figures gathered together at a single point. Over time, the number of Equinox followers dwindled, and their influence weakened. Only 9 emperors remained to gather their remaining power. The 9 dreams. They traveled everywhere to uncover hidden secrets. Their goal was to exploit the chaos of the moon god ritual to find the truth at all costs. Tu Luong thought about the real reason that Orb had attacked the ship. Otherwise, once the dust of the moon god ritual settled, they would never have a chance to rise again. The orb drifted aimlessly through the air. Suddenly, an eye appeared on the orb. It popped wide open, darting around rapidly as the orb zipped through the air. Lord Equinox! Tens of thousands of memories flashed by, but none revealed anything. It cried out silently. What exactly happened that year? Suddenly, the memories surrounding the orb became distorted and vanished. If you exist in these memories, please answer me. 30 minutes later, as the orb scanned other people's memories, it cried out in frustration. What the hell? Why is it all just useless garbage? Spotting a girl cuddling her little rabbit, it sneered, finding so much joy in playing with a low-tier beast? What a pathetic, ordinary life. In another memory, it saw a girl happily taking photos with her new spirit beast. Is capturing a high-tier spirit beast really that exciting? And here I thought it would be something important. After a fruitless search, it sighed helplessly. Why has 1/3 of the northern region's map vanished? Yet no one remembers a thing. Shaking off its frustration, it pulled itself together and continued searching. Whatever, anyway. Why is this only the first batch? There is still 10% of her memory left unexplored. What else is hidden deep within? Suddenly, it spots a strange memory that makes its eyes widen. Shangxing Yanyue, holding a massive blade, appears right there in Tu Luong's memories. It is completely shocked. This is a supreme-grade weapon, the Shangxing Yanyu. It seems like it has stumbled upon something incredibly rare. Narrowing its eyes, it mutters in awe. How interesting. Even though it is on the weaker side for a supreme weapon, let us see what we have here. It begins digging through the entire memory bank to investigate. Of course, following standard procedure, it avoids the most recent year of memories. The orb immediately thinks of a spiritual beast that could affect it. After all, the sheer power of the golden butterfly's descent still impacts it, even when viewed through layers of memories. Exuding confidence, the orb begins scanning the memories of her entire life. To me, your entire life is nothing more than a single breath. Let us see how you were born. But 20 minutes later, the stream of memories still has not stopped, leaving the orb utterly bewildered. Staring helplessly at the flowing currents around it, it thinks, wait, how can this not be over yet? When on earth was she born? A terrifying question begins to loom in its mind, Has she actually lived longer than I have? Suddenly, an unusual memory stream appears. The orb's eyes fly wide open, and it rushes closer to investigate. It is instantly gripped by pure terror at the sight within. Its eyes widen further and further, showing absolute, paralyzing dread, as fresh blood slowly begins to seep from the corners of its eyes. Over at the Gemini Palace, a magnificent castle comes into view, with a colossal full moon hanging right behind it. Shengxing Yanyue stands inside that very castle, holding her massive blade. Strange orbs drift toward her, speaking in perfect unison, Shengxing Yanyue, and Shuanghua too. Ignoring them completely, Shengxing Yanyue turns her head and says, "I am sorry, but my lifespan is running short. I will not be able to accompany you all to the very end. The moon goddess sacrifice." She steps confidently toward the high throne, declaring, "So, let us go wild one last time. Overlord of the Lunar Gemini Palace." She looks up at the two back-to-back statues standing above. Shengxing Yanyue's voice grows faint as she leans down, whispering in a low tone, "On the night of the full moon, a weapon as powerful as you, the strongest in the world." With those words, Shengxing Yanyue swings her blade, unleashing a devastating strike forward. The entire area is caught in the blast, completely obliterated. The memory fragment the orb is viewing shatters into a million pieces. The sharp shards fly straight into its eye, causing it to scream out in excruciating pain. Blown backward, the orb is left severely wounded all over by the flying shrapnel. After what feels like forever, the orb wakes up on the ship's deck, covered in blood. It opens its eyes in absolute shock that was the third lunar palace, the Gemini Palace. Terrified as it recalls the scene of the Gemini Palace, it mutters, "A single slash that once cleaved through stars." The half-moon soul shaker. The orb lies helpless, its body riddled with glass shards, surrounded by people scattered unconscious across the deck. How could the power of a single slash, buried deep within a memory, be this devastating? Why did no one warn me? The sight of Shengxing Yanyue has left the orb truly terrified. To think an overlord capable of standing before the Gemini Palace was actually hiding in the northern region. Despite its heavily injured body, the orb struggles to float up. "No, I cannot hold on much longer. I have to get back and heal my wounds immediately." Suddenly, it notices something incredibly strange, causing it to freeze. "Wait a minute." The orb stares at Tu Luong, who is lying unconscious on the deck. This man, wait. Tiny specks of light are drifting all around Tu Luong, leaving the orb deeply confused. Has he lost his memories before? It drifts closer to the unconscious. Tu Luong, debating with itself. Should I peek into his memories? But if I run into another powerhouse, I am history. Suddenly, it shakes itself out of its fear. No, what am I thinking? Looking at Tu Luong and the others lying there, it shouts, "My own safety does not matter at all. It is so rare to find someone with memory loss. What if he has actually seen the gods?" With that thought, its gaze fills with absolute determination. No matter what, I cannot back down now. Suddenly, its body bursts open. Plumes of smoke from its body drift toward the people around it. The smoke slowly wraps around everyone, covering them from head to toe. Then, it materializes into a human form, beginning to extract weapons from its original body. The smoke hovers in front of Tu Luong, slowly seeping in. "All right, let us read your memories." But as it reaches its hand toward Tu Luong, it suddenly freezes. It screams silently in shock. "Gotcha." Tu Luong's face gradually becomes clear as his concealment magic wears off. This guy is actually the Lunar King. It struggles to touch Tu Luong, its hands trembling uncontrollably. "I just have to put my life on the line and keep watching." It opens its eyes wide, steeling its resolve, absolutely determined to read Tu Luong's memories. "I will definitely find the answers to the shattering of divine power, the deep slumber of the gods, and the truth behind the full moon miracle 3 years ago." Tu Luong suddenly opens his eyes slowly from his slumber, only to see strange streams of memories flowing all around him. Realizing they are about to be caught, the memory streams quickly retreat. Still groggy, Tu Luong has no idea what is happening. Suddenly, a system window pops up right in front of him. New pet unlocked, illuminating the illustrated beast guide. As the tension rises, strange, eerie, window-like screens begin to appear. This is the June Spectre, an Emperor-tier beast of the Nightmare class, and the 6th dream of the legendary Ninefold Dream under the sect of the Other Shore. Tu Luong was slowly starting to piece everything together. Analyzing the situation, he realized. Ah, so that's how it is. This kid's body contains Moonlight hybrid blood. and the Book of the Moon detected it. Looking around, Tu Luong kept a close eye on the glowing orb's movements. Wait, is this really a dreamscape world? The June Spectre wanted to dig into his past. He wondered what the glowing orb's real motive was for attacking the ship of the sect of the other shore. They kept digging into the events from 3 years ago. Their actual target wasn't him, it was everyone in the northern region. Realizing this, Tu Luong held his head in sheer frustration. So, I was just the unlucky winner who got caught in the crossfire. Talk about terrible luck. Looking up at the memory screen in front of him, he calmly deduced that his memories had rewound to when he first arrived at the academy. And if it goes back a bit further, it should show the destruction of the Black Moon sect and the founding of the Dual Moon sect, right? But his doubts were quickly put to rest. Resting his chin in his hand, Tu Luong thought, but going back even further, even I can't access that blocked-off memory layer. Currently, Tu Luong was floating in midair, surrounded by hundreds of glowing memory screens. Can an Emperor-tier beast really reach the deepest depths of my memories? Shaking off his doubts, he smirked and decided to take a look at the memory screens himself. Since there was nothing to lose, why not take a little peek? Back in the real world, Tu Luong lay completely motionless as the eerie mist prepared to invade his body. But even if they could uncover the truth in the end, it seemed Tu Luong wasn't entirely unconscious. Sensing the murderous intent around him, his hand tightened around his moonblade. You will pay an unimaginable price. Meanwhile, inside the memory dimension, Tu Luong continued watching his own memories unfold, but the memories flashing on the screen left him utterly speechless. Not to mention, after half of his memories awakened, looking back at them made him feel like he was caught in someone else's ridiculous misunderstanding. Thinking of this, his face darkened. Well, at least it was a rather novel feeling. Another memory fragment surfaced. Tu Luong stood on a high platform, while dozens of people below knelt and bowed before him in worship. Seeing this, the glowing orb rejoiced. We're almost there. Suddenly, a distorted memory fragment appeared, causing the orb's eyes to widen in shock. It had a gut feeling that this was the exact memory it was searching for. A bright golden full moon suddenly appeared, casting its light on the houses below. All around were rolling mountains with a few scattered houses on the slopes, yet the moon shone its light only on the houses right in the center. Suddenly, the houses illuminated by the moonlight vaporized into thin air. In an instant, all that remained was a cloud of dust drifting through the void. Then, from the center of that empty space, a human figure materialized. The figure was none other than Tu Luong, standing tall and completely naked. The orb stared in pure shock, its eyes bloodshot. What kind of terrifying, despair-inducing presence was this? It was so overwhelming, it made it hard to breathe. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light burst forth, so intense it threatened to blow the orb away. Was this the punishment and the vow for offending the sect of the other shore? In the next split second, the light ripped the orb into pieces. So, I should have retreated 3 years ago. Even if its body was about to be destroyed, the orb remained resolute. But no matter what, this news must be delivered. The moment those words left its mouth, the entire dreamscape shattered. It was violently thrown out of the memory stream, crashing hard onto the deck of the ship. No need to investigate the others. The Moon King is definitely the one who killed Autumn Courtesan and Supreme Dark Knight. It quickly soared into the air, fleeing the ship immediately. That kid is far beyond the level of a mere vessel or apostle. I must unite with all the remaining members of the Ninefold Dream to take him down. This is the ultimate purpose of my existence. As the orb vanished, everyone on the ship began to regain consciousness. They all groaned, clutching their heads and shoulders. Ugh, my head is killing me. Tu Luong also woke up, his eyes snapping open in surprise. Sitting up instantly, Tu Luong was a bit puzzled. It ran away? Why couldn't I see things from his perspective until the very end? He had been kicked out right in the middle of exploring those memories. He scanned his surroundings, but the glowing orb was nowhere to be found. It was obvious that it had already fled far away, at least several kilometers by now. Staring at the horizon, Tu Luong wondered, what did it actually see that made it run away in such a panic? Could the gods of the sect of the other shore really be related to me? Quickly grabbing his weapon, Tu Luong stood up. No, I have to stop it. Right then and there, he began channeling the surrounding power, and golden butterflies started gathering around him. Before I passed out, I sent out a swarm of glimmer butterflies. Several million of them must be wandering around this area by now. The number of butterflies swarming around Tu Luong grew larger and larger. He figured that since the number of glimmer butterflies in the middle realm was 4 or 5 times higher than in the northern region, he didn't need to fear anyone here. But just as he was about to make his move, a sudden thought stopped him. Wait a second. Looking out into the endless expanse of space, the June Phantom has completely lost its bearings and has nowhere left to run. At this thought, Su Liang sighed helplessly. Things didn't look good at all. Out of nowhere, a direct attack struck from right beneath the ship's hull. That strike was so incredibly powerful that it pierced straight through the hull, tearing open a massive hole and sending the ship into a wild tailspin downward. Everyone on board was either in free fall or desperately trying to cling to fragments of debris. Screams of terror echoed out, "We're going down!" The orb returned to the hull, completely baffled by what was happening, only to plunge into a free fall alongside the panicking crowd. They were so close to escaping and spreading the word about the Moon King. What kind of terrible luck is this? Suddenly, a blinding light flashed before the orb, revealing a colossal, glowing dragon. The orb shrieked in absolute despair. Why on earth did I run straight into the battle zone of the 10 yin pillars? Watching the ship plummeting before him, the dragon muttered in annoyance. Oh, great. I accidentally hit a vessel from the Abyssal King's spring. I am so dead. Furious, the dragon snapped at the orb. This is all your fault. Why is a nobody ant like you, who isn't even of the moonlight element, messing around here anyway? Hearing this, the orb retorted. And here I thought you were some emperor-level beast sent by the moon god palace to fight. As the ship continued to fall, the dragon watched helplessly, thinking, is my only option now to silence everyone? Su Liang struggled to stand upright on the crumbling ship. As the deck collapsed around him, a strange window suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. The screen read, New pet unlocked. Illustrated beast compendium count increased. Moonlight element, Emperor class, Shining Moon, Radiant Dragon, one of the 7 ring moon stars under the command of the Flying Rabbit Palace and the victor of the previous Moon God Festival faction war. Its true power cannot be read by the Book of the Moon. Su Liang stared blankly, a look of utter defeat on his face. Seriously, what kind of curse is on me today? Since when did Emperor-class beasts become this pathetic? He then noticed the dragon bickering with the orb. Su Liang steeled his resolve. After all, he wasn't the same weakling he used to be. His eyes filled with determination as a golden butterfly fluttered over to him. Perfect timing. There's no way the June Phantom is getting away now. More and more butterflies swarmed, fluttering right in front of him. Su Liang smirked. Besides, the glowing butterflies are almost fully assembled. It is well known that Emperor-tier beings are destined to stand at the absolute pinnacle of the world from the moment they are born. Because their power can bring utter devastation to the world, most emperors are bound by the gods. Once contracted, they guard specific territories and are forbidden to move freely, except in extreme emergencies. Yet even among emperors, the disparity in strength defies the imagination of ordinary creatures. Because of this, the world divides the emperor tier into overlords, high emperors, and ordinary emperors. For the overlords, their mere aura is enough to crush an ordinary emperor to death. Some possess sword intent that can pierce the blue seas at the end of the world to slash the crescent moon. Others, like the Ice Feather Divine Scale Empress, can alter the climate of an entire region with her body temperature alone. As for the Abyssal King Spring Overlord, who rules all sacred oceanic realms, if they were to unleash their full power, they could obliterate this entire planet in the blink of an eye. Among the High Emperors, the chubby pink infant can instantly spread its 10,000-year-old wings to blot out the sky. The White Sacred Clan, capable of controlling the day and night cycles of the western regions, and the Fallen Full Moon, whose name is etched eternally in the Moon God Palace, are both prime examples of High Emperors. Finally, 90% of them are ordinary emperors. Yet even among them, there are beings of absolute dominance who are practically invincible. Take the Shining Moon Radiant Dragon, one of the 7 ring moon stars. After awakening from a 1,000-year slumber, it conquered the entire Moon God Palace in just half a month. The Shining Moon Radiant Dragon sighed, making up its mind. No other choice. Looks like I have to silence all witnesses. I really don't want to mess with a sacred tier power at this stage. Meanwhile, the ship, violently battered by the previous blast, lurched and rocked heavily as it plummeted. The golden dragon gathered energy in its front claws, murmuring, even if we do go to war with a sacred realm, we should at least wait until all the 10 moon overlords have awakened. A moment later, it unleashed that energy directly at the whale-shaped ship. The unfortunate passengers could only scream in absolute despair. No. Please, save us. As Su Liang struggled to keep his balance, a voice called out to him. Su Liang, what's your next move? Silent Star Crescent materialized as a faint phantom right behind Su Liang. She continued, They can't destroy my physical form, but that doesn't change the fact that you are in deep trouble. After asking, she fell into deep thought. But just as it seemed all hope was lost, the moon god Flash Butterfly spoke up to reassure them. Don't worry. The glimmer butterflies I sent out a few seconds ago have already gathered, and they're quickly rushing to our position. Su Liang smiled, oozing confidence as he spoke. As long as we can block that first strike, we'll have a chance to pin them down. Saying that, he began to rally his butterfly army, gathering as many glimmer butterflies as possible. With his internal control power skyrocketing from 10,000 to a whopping 6 million, Tu Luong is finally ready to launch a massive counterattack. To be honest, the Ho Trung Ngyet shield is almost fully restored. If we can just hold out for a little bit, I'll be able to pinpoint the Emperor's attack. In the blink of an eye, a massive golden sphere completely enveloped the whale ship. The golden dragon spouted some arrogant nonsense while gathering its energy. Don't blame me, you worthless pests. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being so weak and pathetic. With a deafening roar, it spread its front claws and bellowed, Be blown to smithereens, flash, sever. The entire High Kitch vessel and everyone on board took the full force of that devastating slash from the Dieu Nguyet Hui Quang dragon. At that exact moment, Tu Luong gripped his Tram Tin Yen Guyet blade tightly, bracing himself against the dragon's assault. Looking back at the doomed passengers, guilt washed over him. I'm sorry. Right now, I can barely protect myself, let alone save you guys. But just as those passengers seemed destined for death, they suddenly opened their eyes. The golden dragon's deadly slashes vanished into thin air. As the passengers came to, they looked around in utter confusion, having no idea what had just happened. Even Tu Luong was completely on edge, staring in disbelief at the bizarre scene unfolding right in front of him. Realizing its assassination attempt had failed, the Dieu Nguyet Hui Quang dragon gasped in utter shock. Huh? Fortunately, a mysterious woman had arrived just in the nick of time to intervene. Dressed in pure white robes, she floated gracefully in midair. The golden dragon was instantly silenced, not daring to make a peep. Below, Tu Luong stood frozen, completely awestruck by her sheer power. Crossing her hands, she revealed a glowing crescent moon on her palms and commanded, Shift, sun and moon. With a swift motion of her hands, the sun before her began to rapidly plunge below the horizon. Tu Luong gasped in shock. Whoa! Twilight fell instantly behind Tu Luong, leaving the golden dragon in a total panic. What is this? But before the dragon could even finish its sentence, night had already enveloped the sky. Sparkling stars filled the night sky, only for the sun to suddenly rise all over again. Talk about a mind-bending reality warp. At that moment, the High Kitch vessel vanished right before the dragon's bewildered eyes, while the newly resurrected sphere left everyone wondering what on earth had just transpired. Far from celebrating its sudden revival, it was utterly baffled. My injuries are completely healed. How is this even possible? The Dieu Nguyet Hui Quang dragon shrieked in absolute terror. A high-level emperor, standing tall against the dawning sun, the woman spoke calmly. There is no need to wonder. I merely rewound their life states to 24 hours ago, though, of course, their memories remain intact. She then began to lay down the charges. The Bingan cult is the guilty party here. It is not our 5 sovereign emperors, yet you dared to interfere in the moon god rite once again, dragging the innocent people of the northern realm into your mess. You have repeated your past mistakes. The sphere's eyes widened in sheer horror, unable to utter a single word. With her judgment finalized, she delivered the swift verdict, I sentence you to death. The moment the words left her lips, the sphere instantly blew to pieces before it could even blink. Witnessing this, the Dieu Nguyet Hui Quang dragon was shaken to its core. The woman slowly turned her cold gaze toward the beast. Facing her terrifying look, the golden dragon turned tail and bolted, looking as pathetic as a common earthworm. She made no attempt to stop it, instead delivering a cold warning. As members of the moon god rite, the Honinguyet 7 stars are within their rights to eliminate external threats. However, for scheming to silence the royal flying vessel, I will report the absolute truth to the Holy Land. Hearing this, the Dieu Nguyet Hui Quang dragon grumbled furiously under its breath. Who does she think she is? Always sticking her nose where it doesn't belong. Within a split second, the cowardly dragon vanished into thin air, leaving behind a bitter complaint. That high and mighty attitude of hers, is seriously annoying. The woman stood motionless, staring after it for a moment, before turning her head and whispering softly, "Great Moon King, as agreed, I have brought you to a place where you can rapidly elevate your cultivation realm. These mere weaklings, no matter how numerous, can never alter the outcome of the moon god rite. As you well know, there is no need to waste too many miracles on them," she murmured to herself. "But before you return next time, you must possess the strength to completely crush the Flying Rabbit Palace." Meanwhile, Tu Luong found himself standing in the middle of a raging blizzard. He let out a loud sneeze, clearly unaccustomed to the freezing climate. Shivering violently with a pale face, he gasped, "Wait, what?" Hugging himself to keep warm, Tu Luong shivered and looked around his surroundings, completely bewildered. What on earth is going on here? His eyes widened in fear as his breath turned to frost. Within seconds, the bitter cold began to freeze his neck. Struggling to speak, he groaned, "Ugh, it's so freezing." Tu Luong quickly began to analyze this bizarre situation. The atmosphere here was incredibly unnatural, filled with the bone-chilling presence of highly unusual creatures. Piecing these clues together, it dawned on him that he must have ended up in the Eastern Realm, but the confusion only mounted. Why the heck am I in the Eastern Realm? For a regular Beastmaster, this place is way more dangerous than the Sacred Realm. His mind flashed back to what had happened on the High Kitch vessel, right when the Golden Dragon was gathering a massive orb of destructive energy in its claws to wipe out everyone on board. He muttered under his breath, "Ah, that's right. I was on the flying vessel when the Du Nguyet Hui Kwang dragon ambushed us. Right before I blacked out, I definitely felt the presence of Tu Nguyet Tuong. The image of the woman in white who had saved both him and the entire vessel flashed vividly in his mind. Trudging through the freezing cold, his entire body shook uncontrollably. Tu Luong pondered, if Tu Nguyet Tuong went out of her way to save me, then why is the tram tin? But before he could even finish his cool, dramatic thought, the brutal cold instantly shut him up. He curled up, his teeth chattering from the freezing cold. Pushed to his absolute limit, Tu Luong cried out, "Tru Trung Nguyet." Instantly, a ring of water formed around him, keeping his body warm inside. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally, that's a bit warmer. I almost froze to death. Tu Luong then pulled off his blank mask. In this brutal weather, he couldn't use Thiam Quang Deep anymore, nor could he wear the mask. A split second later, his lips twitched in utter despair as he muttered, "Does this mean I'm all on my own now?" At that moment, Tu Luong began analyzing the situation. Thiam Quang Diep and Njok V, though were both unable to fight. Tran Tin Yu Nguyet and Dap Van Trui Nguyet were scattered, and Tru Trung Nguyet's shield was slowly fading away. After analyzing everything, Tu Luong soberly faced the harsh reality. Once Trio Trung Nguyet ran out of energy, or if they ran into an enemy, he would be a goner. Driven by a desperate urge to survive, he started moving. Right now, his top priority was finding a way to survive. But after taking only a few steps, Tu Luong suddenly stopped. Wait, what's that? There was nothing but endless ice and snow in every direction. Tu Luong realized the reality might be far more brutal than he thought. He stood there scanning his surroundings, wondering, which way should I go? While he was hesitating, a voice suddenly called out, "There's someone there!" He immediately looked straight ahead, his face filled with disbelief. Through the raging blizzard, about 3 figures were moving. The 3 silhouettes drew closer and closer. Watching them approach, Tu Luong gasped in shock. Those are. Staring at the 3 figures appearing before him, he thought excitedly, Ice Dwellers. The Ice Dwellers who emerged had silver-gray skin and expressionless faces. They walked right up to him, but not a single one of them said a word. Seeing this, Tu Luong immediately grew wary of these 3 women. But strangely enough, the 3 of them treated him like he was invisible, and just walked right past. Tu Luong stood frozen in shock for a moment, his eyes wide with bewilderment at the bizarre behavior of the Ice Dwellers. Just as Tu Luong lowered his head in disappointment, one of the 3 Ice Dwellers suddenly stopped. She turned to him and asked blankly, "Human, it's not safe to be this far from the mining field. What if you can't make it back before nightfall? You should hurry back and rest." This unexpected concern caught Tu Luong completely off guard. He remembered how terrifying the Ice Dwellers' faces looked in his past life. Looking at the screen, he thought to himself, I thought Ice Dwellers hated outsiders. Turns out you really can't trust everything on the internet. Not knowing how to respond, Tu Luong stammered, "I." But then, he quickly came up with a classic excuse. "I'm lost. What should I do?" Putting on a weak, innocent act, Tu Luong pleaded with big, watery eyes. "Kind lady, could you please lead me out of here?" The ice dweller found it odd and said casually, "Lost? Just head in the direction where the moonlight aura is the strongest." She then stepped closer to him, her expression still completely blank. "Are you not a moonlight type?" Another ice dweller also found it strange, so she approached him as well. "How odd. Could there be a mistake? Hang on, I'll contact them to transfer you to a different mining field." Hearing that, Tu Luong quickly waved his hands to fix his blunder. "No, there's no need. I'm a moonlight type. The cold just froze my brain for a second. My bad." With that, he immediately hurried off. So that was it. This place was a moonlight type camp. But then, a serious look came over his face as he wondered, but why is there a moonlight type mining field in the ice realm? As the ice dwellers watched Tu Luong walk away, one of them remarked, "What a strange human." Half a day later, at the moonlight type mineral vein, a few tents stood pitched near the snowy mountains. Gasping for air, Tu Luong dragged his feet toward the large tents. Exhausted, he muttered, "Finally." He stumbled from sheer fatigue, slowly falling backward onto the ice. Sprawled out and panting heavily, he sighed. "I made it." Staring up at the sky, Tu Luong gasped for breath as thoughts raced through his mind. Tru Trung Niet's shield was about to collapse. No wonder that Snow Woman said this place was dangerous. Then, his thoughts turned to Bak Lok. If Dat Van Truing Guyet were here, it would have only taken me a few seconds. The next second, Tu Luong fell silent, lost in thought. After a brief silence, he suddenly sat up and said, "But this is so weird. We're clearly in the ice realm, yet the moonlight aura is even stronger here than at the Beast Taming Academy." Suddenly, Tu Luong noticed something strange happening to his body. In an instant, more than half of his fatigue vanished, and even Tro Trung Nguyet's shield was slowly regenerating. Approaching the tents, he thought, this must be because of the moonlight mineral vein. Watching the people walking around, he wondered, it seems these beast tamers aren't being controlled by the ice dwellers. So, why are they here? Sensing something, Tu Luong turned his head to look. A cute little flower beast stood there, staring at him with sparkling, adorable eyes. It was a Dian Guyet Bonhoa, a high-level moonlight type. Looking at the little flower, he smirked and thought, looks like my appraisal eye has been suppressed when it comes to moonlight-type beasts. To wrap things up, Tu Luong raised his hand to snap his fingers and begin the summoning. In that case, if I want information, all I need to do is… But before he could even snap his fingers, he was surrounded by towering shadows, feeling completely overwhelmed. Tu Luong looked up, utterly dazed. He found himself surrounded by beasts of all shapes and sizes, all of them chattering excitedly and leaving him completely bewildered. Dazed after finally calming down, Tu Luong felt completely helpless and screamed in his head, "I don't get this at all. What a headache." Tu Luong helplessly shouted, "All right, everyone line up and speak one by one." A cute little goat sobbed and pleaded, "Dear Moon King, please take me home. My master sold me off. It takes 3 years of mining just to save up for travel expenses." A little green mouse wiped its tears and lamented, "My lord, the currency in the Eastern Domain is different from other regions, so all our savings are completely useless here." A little, long-eared brown rabbit shuddered as it explained, "Even though the frostmen don't lock us up, we can't survive more than 3 days in this horrible climate. There's simply no way for us to leave this place." A little cat sobbed, tears streaming down its face, and whimpered, "I only came here for a vacation. I never thought I'd never be able to go home again." Hearing Ho Trung Ngu Yet's translation, Tu Luong was completely speechless. To calm them down, he said mechanically, "All right, I understand the situation now. I'll get you all out of here soon." Then he asked seriously, "But does anyone know why there are so many moonlight ore veins in the Eastern Domain and how they function in such low temperatures?" Right after he spoke, a soft voice suddenly whispered in his ear, "This mine was sold to the Ice Queen back then by the guardian of the Aquarius Palace, Lord Cult Leader." Those last few words struck Tu Luong like a bolt of lightning. He turned his head toward the source of the voice, wondering, who in this deserted mine would call me Cult Leader? The one who had just answered him was a pet beast. This beast was a high-level, moonlight element Azure Moonwolf. It continued its report, "Lord Cult Leader, I am also a member of the Dual Moon sect. Not long ago, I got lost in the Eastern Domain while scouting out the enemy's situation." Azure Moon eagerly said, "As soon as I looked into your eyes, I recognized you instantly." It thought to itself, even though you probably didn't come here for me, for a legendary figure like you to show up in a place like this, something major must have happened. As Tu Luong stared in surprise, Azure Moon's eyes suddenly lit up like high-beam car headlights, and it excitedly thought, If I can catch the cult leader's eye, my future career might just skyrocket. Tu Luong quickly put on his confident cult leader persona and commanded, "All right then, give me a detailed breakdown of the situation here." Overjoyed, Azure Moon immediately bowed and said, "It is my absolute honor, Lord Cult Leader." Then Tu Luong turned away, lowering his head in thought. Actually, I can pretty much piece it together. He fell into deep thought, his face growing serious, waking up here out of nowhere, especially in a moonlight element ore vein. This might not be an accident at all. His mind drifted back to the person who had saved his life. Thinking about it, this must have been orchestrated by one of the 4 Moon generals. Behind him, Azure Moon continued to report, "Master, this mine is currently controlled by Fai An Fan Dong, one of the 3 jade flutes. You must have come here to reclaim the ore vein, right?" Since Tu Luong had just ended up here by accident, that obviously wasn't his goal. Hearing Azure Moon's words made him feel incredibly awkward. Panicking inside, he thought, "How did I not know about this? But if they find out I'm completely clueless, I'll be the laughingstock of the world." So, he cleared his throat with a fake cough, composing himself, and immediately reverted back to his majestic cult leader persona. Looking at Azure Moon with mysterious eyes, he bluffingly boasted, "The specifics cannot be disclosed." Hearing this, Azure Moon took it completely seriously and lowered its head in a panic, apologizing, I am terribly sorry. I stepped out of line, Master." Shivering with fear, Azure Moon stammered to change the subject. Then, "Let me continue briefing you on the situation at the mine." Having successfully changed the subject, Azure Moon began reporting. First of all, the moonlight crystals in this vein can only be mined by moonlight element beasts. None of the other elements can do it. Because of this, the Frostmen actually treat us pretty well. On top of that, besides earning our travel expenses, we can also absorb the crystals to boost our own strength. So, it's not just stranded folks like us. Many supreme-level powerhouses are also cultivating here to grow stronger. Maintaining his cult leader poise, Tu Luong calmly replied, "So that's how it is." After hearing the report, Tu Luong began to analyze. "Just as I thought. This place isn't exactly a prison. Rather, it's the ultimate sanctuary for the moonlight element." Stroking his chin, he pondered further. But how does this vein operate in such a harsh climate, and what do they do with the mined moonlight crystals? Hearing this question, Azure Moon was completely stumped. It could only say, "Forgive me, Master. I don't know the answer to that, but I did hear a supreme powerhouse mention that there seems to be an incredible moonlight element life form deep at the end of the vein." Tu Luong was taken aback by this. Suddenly, Azure Moon called out, "We've reached the entrance." Right in front of Tu Luong was a cavern sealed under a thick layer of ice. Standing beside him, Azure Moon warned, "Lord Cult Leader, if you wish to enter, you must tread carefully. The moonlight concentration inside this mine is extremely abnormal. Weak creatures like us would pass out after going just 1 kilometer deep. Even for those at the supreme rank, I've never heard of anyone who could go deeper than 3 kilometers. This information completely shocks Tu Luong, but on the outside, he remains incredibly calm. Inside, however, his mind is racing. How is this even possible? Ordinary high-level beasts wouldn't understand. How could a mere trace of moonlight make a supreme rank powerhouse dizzy? With this clue, Tu Luong begins to piece things together. It must be pressure from a much higher-ranking entity, undoubtedly lurking deep within the mine. Inside that cave, he imagines mountains of skulls piled high. There must be an incredible presence waiting at the very end of the cave. Tu Luong lets out a faint smile, his eyes filled with absolute determination. That entity is the sole reason why these mineral veins can function in the eastern domain. After finishing his thoughts, Tu Luong raises his hand and says, "You've worked hard. I'll take it from here alone." Before heading in, he makes a promise, his tone somewhat indifferent. "Once this is over, I will take you away from the eastern domain." Hearing these words from Tu Luong, Than Nugiet thinks to herself in pure delight. I don't know what the sect master is planning, but I can feel that the very foundation of this world is about to be turned upside down. Standing amidst the howling blizzard, Than Nugiet silently thinks, after thousands of years, the unchanging throne of the Ice Queen of the Eastern Domain is finally facing a challenge once again. Deep inside the mineral vein, Tu Luong walks along the dark cave. Seeing a faint glow ahead, he stops to investigate. The light is radiating from the crystal shards right in front of him. Tu Luong takes one look and frowns, thinking, low-grade crystals like these are everywhere in the Song Nuyet sect. He begins to recall the details Than Nguyet shared. Normal high-level beasts can only go 1 kilometer deep, and even a supreme rank powerhouse can only reach about 3 kilometers. So why is it that the deeper Tu Luong goes, the more crystals begin to appear? He looks at the surrounding crystal shards and analyzes the situation. To maintain a massive mine running year-round under such terrifying pressure, this is definitely not something an ordinary emperor rank could do. Because the path ahead is pitch black, Tu Luong has no choice but to summon his pet to light the way, the Thiem Quang Diep. He lets the Team Quang Diep fly ahead to scout. After walking for a while, the tunnel seems to open up. He frowns, raising a hand to support his head, thinking, I must have gone about 3 kilometers by now. I'm starting to feel dizzy. Tu Luong quickly calls out, Ho Trung Ng Yet. Instantly, a barrier of water wraps around him, allowing him to slowly push forward. Ho Trung Ng Yet is carrying the team once again. Suddenly, a system notification rings out. Warning to the host, please leave this area immediately, or you will face certain death. Tu Luong is taken aback. This is the very first time his system has reacted so violently. As soon as the system shows the warning, Tu Luong vigilantly thinks, we've only gone 1 more kilometer, but the pressure is already this terrifying? Looking up, he mutters to himself, thankfully I have Ho Trung Ng Yet. We should be fine, right? Ho Trung Ng Yet immediately holds up an okay sign to reassure him. Tu Luong steps forward, whispering, let's keep pressing on and see what's ahead. Over 10 minutes pass, and Tu Luong has traveled another 3 kilometers. Feeling that things are getting seriously out of hand, he quickly comes to a halt. Gritting his teeth, he thinks, no way. I can't feel any end to this cave at all. It feels as if he is standing at the very bottom of the ocean, with a massive whale opening its jaws, ready to swallow him whole. Tu Luong thinks, this overwhelming sense of despair and suffocation, it really feels like being 10,000 meters deep underwater. He looks at the glowing butterflies lighting up the path and wonders, isn't there still 10 kilometers left to reach the core? Staring into the pitch-black abyss, he wonders, what on earth is hiding in there? Looking at the Team Quang Diep, he sighs, if we keep going and something goes wrong, we will definitely die in here. He stands frozen in place, utterly torn. What should I do? Should I keep going? Feeling incredibly useless, he clenches his fist in frustration, thinking, now that I've suddenly lost both Dap Van Truyen Gayet and Tram Tinyen Gayet, I'm completely helpless. But in the next second, he regains his composure. His clenched fist slowly relaxes as he sighs. As a mere 1-star Beastmaster, I don't have what it takes to pull off a miracle twice. Having accepted his limits, he quietly turns around, whispering, looks like my only choice is to turn back. But after taking just a few steps, memories of his past battles flash through his mind. First was the Emperor rank Moonlight attribute beast, Na Mukba Jiak Lin. Then came Vothuong Minda, followed by the Duonguyet Hui Quang Long, and finally, Tai M Phi in the form of a rabbit. Suddenly, a harsh realization hits him. No, if I just keep things as they are, there is no way I can survive the Nguyet Than Te. With that thought, he halts in his tracks, spins around, and stares back into the darkness. With absolute resolve in his eyes, he says, if I run away now, then I'll never be worthy of the title Moon King. Without another word, he quickly sits down right on the cold ground. As he begins to meditate, he tells himself, my current realm is way too low. If that's the case, I'll cultivate right here until I'm strong enough to reach the end of this mine. If 10 days or half a month isn't enough, I'll stay here for half a year. Slowly, a faint white aura begins to swirl around his body. He recalls the majestic form of the Unguyet Quan Chu and thinks, I've been stuck at the 1-star realm because all my energy was being drained to nourish the sleeping Kim Diep Kung. But now that the Kim Diep Kung has finally awakened, I don't need to hold back anymore. What's more, I can seize this opportunity to cultivate right here, where the moonlight mineral vein is highly concentrated. More and more white mist began to swirl around Su Liang, gathering toward him from every direction. Su Liang thought, to think I actually ended up here. I should at least check out what's inside first. Moments later, inside a cave on the snow-capped mountain, a giant white cocoon formed around Su Liang. Enveloped in blue light, cracks slowly began to spiderweb across the cocoon's surface. Suddenly, with a deafening blast, a massive surge of power erupted, blasting straight through the cave ceiling. Su Liang emerged, his entire body glowing with a brilliant blue light, signaling his breakthrough to the 2-star realm. Looking at his own body, Su Liang thought in astonishment, I heard only those who reach the 4th level can manifest a colored aura. To level up this fast, could I actually be a genius? Closing his eyes to scan his body, he realized, it is not just the aura. My senses, physique, energy, perception, and even lifespan have vastly improved. Opening his eyes, his gaze hardened as he thought, the upper limit of Huzhong Yue has been raised significantly. Now, he could cultivate in even deeper depths. The 10 yin pillars are 10 seal sites protected by the moon god palace. Rumor has it that once the seals are broken, the ancient moon demon god will descend upon the world. For over 1,000 years, many sea clans tried to cause trouble, but without exception, they were all crushed by the 10 pillars. But now, the moon god festival has begun. The 7 stars of the ringed moon have emerged, and the moon god palace is gradually retreating as 9 of the seals have already been shattered one after another. The final 10 yin pillar is located closest to the edge of the northern region. Perhaps out of fear of the northern region's power, the 7 stars of the ringed moon had never dared to touch this place. However, with 9 seals already broken, they finally could not hold back any longer and decided to make their move here. A few hundred kilometers away, a girl was sent flying. She was absolutely furious, screaming, 3 on 1? How utterly shameless. Then, she bellowed, I am the Hanyu Phantom Beast. On what grounds does the leader of your 7 stars of the ringed moon interfere with the seal of the 10 yin pillars? It turned out she was a high-level emperor grade, moonlight attribute Hanyu Phantom Beast, the only high-level emperor among the 7 stars of the ringed moon. Pointing at the black void before her, she barked, and as noble, high-level emperors, you actually ganged up to bully me? What an absolute disgrace to the title of emperor. Just then, the silhouettes of 3 women emerged from the black void. One of them was Fende Jinghong, a sky attribute emperor. As one of the 3 high-level emperors, Fende Jinghong looked down upon Hanyue and said, you useless trash. It does not matter how much of the moon god palace falls, as long as this final place is not destroyed. If you are not satisfied, you can try to defeat me. And do not worry, you will not have to fear any retaliation. Hearing this, Hanyue scoffed and rolled her eyes, then glanced at the person standing next to Jinghong, thinking, that is the White Sage clan from the western region. Then, she looked to the other side and thought, and that is one of the 4 moon generals of the twin moon cult. She is Beizi Feiyuebao, a high-level emperor-grade moonlight attribute beast. Feiyuebao looked at Hanyu and said, no need to rush. The Feitu Palace has not awakened yet. Before the Overlord ban is lifted, we can naturally do whatever we please. She raised her hand, preparing to unleash her power, and continued, besides, this is no longer your era, and it likely won't be in the future either. With that, Feiyuebao unleashed her power. Standing opposite her, Hanyue pointed and screamed, 3 Bixiao of the eastern region, White Sage of the western region, and you twin moon cult bastards. I will remember this. As soon as the words left her mouth, she instantly vanished. Seeing Hanyue vanish right before her eyes, Jinghong turned and asked, where did you send her? To which, Feiyuebao cheerfully replied, the northern region's sacred land, the cloud mist sea. Hearing this, Jinghong sighed in disbelief and said, how is that any different from sending her to her death? Then, Jinghong gave Feiyuebao a serious, warning look, saying, for the sake of our past friendship, I will only help guard this place for 1 month. After that, you are on your own. Even though the Feitu Palace has resurrected, it cannot return to its peak anytime soon. Why are you in such a rush to enter? Hearing Jinghong's question, Feiyuebao froze for a moment, but quickly burst into laughter, saying, if you are not of the moonlight attribute, you will never understand. After all, as the leader of the 4 moon generals, I can already see our chances of claiming the ultimate victory. Suddenly, her eyes turned ice cold as she muttered, if it is that person. All of a sudden, a massive pillar of light shot up into the sky. Back in the stone cave, Su Liang emerged. A golden energy radiated from his body, a power that even the legendary Moon King of the previous era might not match. Deep inside the stone cave, 10 kilometers down under ice-covered rocks, Su Liang stood with his newly transformed white hair. His eyes had changed subtly as well. Su Liang had finally reached the 4-star realm. Raising both hands, he thought, it took me half a month just to reach 4-star, and 5-star is still out of reach for now. Still staring at his hands, he contemplated, but my current self can already unleash the full power of a supreme tier. He shook his head thinking, while other supremes are helpless, I still do not even have a supreme grade pet to make a contract with. He then slowly walked deeper inside, sighing, "Whatever, never mind. With my current aura, I should be able to make it all the way to the end in one go." Looking deep within, he watched the white energy currents swirling and thought, "After breaking through to the 4-star realm, the world before my eyes has completely changed. The light streams kept shifting, and now I can clearly see the flow of every single aura. Now, I am absolutely sure. This crushing, terrifying pressure is coming from some kind of living being." With that thought, Tu Luong clenched his fists and confidently stepped forward. His eyes grew sharp with caution as he thought, "A being with this level of sheer willpower and raw power. I can count the number of times I have faced anything like this on one hand." After walking a bit further, Tu Luong saw something that made him freeze in his tracks. Right in front of him was a gateway, with a bright light radiating from deep inside. He thought to himself, "Looks like I have finally reached the end." But as he slowly approached the exit, he suddenly stopped. Right behind him, Moon Lake was pushing its power to the limit to protect him, forming the ultimate defense. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Tu Luong slowly stepped inside. He braced himself, closing his eyes with a tight grunt, expecting the worst. But after standing there for a while, with absolutely nothing happening, he slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a pile of glowing stone fragments, and right on top, a horned female figure was resting on a massive boulder. She was a stunning girl with crimson hair, sleeping peacefully. But the moment she sensed his presence, she slowly opened her eyes and tilted her head to look at Tu Luong. Seeing this breathtaking girl staring right at him, Tu Luong's jaw instinctively dropped. She did not seem surprised at all to see him. Instead, she simply asked, "How could a mere human like you reach this place?" Suddenly, the rocks around Tu Luong began to float in mid-air, before blasting out of the cave one by one with a deafening boom. As the chaotic scene reflected in his eyes, Tu Luong's face darkened, and he let out a shocked gasp. He thought to himself, "Wait, was that an illusion?" Clutching his chest with his whole body trembling, he muttered, "Her aura is so terrifying. It literally made me envision the end of the world." He struggled to breathe under this overwhelming pressure, but a second later, a smirk crept onto his face as he thought, "I won." He glanced around with a smug look, thinking, this was definitely the right call. Even though his legs were shaking uncontrollably, his face showed the exact opposite, that he was totally fine. He forced himself to step forward, thinking, "No matter.